Okay, it says that it's preparing to live stream, so it's working.
Yep, looks like we're good.
Good morning, Michelle. This is Mark. Good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
Morning. I'm superstitious. If I don't say good morning to you every meeting, I feel like I'm something might go wrong. So if I say good morning to you after every meeting or before every meeting, then I feel better.
I thought you were just testing out to make sure your audio worked, but you
No.
don't.
And the audio works too.
How we doing, Bob and Michelle?
Good.
I think we're in good shape.
Yeah, happy Friday.
Yep, good. Just checking in.
Yeah, I think we got this down.
Great.
And it seems like we're going to have options for a hybrid model once we start going back into the commission room too.
Okay, good.
Morning, everyone. Hey, Kurt, you mentioned the pygmy rabbits. Does it sound like it sounded like they were not doing well. Is that what's going on?
No, we have some new research activities that are underway on pygmy rabbits. So that's what we're going to highlight. We'll do that at a
Different time.
Yeah, maybe at the April director's report.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
I'm doing well for this time of the day. How about you?
I think we all feel that way.
It's windy here. Is it windy there?
Yes, yes, it has been.
Morning, Mark. You're muted.
Yep. Good morning, everybody. A beautiful day in Central Oregon here. So, but I understand the rain's coming. So.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Becky.
Morning, Becky.
Michelle, there's a question from one of the people who want to testify.
In the chat.
Are you seeing that?
Oh, it's not. Houston.
Houston Vaughn is asking if he is muted until he comes on.
Kurt, you have a pretty fancy setting there. Are you sitting right there in the pasture?
No, that was the sunrise view from my house yesterday.
That is incredible.
I'm actually sitting in my office, but I thought I'd show you all my pasture.
Stunning. I saw that and I thought, wow. Boy, the rest of us are going to have to up our Zoom game, I would say.
Yeah, I think people are tired of looking at my seahorse in the background. They need something else, I think.
Now we're used to it.
No, I'm sick of that. Greg, I'm sick of that seahorse. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Sure.
Yeah, your plants look healthy, so I have no criticism there.
I hate to ask what you all think about my 3 dogs behind me. So.
They look very faithful. Loyal.
Likewise, good morning, everybody. And I will mention you all look better with my glasses on, so that's good.
Then keep them on, Bob.
Okay, I think with that, we'll go ahead and start. It's just a minute after 8 and everyone's here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and to our online audience, thank you for sticking with us for yet another Zoom rather than in-person meeting. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'll call the March 2021 Commission meeting to order. I'm in Langlois and in the 4th Congressional District, and we'll start with introductions. So Vice Chair Woolley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Gregory Woolley, and I represent the 3rd Congressional District. It includes the Portland metro area and some areas east of Portland.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart, and I represent Eastern Oregon, and I live in Sisters.
And Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, good morning. And I'm Jill Zarnowitz in Yamhill, and I'm east of Greg Woolley in District 1.
Thank you. And Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, good morning also. Bob Spellbrink representing Congressional District 5. And I'm having a little bit of trouble with the speakers here. I don't know, is it just mine where people are breaking up?
Yours is breaking up a bit more than others as I'm hearing it, but we can hear you. So Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning. I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I'm calling in from Paisley, Oregon, and I'm in Congressional District 2.
Thank you. Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the director here of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, sitting in my office in Salem, Oregon.
Thank you. So let's go to the person that puts these meetings together for us, Michelle Tate, and if you'll talk about any operation of the platform that we need to know.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Michelle Tate. Today, I'm providing technical support to the Commission and ODFW to be able to hold this commission meeting virtually. We're pleased to have you here watching on Zoom or on YouTube today. We also appreciate that you're patient with us as we continue to adapt to the virtual world. I have a few comments to orient you to the meeting platform before we start the meeting. Only the commissioners, presenters, and participating staff will be visible on the screen. We ask that you mute yourself to limit the background noise. Please use the digital hand raise feature to signal if you have a question or comment, and then wait to be called on by the chair. The chat feature is available to ask questions for participants and commissioners only. Understand that the chat will be saved as part of the public record. If you are a non-participating attendee that is not visible on the screen, you will not be able to unmute or mute yourself. Some of the observing attendees may be asked to participate in the meeting or will be providing testimony. At that time, I will switch your role to participant. There will be a blip on your screen, and then you will be able to unmute yourself to speak. Once your participation is completed, I will move you back over to the observing attendee status. There is a reboot contingency plan in the event that there is an inappropriate disruption. I will first try to remove the person from the meeting. If that doesn't resolve the issue, I will end the meeting and restart it. In the event that this happens, you will need to use the same login link that you used to enter the meeting this morning. Again, we're pleased to have you here with us today. And with that, I'll hand the meeting back over to Chair Wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. For logistics, we have a fairly long agenda. We'll take occasional breaks and stop for lunch when we see where there's a good break point close to noon. We don't currently have an executive session scheduled. If we do, we'll close the regular commission meeting, open the executive session, then close it and come back into session. But again, we don't have one planned. So thank you all for being here, and especially to staff for putting all the work into this meeting to make it happen. And we'll go to the director's report. So Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. Yes, good morning. For the director's report today, we did provide the field reports to you in written form, which is our standard practice, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have on those. Our first presentation this morning will be our monthly expenditure report from Erica Kleiner, and Erica is in the room next to me. Erica?
All right, good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. So I'll try to be brief today. I know we have a lengthy agenda. Your written materials reflect financial data through the end of January. We started off the year with license sales really healthy. January revenue saw about a 47% increase. February slowed down significantly. And as you can imagine, that relates to some of the severe winter weather that we saw during the month of February. So ice storms in the valley and snow in much of the state. So ODFW's unrestricted cash balance currently sits at $60 million. This is about 4 months of operating expenses. So we want to continue to build on this. Lottery funds, I did want to make a note of lottery funds today because we've received 7 out of 8 of our quarterly lottery fund allocations. And I guess the point I want to make with lottery funds is we've received about 85%, or with next quarter's numbers, we'll receive 85% of our total expected biennial lottery fund allocation, which is much better than we expected, especially when the pandemic hit. The March economic and revenue forecast for the state lottery funds, it noted the decreases. But I've seen reports that with the pent-up demand of video lottery sales, the outlook for lottery funds into next biennium is actually pretty good. So I'm going to move to a few notes I want to make for federal funds. And this ties to a request from Commissioner Labhart for some information on both Pittman Robertson and Sportfish restoration funding. So for Pittman-Robertson, I'll start there. The 2021 wildlife apportionment, and this is for all states, came in about 80 million higher than in 2020. So what that looks like for Oregon, the increase was roughly 2 million from 2020. I do want to note that, there's kind of a bump that happened with funding in 2017 and 2018. And so we're still at a lower level than that. The 2022 apportionment is expected to be much larger. So I know it's very difficult to find ammunition right now. Things are out of stock or back ordered. First quarter sales were the highest they've ever been, and that trend is expected to continue. So that fares well for ODFW. For sport fish restoration, the 2021 sport fish apportionment came in at approximately 45 million higher than in 2020, and that's for all states. So ODFW's increase from 2020 was 1.5 million. That's the second highest annual increase that we've received behind 2009. And that increase will allow us to continue all of our current contract work, as well as build up the ending balance for SFR. So good news there. Moving into 2021-23 budget development, really nothing to report here. ODFW is continuing to prepare for the 2 public hearings on its budget bill. Those are set to occur April 26th and April 28th virtually in the Natural Resources Subcommittee of Ways and Means, with public testimony scheduled for May 3rd. So if those dates do change, we'll let you know. And then the last thing I want to note today is an audit update related to the statewide single audit report. Basically, there's just going to be a continuation of the finding that ODFW's had in the past related to managing and maintaining real property. So we have sent over a written response to Secretary of State that outlines our development of a real property program. As I've mentioned in the past, we hired a real property manager position in 2019, and that program is really being built from the ground up. So procedures and policies are still in development, and we're very close to implementation of an asset management system that will encompass ODFW's land. So good news on that front, but that will be written up in the 2020 statewide single audit report. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
I have a question, and thank you for your report. And it's always good to have good news. So thank you for that. So you noted that ammunition sales are up the first quarter of the year. Is there any way to differentiate between the types of ammunition? In other words, ammunition that's purchased for hunting versus ammunition that's purchased for non-hunting? In other words, we're sort of aggregating all of that and saying that's good for ODFW, because we support hunters, and people are buying guns for a wide range of reasons. So, is there any way to? Is that broken out or not?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, not that I'm aware of. I could look into that and get you back an answer though.
Okay, yeah, I'm curious. So thank you for looking into that.
Sure thing.
Okay. Oh, it looks like Chair Wall is asking a question, but she's on mute. Or maybe not.
You'd think I'd learn by now, but I was on mute. Thank you. Thank you for the report, Erica. I have one other question. The Secretary of State audit, is the work that you described that we're adding and the position we're adding, is that what they needed? Does that address what they were asking? Or is there anything else that we also need to do?
Yeah, Chair Wall, that's a good question. Thank you for it. It should address, we had 2 findings. One related more to policies and procedures, tracking, monitoring. So we do expect that this work we've done to develop the program will satisfy that. We did sign a date of the end of 2021. So the end of December is when we're expected to complete all of this work. So they'll be checking back in with us and we'll report our progress, but we do expect to satisfy this finding by the end of the year.
Great, thank you. Good to hear. And I don't see any other hands up for questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Erica. And I would just offer one other just small piece of follow-up to Commissioner Woolley's question. And yes, clearly much of the ammunition and arms sales, are not directly related to hunting, which is part of the reason that the Pittman-Robertson program includes it supports other projects like shooting range development. And so there are other aspects to the program that we implement. So anyway, we'll move on then to a report from Chris Kern on the 2021 salmon forecast. I think Chris is in the room. Yes, there he is. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. I need to get my presentation set up here. And hopefully, sorry, still learning this myself. Can you tell me if you can see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, Chris Kern, Deputy Fish Division Administrator. Today I'll be giving you an update essentially similar to one I did for you last April to overview what we're expecting for salmon returns this coming year. I do need to note we're still a little early in the year. There's a handful of stocks we don't have the forecast completed for, so there'll be a couple that you might be curious about that are just on the cusp but not quite ready. But we have most of them, and so I've updated everything that's possible. A few of them will overlap with a presentation you'll see later today on ocean salmon. Not all, but a few of the key ones. So you'll kind of see those twice today. First, what I'll do is kind of give a little background as I did last year to talk about the ecosystem that we're dealing with really in terms of Oregon salmon, and then I'll go into the forecasts, and I've illustrated those as you'll see in a bit in a way that sort of adds them onto the running time series, so you can see the forecast as well as some context for what the how this year's fit in. So. Okay, and so I think I showed this as well last year, but I think it's a good reminder. It's a way to kind of give us some context for the ecosystems we're talking about in terms of the ocean environment, at least for our salmon. So I wanted to take a few minutes to kind of set the stage for that as well. Salmon population dynamics and the ocean environment are all both very complex. So this is a very high level thing, a high level look. But this information is also, of course, relevant to climate change and ocean conditions, which is something we talk about a lot. So wanted to provide a little bit of that context as these things relate to salmon as well as other species. So in regards to what we'd call Oregon salmon, which we have obviously a range of places where salmon inhabit Oregon, we're really not dealing with just the one ecosystem. It's easy to kind of think of the ocean as just one big place, but there's obviously a lot of dynamics in the ocean that some of which we understand well, some we're still working on. And so it's enormously complex and variable, but we do know that in general, the salmon that we have in Oregon tend to occupy a couple of relatively independent ecosystems, and that's largely tied to where they originate from. So just to illustrate this is the map of the general patterns of ocean currents in the Pacific Ocean. And if you'll look in the middle of the screen, circled in yellow, the North Pacific Current as it approaches the continent, collides with the continent and then splits into what we call the California Current and the Alaska Current. And the place where it tends to hit the continent, so to speak, and make that split or begin to hit the continent tends to center around the south end of Vancouver Island, but can range. And so I've kind of just thrown a yellow oval over the approximate area. There's no precision here implied or intended. It's just a note that there's a range. And the reason that matters is the latitude at which it encounters the continent and begins to split does have some effect on on the sort of nutrient loading that gets brought in from that current to the California current in particular. And so we have a mix of stocks. Some tend to go north, some tend to reside more locally and stay more in the California current system. Columbia stocks in particular, and some of our coastal stocks tend to go north and spend more time in that more northerly area. I'm going to say this probably twice here in rapid succession, and I apologize. I don't intend you to focus a lot on any of the individual content on this screen because I know it's busy, but I did want to provide a snapshot here. And what I'm trying to show here, this is new for this year, relative to climate change and what's going on in the ecosystem. The Pacific Fishery Council has been actually for a number of years now getting annual reports excuse me, from the what's called the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program. And what this is excuse me, in terms of what the council sees, it's a summary report with a number of really fairly high level indicators. And those are kind of the screenshots I'm showing here, are just some examples. Again, not necessarily intending that you'd spend much time trying to figure out what they are. I've put the links at the bottom here so that if you're interested, you can go to the report the council saw. The report this year was about 100 pages, dozens and dozens of tables that have different information in them. I'll just point to a few, even though I'm not asking you to dig into the patterns and observations in here, but the upper left figure is a snapshot of some of the figures presented for some physical oceanographic measures, temperature, current, things like that. The one next to it to the right is some indices of forage species that are in there. So you've got some various species in there that are also considered forage species. I'll note one of them, market squid, which you'll see a bit more on later today as well, is on there. And then the little stoplight red, yellow, green chart, again, that's very small. The intent there is, and I'll go into another version of this in a bit. This one has been recently developed to kind of try and capture some of the ecological ties that may be relevant to Sacramento fall chinook in particular. There's another one for Klamath fall chinook that's been developed. So again, I'll go to another version, but these are starting to become a little more common, these stoplight sort of approaches or high level summaries. And again, not trying to get into too many of the details, but just let you know that these things are going on and being considered and reviewed pretty frequently, and they're becoming more and more common. Some of the things I noted from the report, you may or may not have heard over time for this last year. There was still a fairly large marine heat wave in part of the North Pacific. This time it remained pretty far offshore as opposed to some of the other times in recent years where we've heard of them. We did record strong upwelling in the current California current ecosystem in 2020, so that's a good thing for salmon in particular. Above average forage fish conditions and some particularly high numbers of anchovy and young eater sablefish, which again are forage species. Just a couple of highlights I pulled out, so far more in this report than that. Okay, so this is the original sort of stoplight chart that you probably have, I think you've seen before, because I believe I showed it last year. And it's sort of the maybe the grandfather or grandparent of the one I showed you on the prior screen. Again, this one's fairly busy. You can probably see it a little better than that other one. My intent is not for you to try and read each one. I'll go through a couple of what these things are. Just to recap, this stoplight chart is something generated by NOAA Fisheries from their research program, in particular for some of the ocean surveys they do at our area. There's a link at the bottom if you'd like to read the webpage about what they're doing and be able to see this in a little bit more detail. It is quite interesting. They've been doing it since about 1998. So some of the early years before 1998, early 1990s, where we know we had very bad ocean conditions as well. This survey wasn't in place yet for this whole suite of measures. Some were probably available, but not all. What I would like you to notice is the stoplight chart is sort of organized. If you look in the upper left, you'll see a label called Ocean Basin, and those top three rows are basically large scale measures of what's going on in the ocean. So one of them is Pacific Decadal Oscillation. The next row down is some more localized physical parameters. A couple examples are temperature and salinity, more localized to the area the surveys were done. And then you get into the larger suite down below, which is a series of biological indicators. These are things like ichthyoplankton samples, zooplankton samples, juvenile salmon catches in their trawls, things like that. Again, a couple things. The green is generally, you just say better than average, red is worse than average, and yellow is kind of in the average, so to speak. And so the real intent here, there's some numbers involved that tell you how the annual measures rank amongst the other years. But really the goal is to kind of be able to show real quickly, is it a lot of red, a lot of green, or a lot of yellow, or some mix. And so you can see that the right-hand column is 2020. We are seeing much less red in the last few years than we did in the 3 or 4 or 5 years prior to that. So that's a good thing. There is still some red, particularly in the temperature areas. So those are still present. I'll note the green area, which I put a little bracket around, some real improvements in some of the biological measures. And in one particular one, the northern copepod biomass, which I'll speak to a bit on the next slide, is actually the highest they measured in the time series. And I'll talk to you a little bit about why that's a good thing. So we got a mix of indicators this year. Not all red by any stretch, so that's great news compared to where we've been for some years, but still not all green like some of those middle years you'll see in the chart. So kind of a mix. So this slide is going to have 2 components to it. I've blocked out one of them for now so we can focus on the upper right, which is just another indicator. This is an index of the El Nino anomaly. So the figure reflects basically a difference from average. And in this figure, red is bad, blue is good, essentially, as opposed to red, green, yellow. So El Nino, folks are familiar, is the really large scale weather pattern of higher than normal temperatures in certain areas of the ocean, drives a lot of global weather patterns, and tends to be a negative for salmon in our area. And so a red value is above the average in this figure and is sort of a negative for salmon. The blue value is a cooler situation, which is referred to as La Nina. That tends to be good. That tends to be a situation for us where we have better upwelling, which does get negatively impacted when we have an El Nino. And we are in a period, and have been for a little bit now, of a La Nina, and frankly a fairly strong one compared to the last few we saw. So again, that's good. That's a good indication. I'll move now and uncover this other one, and you'll probably see why I covered it. It's fairly busy. So recall on the green stoplight chart, I mentioned northern copepod biomass. These are the larger lipid-rich copepods that are really good food for juvenile salmon. They're fatty, very lipid-rich, so they're nutritious. You see the cheeseburger on that one. They're colloquially called the cheeseburgers, whereas their counterparts, the more southern species group of copepods, tend to be smaller, less lipid-rich, and we call them celery because they're not quite as tasty. Not to imply that celery is not nutritious, maybe, but anyway, that's sort of what folks have taken to calling them. And the point here is, when we see a decline in northern copepod biomass, it's also accompanied by an increase in southern copepod biomass. And again, these are the same sort of metric. These are difference from average. So a red value for northern copepod means it's less than average. Blue means it's more than average. And when we see the red patterns, like you'll see centered around 2016-17 and back in, a little bit in 05, and then also in the centered around 1998, those are periods when salmon didn't do well. So this is one of these metrics that doesn't describe everything, but it is fairly consistent, very consistent, with the time periods where we have ocean conditions that are problematic for salmon. Not necessarily just because of this singular factor, but this factor is another symptom of those kinds of conditions. So I wanted to just kind of stop for a second before I get into the forecast stuff and just kind of recap this. I think I'd characterize what we're seeing recently as a mixed bag relative to the long-term conditions in the ocean for salmon. We've got some indicators of good productivity coming back, but still some issues that say you might say not quite out of the woods, but we're getting much better. And that kind of mixed bag, if you go back to the stoplight chart and kind of think about it and look at it, you'll see as we transition from one sort of regime, so to speak, to another, you'll see that mixed bag pretty commonly. So wouldn't be a surprise if we are starting to see some improvements. This is kind of what we'd expect. And then because there's a tight linkage between these ecosystem conditions and salmon, and then of course between the ecosystem and climate change, thought I'd try and package a little bit of this up just to kind of recap what's probably pretty apparent. The climate change ecosystem effects are drivers for salmon stock status, among other things, but they are a big driver. And you can think of the status that we're going to go into next as sort of the response or output observed from those kinds of effects. Again, there's a number of effects, but these are some main ones. And so what I think we're focusing on here, or part of the reason I wanted to bring some more of that information in, is to just describe that, what's going on in the salmon world right now in terms of, how we look at these populations is a lot of effort to expand our understanding of how these inputs, these conditions do affect the populations. We've known for some time that they affect the populations and some broad scale understanding of how, but a lot of effort now trying to get down to specific mechanisms that drive some of that, which is really key to moving forward to building understanding. So we're also starting to see more efforts to include this kind of information in salmon management, particularly in forecasting is one of the primary ways to date, but not the only. A couple examples, our coastal fall Chinook forecast now includes some environmental variables for the ocean as well as river conditions, coastal upwelling. I've mentioned before our Oregon Coast Natural Coho forecast includes some environmental variables, as does our predictor for survival for that stock. I believe Washington is doing some similar work for some of their stocks as well. And I really do expect that these kinds of, including these kinds of things, is going to become far more widespread as we understand more about how we can include them and what they're driving. You do have to understand what their purpose is and how they operate on the populations to put them into these kind of models. And so some of that research is still going on. So with that, I think I'll try and move along to the status section, trying to keep a little bit tight on the timeline here, recognizing your busy meeting. And so I'm going to move to talking about some of the salmon stocks in particular. And as with last year, I'm going to start sort of at the south end of the Oregon sphere, so to speak, and then start moving northward. And part of the reason for that is that these southern stocks, for Chinook at least, don't tend to move as far northward as some of the more north stocks that we have. And so they tend to stay more in the California current ecosystem for their lifespan. And that's why they're grouped together here. Again, as I mentioned, you'll see some of these later as they're particularly relevant to some of Oregon's fishery planning, PFMC fishery planning that's going on in Oregon areas. And again, I'm going to take a minute here to orient you to these slides because they're relatively similar from here on out. And so generally you'll see 2 per slide in my effort to try and condense things down. The year, obviously on the bottom and the very right-hand side is the most recent year. And where you see a different colored bar, that's the forecast for 2021, whereas the others are observed values for the past years. Scale on the axis on the Y side is the abundance of the fish. I'll note that many of these axes are very different in scale. When we get to some smaller stocks, you'll see smaller numbers. So you may want to keep an eye on that if you're interested in sort of the difference in scale across areas. I'm not planning on necessarily pointing those out. And then I've tried to put a small table next to these figures so that you can just kind of see the numeric values for the last few years, as opposed to just a graphical display. So nothing indicating those last 3 years are magical, just were particularly significant other than just their recent, and I didn't want to clutter it with a lot of extra values. So that's sort of the background on how the rest of this is going to look. These 2 stocks, the upper right is the Sacramento Fall Chinook stock, and then the lower left Klamath. These are 2 of the large components of Chinook encountered in Oregon ocean salmon fisheries as far as Chinook stocks. And the same is true in California. And as a result, they're really important drivers in determining what those fisheries look like in a given year. These figures both are pre-season ocean abundance forecast. So the Sacramento in the upper right has been in a period of relatively low run sizes over the last few years. I think we talked about that last year as well. However, in the past, there are some years where it was very abundant. You can see some years of well over 1 million fish in ocean abundance. And again, as I said, it's a big driver for fishery opportunities or restrictions. And you can point out here something you'll note as we move through the slides as well is the cyclic nature of many of these populations. Peaks of highs followed by lows is pretty common and frankly the norm, really. Klamath in the lower left, Klamath Fall Chinook have also been at lower abundance lately. As with Sacramento, you see quite a bit of variation over time. The numbers in recent years have been quite low and are the source of restrictions that we've been placing on the fisheries to try and assist in rebuilding those numbers. I'll point out both of these river systems are highly affected by water issues within the basin. And those really are, at least in recent terms, very much the drivers of what's going on with these populations, along with ocean conditions. So you've got situations where they've been experiencing challenges in the river as well. And then when they get to the ocean, they're challenged again. So in Sacramento in particular, the water projects in the Sacramento Valley are pretty significant, lots of changes as a result of that. And then also, some of these were driven, some of the earlier low numbers were driven also by the drought that was, in part by the drought that was experienced. So you'll hear a little bit more about these later, at least in general. The Klamath stock in particular for this year is the weak stock in this group, and the council PFMC process effort to meet objectives for this weak stock is what's driving a lot of the fishery structuring, which means that access to other stocks that might be more abundant is not possible because of the need to protect the Klamath stock. So, for instance, Sacramento is slightly better. The management objectives for Sacramento and some other stocks will be easily achieved, and then some by virtue of the fact of the need to protect Klamath Chinook with restrictions. So I don't need to probably go into too much more detail on that, but wanted to flag it for you. Moving into Oregon proper, we've got some of the southern stocks here. Rogue Fall Chinook in the upper right. They tend to track a little bit similar to the Klamath, at least in terms of trends and cycles, because they use the same ecosystem. This is the estimate generated by our sampling program at Huntley Park. And so you'll see the forecast for this year is to be up a bit, following some periods of low abundance. While this river faces the same ecosystem as Klamath, it does have a much better situation or has recently in terms of water management and water in river conditions for the fish. So not less challenged, I guess. The lower left figure is a series of index surveys, and you'll note right away there is no forecast for this one because this is just an observation-based metric. It's not an abundance estimate. It's a fish per mile index. But it is sort of reflective of the abundance patterns and trends. And I use this because it goes back to 1971, whereas some of our forecasts, which we do have, are far more recent than that. And I was really kind of valuing the long time series that this provides. So just to let you know, we do have actual forecasts by river for most of this area. Okay, so moving a little bit further north. Chinook stocks that I've shown so far are primarily those that don't migrate too far to the north. But from here on, when we talk about Chinook, we are talking about north migrating fish. Typically some that go as far as Alaska and Canada and passing through Washington and northern Oregon on their way. That's not quite the case for coho. They tend to spend a little more time a little further south, but they do have a range that goes into BC as well. So anyway, I'll move to the Chinook now. These are aggregate numbers for two areas that we talk about fairly frequently in Oregon. These are coastal fall Chinook stocks. The upper right is the mid-Oregon coast fall Chinook. So these are stocks from the Elk River north to the Umpqua River. And again, this is the sum of all of those. We generally call it the MOC, mid-Oregon coast. This is actually, I think, the slide where I am not able to provide the 2020 forecast yet because they are just not quite complete. They will be within the next couple of weeks, I'm sure. But this is about the time frame when they're just now getting done with those. So unfortunately, I don't have those. I do have last year's actuals in here. And so you can see those last year's actual returns up a bit for the mock. And then I'll note the mid-Oregon coast stocks do migrate northward, but they don't tend to go quite as far as the next group up that I'm going to talk about. So encounters of these fish in the ocean fisheries in our areas are slightly higher, but still pretty low as compared to those north coast stocks. And they also are encountered at a little lower rate in Alaska and Canada, again, as they don't quite go as far north. So I'll move to that north coast stock now. The stock grouping there we call the NOC, the North Oregon coast. So those are fish from the Siuslaw River north up to the Nicanicum. And again, forecast not quite ready yet for those. They did better than forecast last year, so that's a good sign. You'll see a pretty good bump last year. I think a lot of it driven by the northern part of the NOC, so the Halem, Tillamook area. I don't have the specifics, but my recollection is a lot of that was coming from those areas. So these do migrate further north than the mock stocks. So they're encountered at higher rates in fisheries in Alaska and Canada. And the encounters in our own ocean fisheries off of Oregon and even Washington are even lower than for the mock, less than 5% in exploitation rate typically in any given year, and usually quite a bit less. So the largest impacts on this stock that occur outside of that Alaska-Canada area are actually in our own freshwater fisheries. And those can be similar in scale to what's taken in some of those northern fisheries in aggregate. I will note here under the terms, and this really applies to both these stocks, terms of the revised Pacific Salmon Treaty, we do expect to be seeing lower relative impacts in those northern fisheries compared to the prior agreement because of some reductions in allowable catches that were achieved in that revised treaty for both Alaska and Canada. And again, it's of note, it's something that a lot of our own anglers don't realize right out of the gate is just that fact that the encounters in our own ocean fisheries for both these stocks are pretty low. And we're really talking more about impacts occurring in our in-river fisheries. So yeah, I'll move on. Okay, so now Oregon coast coho. Compared to Chinook stocks, they remain a little closer to home, spend more time in the California current, although as I mentioned, they do range quite a ways. This stock was listed as threatened under the ESA in the 90s. Recovery goals for the stock formed the foundation of the Oregon plan. And as a result of just a lot of really hard work, including some fishery management work, but also a lot of habitat, water management work and other things, this stock has done much better than it was doing. And even through this most recent period of downturn, which was a significant downturn in ocean conditions, if you look at the right part of the graph versus the very leftmost part of the graph, this stock has done far better now than it did under similar conditions 20 plus years ago. And a lot of that is due to the work I mentioned before. I think it's good to note here and fitting that I see, we have a presentation from our partners at OWEB today. Very much of this work has been tied to their efforts from them and others. So wanted to make sure I point that out. I'll also note that we do typically see that coho are our first kind of salmon species to show some response to significant changes in ocean conditions, whether that be good or bad. They tend to be the first ones we see respond because of their age structure primarily. Okay, moving into the Columbia. A lot of individual stocks. I'm not going to try and hit them all. I'm going to pull out some high points for you to show some trends. These are, for the Chinook portions of these anyway, these are also north migrating fish by and large. And so keep that in mind. The coho do spend more of their time, as with the Ocean coho, in the California current compared to the Chinook. And based on some of the discussion we had last year, I've done what I could, where I could, to break out these numbers into a hatchery and wild component. And so for most stocks that I'm going to show, I was able to do that. For a couple, I wasn't. And I'll describe a little bit of why when I get there. This is Willamette Spring Chinook. And you'll just note here, there's a group on the left there that are colored differently than the rest. We started mass marking these fish in the basin in the early 2000s. And so this graph is based on clip rates. I think there is wild composition data predating this. This was the simplest data set I could get my hands on to do it quickly and reasonably easy with this figure. So for about the last 20 years, we've got this hatchery wild break that we can show. The orange is the 2021 forecast. So the lower bar that's a little bit lighter colored, that's the hatchery component. The darker piece is the wild component. And that will be consistent from here on out. So last year's return was a little higher than the forecast, and this year's forecast is a little higher than last year's return. Given the cyclic nature, this is a hopeful sign to me that we're heading back towards something a little better. And again, you'll see that cyclic nature all the way back to the full time series, really. Upper River Spring Chinook. So this is Columbia Upper River Spring Chinook. There are multiple stocks within this, or fish destined for different areas within this group. Rather than dig into them individually, these are all pooled. So this includes Upper Columbia Spring, Snake River Spring, etc. This is basically all spring stocks that go above Bonneville, aggregated together. And again, you'll see the wild forecast and the hatchery forecast on the very right. Another poor forecast for this year, low. Last year's forecast was low. The actual return was very close to what the forecast was, by my recollection. So we're still seeing some low numbers here, not quite as low as what was observed in the past, thank goodness. And hopefully we're trending back. We would expect this stock to respond a bit more slowly as a Chinook stock than, say, a coho. So poor, but better than it had been at some points in the past. And this is a significant fisheries get scaled back substantially under these kinds of conditions. Okay, Upper Columbia Summer Chinook might be of interest as well. I don't have readily available hatchery and wild data for the context here that I can compare to the forecast. I am aware that Washington and their co-managing tribal partners collect information on wild escapement versus hatchery returns in the tributaries and areas that they're monitoring. I just don't have ready access to those, so I apologize for that. I will say we typically see a fin clip rate in the fisheries and at Bonneville Dam observations of about 55 to 60% hatchery fish. So for recent years, at least, you could kind of probably speculate that's about right for this figure if you were to just kind of eyeball it. Forecast is up pretty significantly from last year's forecast. Last year's actual return was actually nearly double what we had forecasted, so it came back much stronger than expected. And that was observed in season based on Bonneville Dam counts. And so the forecast is for a slightly higher number than that. Again, the cyclic nature is apparent. This is not a run that has an ESA listed component. It's a relatively healthy stock. It had declined, you can see on the figure, even back into the late 1960s, up until about the early 2000s, it was in very low numbers, really to the point where for 40 plus years, fisheries in the Columbia were structured to largely avoid these fish. So that stock has increased in the recent decades. Okay, a few other figures here. Upper right is Lower River Wild Fall Chinook. This is a wild, what we call a bright stock wild fall Chinook, primarily found in the Lewis River in Washington, but also in smaller numbers in the Sandy in Oregon. And so you'll see the forecast there on the right for about 20,000 this year. And you can kind of see the long-term pattern as well. The lower left is the Lower River Tule stock, and that stock is comprised of both a hatchery and a wild component. The wild component is ESA listed, and the impact limitations set up to protect that stock drive a lot of fishery planning work in both the Columbia and the ocean. The Commission's allocation policy that refers to Tule Chinook is referring to the allocation of this particular stock. So the hatchery component at forecasted at 28,900 and the wild component at 22,000 this year. And you can kind of see how that compares. It's up a bit and not in the long-term context, fairly average. Though again, it is a listed stock. So Okay, upriver bright is a stock that we hear a lot about because it's a fairly large stock and it's a fairly important one. I do have some hatchery wild information, but I wanted to show you the aggregate first here real quick. This is an aggregate that contains fish headed to a whole number of places upstream of Bonneville Dam. And I'm going to break that down a little more finely on the next slide. The forecast for this year is up a bit from last year's actual. This is another number you'll see again later today. Moving to the more specific items, these are subcomponents of that run on the prior slide. So the upper right is Snake River Wild Fall Chinook. This is the ESA listed component of this run. And these are fish that a naturally producing bright stock of fall Chinook that spawn in the lower Snake. You can see when they were listed, they were at extremely low abundance on the left side of this figure. And as with some of our other stocks, a whole host of extensive work and effort to try and recover this population to the point where you've got some fairly large increases in abundance now compared to that prior time period. This year's forecast at 9,100 is up a bit over last year's actual. When we look at the allocation policy and commission rule for the bright stock fall Chinook in the allocation, it's really targeted at the Snake River wild piece. Columbia wild upriver bright, this portion is the Hanford Reach fish, which as you may know is one of our healthiest stocks in the basin and has been for a long time. It's the fish that spawn in the last free-flowing stretch of the Columbia up in the Hanford Reach. Very healthy still. You'll see a couple of really large years a few years ago that some of you may recall, which were, basically modern highs for that run. I don't like to say they were record highs because, prior to some time period, we obviously weren't counting. So, but, looking at the period 1976 through current, very high numbers not too long ago, and still some pretty robust numbers in the last couple of years for that stock. Okay, a couple of coho stocks. Upper right is Lower Columbia wild coho. This is the aggregate of both the Oregon and Washington populations for Lower Columbia tributaries. Again, just trying to show the overall as opposed to the specifics. Similar with Ocean, you can see Oregon coast coho, you can see some really low abundances back in the early 90s and some more robust abundances lately. This is a listed stock. It's still got a ways to go before we reach anything called recovery, but it's doing better. Forecast for this, excuse me, forecast for this year a little higher than last year's actual return at 35,000. The big story this year that a lot of you may have already heard is the abundance of hatchery coho. Predicted for the Columbia is high. It's one of the highest forecasts that we've had. And so that's a fairly large number. Last time we saw a number that was in that range was 2014. And so that is in play right now as well. This is the ocean abundance predicted for the year. And so this number is not the number that will make it back to the Columbia. We'll have to see what the ocean fishery planning process has to offer before that can be calculated. More than half this run are fish coming from areas below Bonneville, but there are large components above Bonneville, including some tribal reintroduction programs in both the Columbia and Snake Basin. Again, you'll see the cycles. You'll also see some spikes in this population. That kind of bears back on what I said earlier about coho being sort of the first to respond to changes. So that's why you see some of those periodic spikes come in. I wanted to drill down a little bit on one that I think warrants a little bit of attention in Oregon in particular. This is, and also because I have a long time series for this stock. This one goes back to 1957 in terms of data. And this is the wild coho population for the Clackamas River. And what I wanted to show is, over the long haul, this population escapement level wise has varied quite a bit. And if you look at the average in recent years, it's probably higher than it was in the past, but you definitely see the cyclic nature. You see some really pretty bad years in the 90s, the cycles of ups and downs. one of the reasons I wanted to show this is you'll note that the highs are higher and the lows are higher a bit in these more recent years. And that's, similar to some other stocks, a lot of hard work going on with this population to move it towards recovery, fishery management as well, but a lot of in-river work too. So I thought that was useful, especially given the long time series. And we are getting close to the end. I've got a couple to go here and then I'll be done. Moving to summer steelhead. Obviously something we've talked about a lot with the commission. Some real concerns over the last few years in particular. This is the A index steelhead. And again, you'll see the hatchery and wild component. This year's forecast is up a bit, but still at the low, in the low end of the range here as it has been for recent years. Unfortunately, we'd like to see that turn around and hopefully that little uptick in the forecast is indicative of a new cycle coming in, but we won't know till it's over. We will be planning for low numbers in fishery management this year. The B steelhead, and so you'll note the B steelhead are the less abundant stock and really always have been. So I didn't point it out, but the y-axis on this one is lower. And the B index steelhead have been a particular concern for the last few years, as you are all well aware. The forecast for this year is for continued status in that low end. I will say last year we had a forecast of 8,200 hatchery fish and 1,400 wild, so not too dissimilar from what this year's forecast is. But we were fortunate in that we got significantly more. We got a total return of almost 27,000 hatchery and 5,300 naturals last year. So that was a unexpected surprise and a good one, although I don't mean that to make it sound like it's out of the woods. We've got another poor year coming, planning some pretty extensive restrictions to adapt to that again. We're just starting that process, but just so you're aware, we are definitely looking at restrictions. Similar to what we've been doing, we've got the angling sanctuaries and other measures. We'll definitely be looking at those. Those will be in place. The rest we'll be looking at as we go. So to wrap up, seeing some signs of improvement, but some kind of still mediocre. So I'd call it a mixed bag for most part. Obviously some, as we just saw, a little worse than others, but overall it's sort of a mix. I mentioned coho are often the first to respond. This mixed bag sort of observation during these transitions are not unexpected. We've got the patterns of ups and downs and some similarity in cycles for areas where the stocks are dependent on the same ecosystem. So think about the Klamath and Sacramento. Just relative to a couple of recaps, Columbia Upriver Spring Chinook remain low. We do kind of expect to see those fish respond more slowly, but would like to see them be doing better here. Some positive signs in coho and Upper Columbia Chinook. Fall Chinook in the Columbia and the Oregon Coast coho, and I guess I will now add in, now that I've got some numbers, the coastal fall Chinook all tend to look to be trending up, which would also be consistent with some improvement. But we still have low expectations for abundance for summer steelhead, so planning some significant protective measures again this year to adapt to that. And I believe I am finally at my last slide.
Thanks, Chris. Chair Wall or commissioners, are there questions for Chris?
I have a couple of questions for Chris, if I could jump in. Oh, Mark, you did raise, maybe the folks that raise their hands should have priority versus the ones that jump in. I don't know. Do you all want to go first? It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Could you back up one slide, Chris? Thank you for that presentation. Very interesting. My question is on the fourth bullet, the patterns of cycles up and down across all stocks. Is that mainly from environmental reasons? What's the rationale for just a long history of cycles up and downs for stocks? Why does that happen?
Sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. Yeah, excellent question. I think the quick answer would be if I could tell you that, I'd probably be pretty rich. But the real answer is, yeah, I think it's environmental. we talked about this I've talked about this with some other folks, and it's we often get the question, why aren't salmon numbers stable? And my response was kind of, why would you expect they would be? If you start to nail down and think about all the transitions they make during their life, all the environments they inhabit, and then how variable those environments are, you really should expect them to bounce up and down a fair bit. So yes, I think there are other factors involved, but a big chunk of it is environmental and just that cycling. If you look at it's not a coincidence that if you look back at the copepod figure, the El Nino figure, if I were to graph a number of those other figures, you'd see similar cyclic patterns. And in many cases, they will line up. Sometimes there'll be little differences so that they don't line up perfectly. But when you look at trends of up and down, many of those things tend to match up pretty darn well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Woolley, and then Jill.
I think Commissioner Zarnowitz was next.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very good presentation. I really appreciate bringing in the ocean conditions and how the models are getting a lot more precise in all the effects on these animals. But I kept noticing across the slides that obviously we had a La Nina in 2010, 2011, and it looked like it carried in maybe to 2012. And that those numbers across all stocks were really high. And then obviously then later on, this is kind of similar to what others have talked about, but then all of a sudden there was a drop when the El Nino hit. And yet there were high numbers of fish out in the ocean. So that would indicate, do you believe, Chris, that those ocean conditions really affected the fish returning? I guess I'm just using that as an example.
Sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, a good question. I think a couple things happened in that last large El Nino period. In addition to the El Nino, you recall, and I'm not looking at the figure, but my recollection here, the early part of that also lines up with that marine heat wave or the blob up in the Gulf of Alaska, which was different, as I understand it, a different climatological source than the general El Nino. So that was sort of an added thing. In general, our history of observation is that we tend to see that or conclude that the early entry to the ocean of the juveniles as they're coming in is the period where they are likely to experience the most mortality, both from obviously a predation standpoint, but also the environmental conditions. And so a lot of the efforts, I actually meant to mention this earlier, but I think I skipped over it. A lot of the efforts on these environmental variables do focus on the early marine residence period for these fish. We are starting to see some indications, at least I think I and some others have asked the question about some later effects, later in the fish's life, for instance. So maybe an overwintering effect of their second year of life that haven't traditionally been tracked quite as tightly. And then we're starting to see some more work on those kinds of efforts, which is, I think, a little different than your question, but I wanted to point it out. Generally focused on that early period when they enter the ocean as the biggest period of mortality, but some work starting to look more broadly at the whole life cycle as well. But yes, I think you're right, that period was particularly poor, and we saw the results.
And I would just add, not to jump the queue here, but I would just add to that answer that we've been in a series of drought years, which have their own impacts, and 2015 in particular was especially bad as in river freshwater conditions.
Yeah, definitely.
Commissioner Woolley.
Okay, thanks. So thank you, Chris. And I think you did a good job in consolidating a whole lot of information. I know that you're very conscious of trying to to be respectful of time, but I think it flowed really well. So thank you.
Thank you
for that. And as you say, it's a mixed bag, but there is it is good to see some upward trends with some stocks, and that's encouraging. Someone just sent me a text that expressed appreciation for that. So,
oh, great, thank you.
So that's great. And this is kind of a continuation of Commissioner Zarnowitz's question with this downward trend. 2013 with certain stocks like the Sacramento and Klamath. And as you say, there's a lot of variables in play, with drought and availability of water and ocean conditions and so on. But we also know that climate change is accelerating, and there is an overall warming trend. And so I'm wondering just your thoughts and maybe what you're hearing from other fishery managers from other agencies. Is it unrealistic to consider that we can return to historic trends? Are these lows potentially, despite our efforts, and again, kudos to OEB and all the work that's been done the past few years to help to reverse this. But climate change, is a global phenomenon. So I just want to get your thoughts on that, as a first question. Then I have a follow-up question.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, good question. The way I've been thinking about it, and I think a lot of others are kind of, at least in part, thinking about it a similar way. And I actually think we kind of described this scenario back in July or June, whenever we did the climate change and ocean conditions workshop with the commission. There were some figures that kind of pointed to the question I think you're raising, which is, as conditions continue to change, I think the at least expectation is that we will see the lows be more frequent. Whether I can say where the highs would be, can we ever expect to see the higher good conditions again? Can't answer that question. I think I would say I wouldn't count on them being nearly as frequent as they were. But will we occasionally get them, at least on some frequency? I don't know that I could answer whether that's likely or not. But what we are expecting is more likelihood of the lower end. So in other words, being there more frequently. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then just kind of as a follow-up, I think it would be helpful, since we have our climate plan, and this is just sort of staff presentations across the board, regardless of the topic. I think it would be great to reference the plan when it's applicable, and reference it in the context of a given presentation where climate is impacting either fish or wildlife, and preemptively, as opposed to getting the question during the presentation. That's just a thought of mine across the board. And then just one more, can your cursor move across the screen? I wanted to get back to the slide with the currents. Is that possible? I was just hoping maybe you could show, just for the benefit of our audience, in the context of where the currents flow, where the most recent blob or dead zone was.
Oh, sure.
And I'm just curious, how the currents may affect the location of that blob, and can it move with currents, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So Commissioner Woolley, this was the slide?
Yes.
Can you see a cursor?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, hey, look at that. Without getting back to the web and finding the maps, my recollection is that blob was largely set up in here in Alaska, generally speaking. And part of the reason that I think they called it the blob was because it didn't move. It just sat. And it was set up, my recollection, it was set up by a long pressure ridge. I want to say high pressure ridge, but I'm showing my naivete on meteorological terms. But there was they called it the ridiculously resilient ridge of some kind of pressure system that basically shut down the normal wind currents that would break up a blob like that. And so it was a stagnation, so to speak, that allowed that water to continue to warm through solar radiation, and it sat. Now that effect may have had on some of these other flows and currents and where they went, I'm not super familiar with, so I can't answer that part. Does that help for that? I have a comment on your first part, if that helps.
No, that's real helpful, Chris. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's
and I appreciate the comment on getting the climate change policy more specifically referenced. I probably should have said it. Part of my wrap up after the background section was intended to try and make the connection, at least on the coordination and informational standpoint of our policy, in coordinating with other entities and trying to broaden the information base on what climate change is doing and what we're observing across the agency as well as other agencies. I didn't say it that way, and so I will keep that in mind for the next time, but that is kind of the part of the climate plan I was trying to reference with that informational part on the climate figure, the ecosystem figures. So, but I appreciate the comment and suggestion, and I will certainly do my best to make that more apparent next time.
All right. Thanks again, Chris.
Thank you.
Chris, I have a few questions, and I, like the rest of the people who have spoken already, appreciate the way you built in some of the information about climate change, especially on the forecasting. I'll be interested as it goes to also hear about what's that doing for management actions and how are we building it in. But you talked about survival as one of the things where we were able to build in the climate change information and look at survival. Could you say a bit more about that, if I heard you right?
Sure, Chair Wall. Yeah, you did hear me right. And I'll back up a little bit to something that I didn't put in the figure here. It would be helpful if I could reference it, but you have seen it as part of the climate workshop. What I was referring to was the harvest control rule matrix for the Oregon Coast Coho. And so if you'll try and recall, it's a tabular format, and down the left side is a parental escapement metric, and across the top is a survival metric. And inside that matrix is sort of the cross-referencing point at which you decide what the limiting harvest constraint will be given those conditions. And the survival aspect of that matrix is categorical, so it's a low, medium, high, very high, or very low, medium, high, I can't recall which, is a predicted marine survival for the Oregon Coast Coho stock. And that is one of the places that has some environmental variables, and I unfortunately can't tell you what they are because I don't remember the model parameters well enough, but it includes some of the environmental ocean parameters in predicting that survival. Does that help?
Yeah, that does actually. Very helpful. Another question, not unlike that one, your staff has talked several times about SARS and the Snake River stocks and what percentage we need to survive, the 2% to survive, roughly put, and I know there are details on it, but roughly put 2% to survive and 4% to rebuild. When you talked about the good news on the upriver Bright, Fall Chinook, will that hit the 2%, or do you happen to know that?
Chair, well, I don't know that, and I think the 2 to 4% range. I should talk. Well, I think specifically we've been mostly using that in terms of the Snake River spring Chinook component. It may apply to the others as well, but I think it may be applicable to a slightly different stock. The upriver Brights have actually done fairly well recently, but I think that's mostly a Snake River component. I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I'll just check back with you later on that one.
Yeah.
The last one I have, and this is just this question occurred to me as you were talking about some in response to Commissioner Woolley's question about lows and highs, and that we expect more lows over time and maybe fewer highs. Is there thinking about banking some of the highs if we do get them, or is that just not even applicable?
Yeah, Chair Wall, it's a good question. I think it's tough to contemplate banking given the short life cycle of salmon relative to normal. that's other species of fish that aren't simiparis, that don't die when they spawn. So there's limitations on that. You can work to increase the number of fish that make it back to a river a year at a time. But that really, it's tough to bank salmon. I don't want to say you can't do a little of it, but to significantly bank them over a long period of time, the environmental variability will outrun that process, so to speak.
Thank
I don't know
you.
if that makes sense. Yeah.
It does, and very interesting report. I don't see any other hands up, so I think we'll thank you and go back to Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And I think Commissioner Hatfield Hyde and Commissioner Spellbrink both had their hands up.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
You're both muted.
Bob is ahead of me.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm fine to wait until last anyway. I was just going to throw a quick 2 cents in that I thought that was an absolutely outstanding, excellent report, Chris. Really appreciate it. Being an avid recreational fisherman, like you say, I just thought that was an excellent report. And I really
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, Chris, thank you. I just have this wish that I could just take your brain and put it in my brain with all the information that you have about all these different stocks and what's happening in a year type. I guess I had hoped that you could go back to that the slide that you showed about from the 1950s to present of the coho that improved somewhere really well. Where is that?
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only reason I wanted to do that is to just say that, I know that so many communities are working hard on trying to recover fish everywhere in this state, and hopefully we'll learn more about this with the OWEB presentation. But I think when you think about climate change and El Niños and all of the issues, it can get really discouraging, like that sometimes there isn't enough hope. And so looking at something like this it's heartening to see that we're doing okay some places. So I also just wanted to say that stoplight diagram is really important. And as we continue through this process, I'm going to be really interested in, and I don't know this, and maybe you can help because that diagram is extremely complex, but like on the Klamath this year, where we're going to see, extreme drought in the tributaries, which is going to have an impact on everything, fish, fish both in Klamath Lake with the suckers, as well as, conflicting biological opinions with salmon and refuges not getting water, et cetera. I'm just curious about how if that table, that stoplight diagram, does it do indication in real time of drought that's happening in tributaries as well? I'm bumbling around with this question, but I'm trying to get it in my head.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, excellent question. I'll point out, I think I mentioned it, but I probably did it briefly. There is a stoplight table that is specifically being developed for the Klamath, and it's in the link I shared with this report. These two links. There is a stoplight chart that has been developed by these folks that's got some specificity to the Klamath, and I haven't looked at it in a few days now, but there's some flow information, some in-river temperature information that they've been monitoring. And I'm not sure the seasonality of what they've been measuring. These measures are after the fact right now, but I think if I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, you might be able to look at some of the past years indications of those same measures and kind of compare them to some real-time measures before these folks get around to summarizing it, if I could say that way. So maybe the whole intent really, apologize, is as part of, assessments of what's going on with the Klamath and Sacramento. Can we learn more from these tables? So your question is right in line with that exact purpose. Whether the real-time measure is there or not is something I'm not quite up on enough to answer. But there may be some ways to sort of cross-reference it in some ways, whether officially or otherwise. But that is exactly what that table's for. And I can get you send you this link if you want. I believe this table is in the report 2 document.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
And I also would say I would not recommend transplanting my brain into anybody else's head.
Well, not all of it, just the part that has expertise on fish.
Shoot, I was going to recommend that he have a Vulcan mind meld with the whole commission. So.
Oh, good. It's not me.
Appreciate it.
Oh, and the other thing, Chris, is tell the fish people that, one rancher really appreciates the cheeseburger analogy there on the copepods.
Will do. Bill Peterson invented that term, so unfortunately he's not with us anymore, but I'll share it anyway with other folks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zarnowitz is up again. You're muted.
I just have one quick question on that coho chart for the Clackamas wild coho. Does that include the coho that are also populations of coho that are also now breeding in the Tualatin and the other parts of the Willamette?
Commissioner Zarnowitz, no, this would just be the basin itself. My recollection is it's a compilation of spawning estimates for the Eagle Creek area, the Clackamas downstream of North Fork Dam, and then passage at North Fork Dam. So it's specific to the Clackamas.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, I would just real quickly, something that was referenced, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. This kind of effect is definitely the result of a lot of work, but also a lot of sacrifice. People have given up fair bits of their own personal interests, whether they be water, fishing, or otherwise, to try and help do these things. Very active Watershed Council, Portland General Electric running their facilities in the basin, making some significant modifications and putting a lot of effort. So it comes with a lot of effort, but it also comes with a lot of sacrifice and cost. And I think it's important to remember that. Sorry.
I don't see any other hands up. Commissioners, if I miss one, just ask your question. Otherwise, I think we're finished.
Very good. Well, thanks, Chris. And we'll go next, Commissioner, to a discussion of OWEB's Focused Investment Partnership. And we have a lengthy list of partners here joining us, including Maida Lofsgarden, the Executive Director at OWEB. I think she's going to kick it off. And then I guess it's a shout out to our former ODFW colleague, now with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Jackie Couples. So Maida, take it away.
All right. Good morning. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, Executive Director with the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. It's such a pleasure to be with you all this morning. And I do think that last presentation was a great setup for some of the conversations we're going to have today. If we'd added some conversation about sage grouse and Warner Lake sucker, we would have been set. But we are going to spend some time with you this morning talking about our Focused Investment Partnership Program. Joining me today, Jackie Couples, as Kurt Melcher mentioned, and also Samantha Bernards to talk about sage grouse. Kristen Waltz to talk about the John Day, and Brandy Nider to talk about Warner Lake sucker. Also, Andrew Dutterer and Eric Williams from our staff are joining to answer any questions that you might have. We're going to try and keep this fairly concise and focused. A huge thanks to both Commissioner Chair Wall and Commissioner Labhart who asked for this presentation this morning. I'll have Eric go ahead and pull up the first slide, and I'm just going to give you a real brief couple-minute background about our Focus Investment Partnership and really get it over to the partners so that they can move forward. This is a reminder that we always put up with OWEB, no matter where you live in Oregon or in the world, you're in a watershed. What we do with our watersheds and the water that flows through them has great impacts, whether we talk about sage grouse, salmon, or Warner Lakes. Next slide, please. So Focus Investment Partnerships is OWEB has around 17 different grant investments that we make, about $100 million a biennium that we're investing in a native fish and wildlife habitat and water quality. This slate of investments, it makes up about 25% of what we do in coordination with our board. They must address a board identified priority of significance. ODFW, federal agencies, and others helped us actually establish those priorities a few years back. They must achieve clear and measurable ecological outcomes. They need to have developed a strategic action plan and be implemented by a high-performing partnership. So there's a big set of criteria that we use to establish this program. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read through these in detail, but these are the set of 7 priorities that were established. There's a lot of documentation that sits behind this. Again, information provided by your staff and others. You see they spread around the state, but it does not mean that that every issue in every range of the state is covered. We really wanted to focus in on some areas that we saw potential for uplift, coordinating again with those high-performing partners and looking at a strong strategic action plan. Today, we're going to focus, if you could go back, Eric, real quick, on 3 of those, again, brush sage steppe habitat, aquatic and for native fish species, and Oregon Closed Lakes Basin wetlands habitat. Or excuse me, just the aquatic and the sage steppe. Next slide, please. So the initiatives, just really quickly, our strategic action plan is a long-term strategy. Those can be 10, 20, 50 years. The initiative, then they focus on what they would be asking for with our funding. So that long-term strategy is really, like was talked about with the Clackamas, with a broad range of partners. Then we propose what would be funded with FIP and then a work plan for activities over the 6 years. Investments cannot exceed $12 million and are for up to 6 years. Next slide. All right, one of the questions that Chair Wall asked that we focus on today, and you'll hear this throughout the presentation, is when we do this type of work and make these investments across the landscape, how do we make sure that we improve long-term protection of that habitat? So what you're going to hear today in these 3 presentations, they will briefly touch on, in Baker with the sage grouse, what are called candidate conservation agreements and candidate conservation agreements with assurances that provide 30-year protections for the habitat work that is being done in those areas beyond just the initial implementation of the program. In the John Day, they have some focus on working lands conservation easements. And for Warner Basin fish passage, when we do permanent fish passage barrier removal, that then takes away the issue and allows us to move forward with successful fish passage. Next slide. This is just a quick map of the FIP initiatives across the state. You see that we have a number of them, 11. We're going to be focusing on 3 of them today. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Couples. And then from there, for the presenters, please, when one is finished, please go ahead and just start with the next. Chair Wall, we would ask to preserve questions until the end, so all presenters have a chance to get through their slides. Thank you. Jackie?
Great. Thank you, Maida. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Jackie Couples, for the record, and I work for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service based out of our LeGrand field office. And as mentioned previously, I'm joined by Sam Bernards, who is the Director of Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area, one of our local implementation team partners. We're filling in today for Dallas Hall DeFries, who's our LIT coordinator, who is freshly on maternity leave. So she's so efficient, it takes two of us to fill her shoes this morning. So, as Director Melcher mentioned, I did work for ODFW in the past, and my last position with ODFW was as the sage grouse conservation coordinator. So I'm intimately familiar with Oregon Sage Grouse Action Plan. And that plan called for the reinvigoration of local implementation teams to develop local work plans to address the threats to sage grouse. And the work that we have initiated here or reconvened here with the Comprehensive Threat Reduction Plan directly tiers to that overarching statewide action plan. And OWEB FIP funding specifically has enabled us to take that strategic action plan and put actions on the ground, sort of in that tiered approach. Our partners with the local implementation team, as I mentioned, Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area, Powder Basin Watershed Council, the Bureau of Land Management, both Baker and Union counties, obviously U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NRCS, private landowners, and of course, ODFW. We also have other partners that we work with, including OSU Extension and the Agricultural Research Service. Next slide, please. Okay, so our geography is focused on the Baker sage grouse population, which encompasses a tiny bit of Union County and all of Baker County, basically. And sage grouse populations in this area have declined by approximately 75% since 2005. So the focus of our initiative is to increase the quality and quantity of sage grouse habitat with hopes that this ultimately confers an increase in the Baker sage grouse population. In 2019, we were awarded $6.1 million from OWEB through the Focused Investment Partnership Program to begin implementing the following activities that you see listed there over the next 3 biennia. So treating invasive annual grasses and noxious weeds such as Medusa head and white top are really important to us. Improving grazing management strategies, improving understory vegetation to increase biodiversity, particularly forbs that sage grouse focus on, enhancing mesic habitat for the late brood rearing period for sage grouse, and then bridging information gaps to inform future management strategies and priorities. You can see here that our focal area is the lightly shaded beige area. That's the sage grouse habitat within our overall project area. And then we've further prioritized the key LECs that are supporting the sage grouse population in Baker County. Those are 2 mile, those multicolored polygons are 2 mile buffers around those important LEC complexes. We strongly feel that the FIP program, because it sustains longer term funding and in particular funds the capacity and coordination aspects of a partnership, is really key to maintaining momentum to address the tenacious problems facing the Baker sage grouse population. Okay, next slide, please. So this pie chart highlights the allocation of FIP funds to our 3 broad outcomes: vegetation management, education, engagement, and coordination, and then bridging information gaps. We've listed here, and I'm not going to have the time to go through all of it, but what we've been able to accomplish so far in our first 1.5 years of funding. As you can see, the majority, over 50% of our funding is dedicated to actual on-the-ground vegetation management, things like treating and preventing weeds, protecting mesic habitat, enhancing the understory. We then focus on as well with about 30% of our budget going towards education, engagement, and coordination, and followed by those activities to bridge information gaps. So within the last year funding, we've been able to work with 28 different private landowners, inventoried weeds on 26,000 acres to help with future project planning, treated invasive annual grasses and other broadleaf noxious weeds on nearly 6,000 acres. And we've also been able to implement seeding, fencing, and grazing management plans to really help promote the long-term success of these programs. As you can imagine, COVID impacted our ability to perform our activities related to education and engagement. However, we were still able to adapt and maintain communication with our partners and landowners through newspaper articles, flyers, virtual presentations, and one-on-one communication. And we have really started bridging information gaps to help identify activities that we'll undertake in the later stages of our funding, looking into West Nile virus, creating a MASIC prioritization map, and collaborating with OSU to understand the degree to which ravens are impacting our local sage-grouse population, and exploring options for additional forage options for landowners when they have to rest their treated acres. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to go into this particular project, but the Love Reservoir project is just one project that exemplifies the type of work that we've been engaged in. Love Reservoir, that area is part of an ongoing effort that's been going on for, probably 5-10 years to improve rangelands on a very highly degraded piece of land right in the middle of priority sage-grouse habitat. Sage-grouse do use this area year-round. And this site exemplifies some of the challenges in overcoming the legacy impacts of grazing. So this area, for 50 plus years was known for domestic sheep. Most importantly, they would gather bands of sheep here and sort them and then do a communal group sharings. And so as you can imagine, that had some severe impacts onto the landscape. And also there was quite a bit of dry land farming that occurred in this area that caused soil disturbance. And so it's been quite some time since sheep were grazed in this area at all, but you can still see the long-term effects. And to compound matters, in 2012, a wildfire impacted a portion of this, area. So you can see that in combination with landowners, the FIP partnered with NRCS and Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program to implement a combination of invasive annual grass treatments, broadleaf treatments, and seedings, as well as grazing management to progress this property hopefully into more functional sage-grouse habitat. Next slide, please. So that particular project is shown in the map there. You can see a red area pointing to the orange polygon. So you can see how it is clearly focused within one of our key priority LEC areas, that yellow outline. And that exemplifies how we select our projects. And listed here on the right-hand side of the slide are the criteria that we look at. This project in particular, just to give you an example, but it relates to all of the projects we funded so far, addresses obviously the goals and objectives that we set out to accomplish in our strategic action plan, and it is located with one of those prioritized LEC buffers. It also had a significant amount of matching funds to really further that OWEB investment, and we judged it to be a fiscally sound project. We also look at the extent to which projects are coordinating with multiple partners and landowners, and that is the case with that particular project as well. In addition, these landowners who are involved there are willing to follow long-term guidance from agency experts to promote success. So really what that means is grazing management. In this case as well, the project supports an ongoing property that's enrolled in the Candidate Conservation Agreements with Assurances program, and I'll touch on that a little bit more in the next slide. As well as, we found the project to be technically sound and feasible, and we have ongoing monitoring and reporting to track our progress. Next slide. So a little bit more about the CCAA program and how, what's the nexus with the Focused Investment Partnership Program and how that confers long-term habitat protection. So a little bit of quick overview. CCAAs are formal agreements with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and one or more parties to address the conservation needs of an at-risk species before ESA listing is required. And enrolled landowners implement conservation measures, and in turn, Fish and Wildlife Service assures them that no additional conservation will be required or imposed should the species become listed. So the FIP has been really integral to implementing the CCAA program. FIP funds are currently ensuring long-term funding for a CCAA coordinator hired through Powder Basin Watershed Council to make sure that this program can be implemented fully. And we prioritize FIP funding for projects that are going to occur on CCAA enrolled land to incentivize that. For each property that's enrolled, a site-specific plan or a whole ranch management plan is developed with conservation measures that are specific to that property. And so the FIP funding allows us to have funding to implement those conservation measures, as well as to leverage additional partner funding to make sure that we can implement all the conservation measures requested for the landowner. And then over the long term, the CCAA agreements that we have in Eastern Oregon for sage grouse specifically are 30 years in duration. So that's a long-term commitment for landowners, and they're in it for the long haul to steward the FIP funding that comes their way in order to implement conservation measures. The plans that are developed for enrolled properties are designed to be adaptively managed. So to respond to new emerging issues, or, you know, if a conservation measure or treatment is not effective right away, we want to be able to address that. And then lastly, the blending of these two programs really allows for relationship building between landowners and the local, state, and federal agencies that have the resources to help them implement conservation measures. So with that, that kind of concludes my presentation. Sam Bernards is standing by at the end to answer any questions that you may have specific to the Baker FIP.
All right. I think that means I'm up. Can everyone hear me? This is okay. My name is Kristen Walls. I'm with the John Day Basin Partnership. The partnership is at the tail end of the first biennium of the John Day Basin Native Fish Habitat Initiative, FIP. You can go to the second slide, Andrew. The John Day River is 284 miles long. It's the third longest undammed river in the lower 48. Because the basin is relatively free of hatchery influence, the John Day supports the last remaining wild runs of spring Chinook salmon and summer steelhead within the Columbia River Basin. The John Day River Basin encompasses 5.4 million acres, and it is made up of 61% private land, 38% federal ground, and 1% state lands. Next slide, please. The John Day Basin Partnership was formed in 2014. It is made up of 30 organizations who are implementing a basin-wide action plan to increase the pace, scale, and impact of watershed restoration in the John Day Basin. Partners include federal and state agencies, tribes, conservation groups, soil and water conservation districts, and watershed councils. The partnership aims to bring stakeholders from across the basin to apply deep knowledge of the region's natural resources, along with the best available science, to establish healthy and resilient native habitats. The partnership views watershed restoration as a ridgetop to ridgetop effort, and focal species include ESA-listed mid-sea Columbia steelhead, ESA-listed bull trout, Chinook salmon, Pacific lamprey, and mule deer. Next slide, please. The partnership's SAP covers efforts throughout the basin, including aquatic and upland restoration actions in all FIP and non-FIP geographies. It not only outlines implementation strategies and prioritization, but also partnership structure, roles, and decision-making criteria. The take home is that the OWEB-FIP initiative is one piece of the partnership's basin-wide strategic action plan and is focused on native fish habitat and recovery in 3 priority watersheds. Next slide, please. This loop illustrates the John Day Basin Partnership's integrated restoration and monitoring approach. Efforts are guided by the SAP and our Atlas prioritization framework to develop and plan watershed restoration projects. For those of you not familiar with Atlas, Atlas is a fish-focused tool which prioritizes habitat restoration actions at the watershed scale to maximize biological benefit for native fish productivity, abundance, and distribution. The map in the right-hand corner, which is a little bit difficult to see, is a snapshot of reach scale prioritization accomplished through an Atlas scoping and mapping exercise. Over 2 years, the entire basin was scoped and mapped, providing the partnership with recommended restoration actions to address habitat limiting factors in all subwatersheds of the John Day. For the John Day Basin Partnership, one benefit of the FIP has definitely been stronger collaborations and more efficient resource sharing among implementers during project development and planning. This can be seen in ad hoc working groups such as our riparian planting working group, our lamprey working group, and our UAV monitoring working group. All proposed projects go through our steering committee and then eventually OWEB's review team for technical soundness review. Monitoring is planned on the initiative and project scale. Once a project is implemented and the appropriate monitoring has occurred, any adaptive management or lessons learned are then incorporated back into the strategic action plan. Next slide, please. Through the OWEB-FIP program, the partnership was awarded $4 million for the first biennium to support fish habitat restoration and monitoring in 3 focal or FIP geographies. The headwaters of the North Fork and the Upper Middle Fork, John Day, were prioritized due to their high biological benefit ranking for all aquatic focal species and all life stages. 30 Mile Creek was prioritized as it is an essential tributary to maintaining the life history diversity of ESA-listed mid-sea steelhead. Unlike rearing tributaries higher in the John Day, steelhead and 30 Mile grow rapidly with the majority of fish smolting at age 1. This life cycle strategy contributes to the overall resiliency of mid-sea summer steelhead, and it also may be a favored strategy in warming climate. As some of you may know, the lower John Day population must reach a viable status in order for the entire mid-sea endangered species unit to be delisted. Recovery of the 30 Mile Creek watershed, which is located in the lower John Day River, would represent a huge step towards recovery of the mid-sea summer steelhead. Next slide, please. The partnership has allocated its full OWEB biennial award to a total of 31 projects. These projects leveraged an additional $6.3 million in cost share. Through restoration projects and all of the FIP geographies, partners are working to improve a total of 35 miles of in-stream habitat and protect a total of 1,030 acres of floodplain habitat. The background image here is of the Vinegar to Vincent project on the forest conservation area. This project is representative of the work the partnership is implementing and exhibits strong collaboration and information sharing between researchers and restorationists. This property is owned and managed by the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. It is located on the Middle Fork of the John Day. It's in the headwaters. Prior land management activities and installation of a railroad grade resulted in a straightened channel with limited floodplain interaction. This, coupled with a degraded riparian corridor, water temperatures have significantly increased throughout the basin. This image here was taken after the first phase of the project. The second phase will extend through 2021, and the final phase will take place in 2022. It's a big project. The entire project will improve in-stream aquatic habitat on 1.13 linear stream miles and protect a total of 103 acres of floodplain habitat. In this image, you can see that the railroad grade is confining the main channel of the Middle Fork on the right. 1 mile of the railroad grade will be removed, allowing the river to laterally migrate. The main over-widened and incised channel will be abandoned, and historic channel scars will be reactivated to restore sinuosity and allow floodplain connection. You can see in this image they've excavated some of these side channels and actually the main channel. And so in that second and third phase, once the railroad grade is removed, the idea is that the water is really going to kick out onto the floodplain and occupy these newly created channels. Large wood structures, pools, and riffles will be installed to improve rearing and spawning habitat for native fish. Since 2018, monitoring efforts within the FIP watershed have expanded to incorporate monitoring near-term population response at the project scale. For example, within the V2V project, the Vinegar to Vincent project, researchers are tracking fish location, dispersal, and survival of juvenile Chinook and steelhead, both pre and post restoration. By tracking these population parameters pre and post restoration, this research aims to evaluate the effectiveness of habitat restoration at a spatial and temporal scale that will inform ongoing restoration design. Research on fish location and habitat use from the V2V monitoring project has already been incorporated to make small adjustments to the design of alcoves in ongoing restoration projects. Next slide, please. As Maida mentioned, the John Day Basin Partnership has identified working lands protection as a high priority, not only for the landscape and for the resources, but for restoration efforts as well. On the left here, there are two, again, small maps. They are maps of tribally owned property in the John Day Basin. The one on the far left is the Warm Springs tribe. They own and manage over 6,000 acres in the John Day. The small map on the left is the Burns Paiute tribe property, and that is on the Beach Creek in the main stem. So these properties are managed to support, enhance, and restore aquatic habitat and watersheds that are home to the tribe's culturally significant species. Additionally, partners are working towards permanent protection through land acquisition and conservation easement. The image there on the right is a ranch that the Blue Mountain Land Trust holds a conservation easement on. It's located in Mitchell, Oregon, and it is directly adjacent to the Painted Hills National Monument. The agreement between the landowner and the land trust limits the use of the land and removes the right to develop or subdivide the property in perpetuity. It also prohibits land fragmentation that impacts contiguous habitat for wildlife. Moreover, it ensures that the actions on the property are consistent with the ecological goals. They're protective of past and present restoration efforts, and they allow for long-term restoration planning and monitoring. In this slide, you'll see below the image on the bottom right is of some BDAs that were installed, and then the ongoing monitoring efforts that are being coordinated by the Blue Mountain Land Trust. And then a very small, I've got a fish or a tagging array on the left there. And that's just going to show that there's intensive monitoring on all of the tribe's properties, which are informing restoration efforts. Next slide, please, Andrew, or Eric, sorry. The FIP has leveraged other large-scale initiatives. For example, the Gillum SWCD was awarded $3.9 million by NRCS's RCPP program. This initiative will enhance over 40 miles of steelhead habitat in the lower John Day Basin. In that map on the left, you can see the overlapping geographies, the FIP geography and the RCPP boundary. FEMA, USGS, and NRCS contributed a total of $1.1 million for LIDAR acquisition in the upper John Day. The entire project covers over 3,100 square miles of the basin. This high quality data will be used for watershed modeling, aquatic restoration design, and long-term monitoring. Next slide. I wanted to highlight these 3 RCPPs. They exist outside of the FIP geographies and outside of the FIP eligible activities, but I think they're really great examples of John Day Basin partners implementing ridgetop to ridgetop conservation on a large scale and across ownership boundaries. The first there is the South Fork John Day Watershed Council's RCPP project aims to foster, improve forest stands, develop upland water, restore aspen stands, and promote native grassland vegetation in the South Fork of the John Day. The Warm Springs and the Grant County SWCD both have RCPPs in the main stem of the John Day. Grant SWCD's Blue Mountain Vegetation Health Initiative aims to improve overall watershed health by improving forest stands on private lands in watersheds where Forest Service is already implementing similar project types. So another example of that strong collaboration between partners and different land ownerships. The Tribes project focuses on irrigation efficiency and working land conservation easements to protect critical habitat for fish and wildlife, along with keeping agricultural productions in operation. These awards totaled a total of $8.2 million. I'm going to leave you with that. That was a lot of information to shoehorn into a short time. But I also want to take the opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to share all of the good work that's happening in the John Day.
All right, nice job, Kristen. My name is Brandy Nider. I'm with the Lake County Watershed Council, the FIP coordinator for the Warner Basin Fish Passage and Habitat Improvement Initiative. This image here just says a snapshot of the Warner Basin. That is Crump Lake in view, and it is one of 10 chain of lakes that's home to the native species in this area. Next slide. Just a little bit on the Warner Basin. It's located here in South Central Oregon. It's dominated by this basin range geology that creates this closed basin watershed. The valley is 60 miles long by 8 miles wide. And you can see that map to the right. We have 10 chain of lakes that are fed by 3 tributary streams. 20 Mile Creek is the furthest to the south. And then we have Deep Creek, it was still south, and then Honey Creek to the north. And those are, I guess, the focus of our project locations is along those creeks. The water that is in this closed basin is derived from snowpack from the Warner Mountain Range. And it's an ever fluctuating, ever challenging system, flooding in the spring to drought, dry lake beds, dry creek beds in the fall, which makes it extra challenging for our native species. Next slide. Background of the area, the Warner Basin, and how we got to where we are today. Early settlers were sheep herders and cattle ranchers. And as they wanted to progress and grow and advance the ag enterprise, the wetlands in the basin were drained, water control structures were put in place, diversion barriers. And you can see this image on the bottom left there. It was from 1901, and it's kind of hard to see the 3, but there is 3 turnout ditches along Deep Creek at that time that was serving water for irrigation down in the valley. Some of these structures are actually still there. Today, the water system is still intact and agriculture is still the primary livelihood. Not so much sheep herding any longer, but cattle ranching dominates the valley's economic enterprise. So with that said, the combination between this closed basin and watershed, this ever fluctuating system, water control barriers along the creeks and streams that prevent upstream habitat really leads to the mission that we have. And if you can go to the next slide, which our mission and overarching goal is to recover the Warner Lakes sucker, which was federally listed threatened in 1985. and the Warner Lake red band trout, which is a state listed sensitive and federally listed species of concern. And so this recovery plan for the threatened and rare native fishes is that basis, what we are using to reach our goal and our mission in order to restore passage, address the threats that do exist, along with, obtaining that self-sustaining population that's distributed out throughout those 3 main tributaries. Next slide. Strategies we're using to reach this goal. Our primary focus right now is on fish passage, addressing all barriers on all 3 tributary streams. And so that's really within the FIP focus. It's 11 barriers, which I'll get to what has been accomplished and what's on the table right now. Followed by incorporating screening where it's feasible and makes sense. We're addressing water use availability through implementing projects that balance water rights, but also fish passage. And that's a fine balance, because what we're working on is the creek is, the upstream habitat and the habitat for the native fish, but also it's what the agricultural producers depend on for their irrigation as well. The non-native fish plan is something that we have not addressed in the first biennium, nor we will get to probably in the second, but on the 3rd biennium, that will really be on the table as passages are restored, screening is implemented. Next slide. Monitoring is a big part of this whole thing. And I want to say that ODFW is the lead partner here. It's led by Fred Monzik with the Native Fish Investigation Program and our local fish biologist, Justin Miles. Current monitoring is for passage effectiveness. As we implement projects, we also implement passage effectiveness monitoring, which really, using that information will help us influence future designs, and it's that adaptive management approach. After passage is addressed, metapopulation function will be assessed by studying gene flow among tributaries, complemented by pit tag or pit arrays in each trib to detect the tributary movement. And then looking further out, abundance estimates in each tributary may occur before delisting discussions. And then possibly even a thought, we'll see how far we can go out with this, but looking at the diet study, if we're going to look at the impact of native, non-native fish on our native fish. Next slide. Accomplishments, on the ground accomplishments that are pre-FIP and current FIP. Starting with the 20 Mile Creek in 2014, that top left photo is the dike diversion, and it's a pool and weir fishway with orifices for the Warner sucker to pass. And then just down of that on 20 Mile in 2017, this is the MC diversion where a box culvert was put in to create fish passage. It was a fish bypass. And so those were pre-FIP, and those were projects that the partners were already addressing. And then, to the right, you see the 3 projects that were recently implemented underneath the FIP, and that is on Deep Creek. I want to say with these 3 diversions, they all have a very similar rock ramp, rough and channel design in order to pass fish upstream. And if we go to the next slide, I'll give you a little bit more detail into this design. This is actually the first barrier on Deep Creek heading upstream, the Relic Weir Fish Passage. It was completed in December of 2020. And you can see on the left, it's this is what the weir looked like. Well, at the time, it seemed like it shifted and changed every time you went out to it, because as the irrigators were losing their weir, they put more material in there in order to divert water. And it was a partial barrier for our Warner sucker. And to address that, what they did is that elevated crest that's there, that's not conducive to getting Warner Sucker upstream. It still exists. In the right image, you could see this rock ramp, roughened channel design, and you can't necessarily see that elevated crest, even though there's an elevation there that allows for the diversion of water and the water users to obviously irrigate. You also have the water coming over the top with a gradual slope in order to pass fish upstream. And so really, when we're looking at that long-term, to ensure that long-term habitat protection with these structures, you know, it's almost as if Mother Nature went ahead and placed it here, because they're very natural, they're very durable. Each rock, every piece of this matrix was strategically placed in order to get these fish upstream. Let's see, next slide. And talking a little bit more on Deep Creek, this is a big focus of this last year and in 2021. I just showed you Relic Weir, which is the lowest diversion. That's completed. Starve Out diversion is a mile upstream, and that was also completed in 2020. Upstream of that is the town diversion, which was completed, again, Rock Ramp Fish Way in 2019. And set on the docket for this year for implementation is the next 3 diversions: Middle, Taylor, and O'Keefe diversion. Right now, the plan is to remove both the Middle and Taylor diversion completely and transfer the water point of diversion upstream to the O'Keefe, which a vertical slot fish ladder will be going in there. And that would take care of, so what that will do when you're looking at this and how many miles of habitat has been restored up to the O'Keefe diversion is 7 miles. And then past the O'Keefe diversion, we're looking at another 2 miles. And so we're gonna get up to Deep Creek Falls, and Deep Creek Falls is pretty much the end of the line for the suckers in this basin in the lower part of Deep Creek, as the falls is not passable for fish. Next slide. And currently we are working on Honey Creek diversion projects, definitely much more so in the later part of Biennium 2 and in Biennium 3. Looking downstream, the Hidden Ditch, Middle Ditch, Eastfield Ditch, and Fish Hatchery. The hopeful plan right now is to be able to remove each of those diversions and consolidate the water rights with possibly a pipe system that serves the irrigators. Upstream of that, we have town diversion, another town diversion on Honey Creek that's going to be implemented this year in 2021. And then upstream of that is the JJ diversion, which we're looking at screening in 2021. Next slide. And that's pretty much the project in a nutshell. It's very, you know, I gave you more of a broad picture of it. But I would say, hence the name Focus Investment Partnership. These are all our partners, whether they're funding partners, they're technical assistance partners, they have local knowledge, fish expertise or monitoring expertise. They're all extremely valuable to making the wheel spin and having these projects go on the ground and be effective. And I just want to say ODFW is an extremely valuable stakeholder. And that we hope that, you know, for this long-term outlook and sustainability of these projects, we hope that ODFW continues to stay involved. And that is my presentation. And I'll turn it back over, either I guess it's questions or maybe back to you, Maida.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy, and all of the presenters. Chair Wall, that generally concludes our presentation. A real strong appreciation, as Brandy noted, to all our partners at ODFW, both in helping the board set the priorities and in the specific projects. We are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Terrific. Thank you. That was very, very interesting. As I listened, I understood why Commissioner Labhart asked for this in the first place when he heard it at the OWEB meeting. And I wondered, Commissioner Labhart, if you had a question first, since it was your idea that brought this to us, and it was a great idea.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Just a comment. So I wish I could look all of you in the eye that made the presentations today. You went to a lot of work. develop these presentations. And what we're seeing is just 3 of the many FIP projects that are going on around the state, and staff, Eric and Andrew, for helping to put that together. This just goes to show you that there are a lot of folks out there that care about Oregon's fish and wildlife, whether it's OWEB, whether it's landowners, watershed councils, state and federal agencies, volunteers, stakeholder groups. There's just a lot of folks out there that are doing good things to restore our fish and wildlife habitats throughout Oregon. And OWEB is a key player in that. And I think you heard Maida say at least twice now, $100 million a biennium. That's a significant amount of money that pretty much the lottery is funding. So please play your lottery games. That goes back on the ground for fish and wildlife projects throughout Oregon. And just can't thank you all 3 for the great presentations today. You're doing great work. Keep it up. And for all those that weren't able to make presentations today, they're doing the same kind of great work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I want to thank you. This is very impressive because I've worked on water issues with ODFW when I was long ago at ODFW, and in both the Warner Basin and in the John Day in particular. And it's great to see those, lot of the diversions being and the people cooperating together in great presentations. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Other commissioners? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart, and thank you, Maida, for lining up such great presentations today. OWEB is just one of my favorite things in Oregon, and I just hope we keep at it. It's where it's part of these FIPs and these kind of approaches are where we really make huge progress. So I'm excited about how many FIPs you have, but really, Mark, what I want is 200 million a year for FIPs and more of them in Oregon. So thank you, Maida.
Thank you. I have one comment and then I have a question, and I think it's for Kristen. The comment is that as we listen to these, and as we listened also to Chris Kern's answer to one of the commissioners about how are you implementing the climate change policy, and one of his answers was coordinating with these other agencies that are doing parts of the work, and we're doing parts of the work and have needs for habitat and cold water and that sort of thing. And as ODFW rebuilds its habitat division, I think those will only get stronger. And so I would, it's going to be useful to see where we're getting the boost for the habitat and cold water from your work and the reverse. My question, so thank you for those. It was great to see all the connections, and the work is always heartening to see that kind of work going on. My question is, I think I heard you say, Kristen, that there was almost a direct question, or maybe one of your measures between the work you're doing in the John Day and delisting possibly someday for I think you said the Mid-Columbia Summer steelhead. Could you just restate that connection, if you will? Whoops, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. So the Lower John Day steelhead population, and this is information that I get from our ODFW research partners working in 30 Mile, is that to delist that population, the Lower John Day population has to hit a viable status, and the Butte 30 Mile watershed is within the Lower John Day, and so that was that connection.
Thank you. And they're it's slow moving to move toward those, but it's heartening to see those and that we're actually tracking those. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and they are finding, you know, that 30 Mile is really it's a steelhead factory. And so, you know, per kilometer, it is making more fish than some of the other areas in the basin. And so exciting to see the connection between restoration and recovery. And we're excited to see what happens over the next, 4 years through the FIP and beyond.
Thank you. That helps to put it into real world terms like that. So thank you.
Yeah.
Any last minute comments? Commissioner Woolley.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So I have a comment or maybe a commentary. So bear with me. So about a year and a half ago, I was reviewing OEB's 2018 strategic plan, and one of the commissioners at that time told me that they only knew of 2 projects that were occurring in urban watersheds. And I think one was the Clackamas River and the other was Johnson Creek. So of course, we also have in the metro area, the Tualatin River, Tryon Creek, Fano Creek, and other watershed bodies. And they have watershed councils as well. They have friends groups as well. And they've also been really making an effort to increase the diversity of their staffs, their boards, and their volunteer base. So, you know, when I initially looked through the strategic plan, you know, there are some goals in there that I think are significant related to this. One is to increase involvement of non-traditional partners in strategic watershed approaches. Another one is to create leaders at all levels of watershed work to reflect the diversity of Oregon, engage with current and potential future grant applicants from a diversity of backgrounds. But then when I look at the timeline for these sorts of objectives, they were projected to begin years out to even start to investigate who these groups are. So I feel that's a long time to wait. I know that Commissioner Labhart has sung the praises of our Oregon Conservation and Research Fund, and we're very proud of how that effort has progressed. Coordinator Davia Palmieri's done a great job. Our committee's done a great job. Commissioner Labhart's been a terrific liaison to ODFW. And one of the things that I think is very unique about that fund is that we have a fund, kind of a sub-fund, an equity fund. And that fund looks at projects that come from organizations that are traditionally or historically underrepresented in watershed work. It looks at more at community-based organizations, not just urban organizations, but also rural. And the committee has made an effort to fund projects even beyond, you know, the limited amount of funding that we have. So in other words, of course, we have a cutoff of X amount of dollars that we have to expend in a given funding cycle. And they've actually made a commitment to organizations because so many of those projects are so compelling. They've said, you know what, we're going to find money to also fund these additional projects. So I think that's something to really be proud of from our agency. And so my thoughts are with $100 million budget of OWEB and tens of millions of dollars going into the Focus Investment Partnership. In my mind, and I may be naive, it would be a relatively small lift to develop a fund, a similar sort of equity fund with a relatively small amount of money, even $50,000 to $100,000, to really address some of these goals of your strategic plan to reach and engage and provide funding support to these community-based watershed councils and friends groups that, you know, have not been involved in the OEB process. So in conclusion, you know, such a fund could really bump up your timeline. Instead of having, you know, this work initiated years out, it could really help to bump up your timeline to help you to achieve the equity and inclusion goals that you have in your strategic plan. That's all that I have.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, if I might quickly respond to that. First, thank you. We love the work of the fund that you all are doing, and find it to be an incredible partnership and a collaboration, I think, as we see it grow between the work that we're doing and the work that you are doing. So thank you very much. And I think your focus on equity is well-founded and incredibly important. You are correct that in the Focus Investment Partnership, the Clackamas and its associated Johnson Creek work is the specific fit. But we do actually have a lot of other projects. So 75% of our funding is outside of the Focus Investment Partnership. So we have projects in Tryon Creek, in the Tualatin. And we actually have a fund that Commissioner Labhart and the other board members have approved that looks at collaborative partnerships. So right now we, for example, have a partnership between the West Multnomah Conservation District, Forest Park Conservancy, and Verde to increase participation of Hispanic businesses and grow business opportunities to do meaningful restoration work. One of our other FIPs actually down in the Ashland area partners closely with Lomacatsi Restoration, and they do extensive work with tribal partners, Hispanic partners, and others, and are also working to grow the ability for Hispanic and tribal individuals to build their own contracting businesses. So it's something that we are incredibly interested in. And you're right, the timeline for our diversity, equity, inclusion work, we put out a little further because we weren't sure what we really wanted to do was listen and learn and gather information. We have been in that journey for a little while now. And as Commissioner Labhart knows, we have a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee and are going to be moving forward on exactly what you're talking about. How can we build some dedicated funds within our constitutional requirement, which is native fish and wildlife habitat and water quality? We see phenomenal opportunities and really look forward to partnering with you all and the work that you're doing. I think there's just a great collaboration ahead for us.
Okay. Well, thank you, Meta, for the work that you're doing thus far, and I look forward to seeing, more efforts into the future. So thanks.
So thank you all. I think that's the end of the questions. Terrific reports and presentations. So thank you. Director Melcher, was there anything you wanted to say?
No, I'd just like to thank the team for joining us and sitting through an hour-long discussion of salmon forecast and salmon stock status to then present us with your work. So really appreciate it. Look forward. I know I've met some of you in person in the past, but look forward to hopefully meeting you in person someday instead of via a Zoom room.
Good point.
So very good. Chair Wall.
Yes.
The next thing on the agenda is adoption of temporary rules. We have 14 rules on the agenda, and staff or myself available to answer any questions that you might have.
Terrific. Commissioners, questions on the rules that are in front of us, the 14. While other people are pulling up their papers or looking for those, I do have one question, Director, about there are 4 of the rules that specifically add shad as well as sturgeon. And I'm particularly interested why we added sturgeon to those fisheries. And I think they were number 13, 15, 16, and 17, where we added them. And then one other where those are for the commercial fisheries, and where we extended the season where the sturgeon are in a 5th of these temporary rules. So if there's
Well, I know I have Chris Kern in the room here, and I'll let him clarify or further elaborate. Of course, under the commission's policy on sturgeon harvest allocation, the commercial fishery has a 20% allocation. And so we have typically, or I wouldn't say typically, over the last several years, largely those sturgeon get harvested concurrent or during the off-channel select area fisheries. And so I'm guessing that perhaps it was just left out of the original rule, but I'm looking to Chris to verify that.
Chair Wall and Director Melcher. I actually don't think it was left out of the original rule. I think it was just part of the allowable species for the three. Chair Wall, you said rule filing 13, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
13.
Or sorry, 13, 15, and 16.
And 17. And then it was
Yeah.
stated in another one. Those are the four.
Yeah, those four rules were essentially setting the spring season dates for those select areas. It's possible that the winter versions of those seasons may not have included shad and sturgeon at that time. I'd have to go back and look, but Director Melcher is right. This is those species are normally allowed during these retention fisheries in those areas. The sturgeon portion in particular are absolutely subject to the quota management approach and are part of the commercial authorization. And at some point, if they approach that limitation, those will be discontinued and the retention of those will no longer be allowed. I don't know if that answers your question. But.
I think it answers the question, but could we just? Am I the only one hearing an echo?
No, I was getting it too.
No, I was getting it too.
And I still am.
Well, let's just keep going and pretend the echo isn't happening. It looks in the rule language like we added shad and we added sturgeon. So we don't need to dwell on it right this minute, but could we go back and check afterwards and see if we actually added those to this fishery? It sounds like we did not, but the language looks like it. So we should just, if we could, just check.
I'm happy to do that. Yes.
Other questions? Seeing.
So I have a question. So it's probably for Michelle. So the online version only shows 14 rules and we had 17. Was it just late getting those listed, the last three?
So now the rules actually are 14 that we are ratifying in this meeting. The numbers that they're referring to is the numbers of the rules that have been filed from the beginning of the year.
Okay, that makes it, that's clear.
So that way those don't line up.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? And if not, may I have a motion?
I would move to ratify the 14 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 14 temporary rules. Those in favor, please give a hand signal. Looks like everybody is a thumbs up on that one, so we will adopt those, and I'll get maybe I could follow up later on my answer. And then the next thing is other business, and to my knowledge, we have none unless anybody came up with any at the last minute. Director Melcher, anything that came up?
No, Chair Wall, I do not have anything under other business.
Okay. I know that we've been running quite a while, and I thought that just logistically, if we could go, we have the commission updates, which will be relatively short, and then we have the public forum, and we have 3 people, and then take a break. So that's my plan, unless anybody objects. And seeing nobody waving their hand, we'll go ahead. So commission updates, and the first one, Commissioner Woolley, could you talk about the beaver management and trap check?
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I'm happy to give an update and let folks know that we have movement and we're closing in on securing our facilitator. What's left to do, and first of all, thank you so much to Michelle Tate, who's been providing a lot of support to be a liaison to help to move the procurement process along and to confirm our committee members for both committees, the Beaver Trapping on Public Lands Committee and the Trap Check Committee. So thank you, Michelle. So what's left is to finalize the contract. So that is, of course, the cost and any remaining tweaks on the scope of work, which includes the timeline. The facilitator will, of course, when meetings actually start with committee members, finalize the commitments for the time obligation to participate on the committee, as we want everyone to agree on what the expectations are. The process will begin by interviews. It's kind of a standard process for facilitators that are embarking on working with a new group to interview individuals. And there's a couple of good reasons for that. One, for the facilitator to gain a better understanding of the issues at hand and to get to know the perspectives of the respective parties that are represented on the committee. And also it helps the committee members to understand what the process will be. So the facilitator will be laying that out. And so, the question is always when do we start? I mean, I think we're close enough to be able to say that the facilitator can start the interview process this coming month. And of course, the beaver trapping committee is a larger committee. And so those interviews will take longer to schedule and conduct. The trap check committee is a smaller committee. And so those will not take as much time. So it's likely that that committee will actually start their meetings sooner than the beaver committee. But anyway, we're happy that we're honing down to this last step so that we can get started. We appreciate everyone's patience, and we're ready to rock and roll with this. So thanks again there's a lot of interest. Folks are very passionate about these issues, and so we're really excited to get going on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley. And there is a lot of interest, and we are getting contacted about it with people being interested in getting going and hoping to work on this one. And there's been enormous amounts of time and work invested already in things that people have provided to us and that sort of thing. So thank you for getting those moving. And
can I also just acknowledge also the other commissioners that are involved? Since my time is limited, I've been saying that for about a year, but it's important that there's succession planning with this effort. And so Commissioner Zarnowitz has really been instrumental in confirming the participation of our members of the Trap Check Committee, and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has been doing the same, making our list and checking it twice, as they say. And so, I suspect that they will continue with these committees, in my stead. I hope that they'll be able to attend when we start and then continue on to the end of the process. So thank you, fellow commissioners, for your work on this.
I see no questions, so thank you very much, all three of you. And I was listed as on the agenda for mentioning the Columbia River work that the two states, Washington and Oregon, are doing to talk about the runs there and some other pieces. We already talked about that a couple times in the commission. We've gotten the sense of the commission a couple times. I don't feel like we need to do it again today. Our next meeting is on the 31st. And so there'll be more to report at the next meeting. So we'll stop there on the commission updates and go to public forum. Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm sorry I didn't get this on the agenda, but I have some good news for a commission update. Yesterday, about 5 o'clock or so, the House Ag and Natural Resources Committee moved House Bill 2171, which is the omnibus governor's bill for the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, on a vote to Ways and Means. So that bill moved, and it's headed toward Ways and Means with a positive vote. And then Commissioner Director Melcher can correct me, but 2600 and 2913, which are department bills on the Conservation and Recreation Fund, I believe have had public hearings and are waiting a work session. So is that correct, Director?
I believe Yeah, I believe that's correct, Commissioner Lampard and Chair Wall. I think that, though, that if the governor's large bill is moving, then those others will just be left behind, so to speak. So,
Okay, so it's good news on the fund so far. Just we got to hang in there. Thanks.
Appreciate the good news and the update. So thank you. Let's go to public forum then. And the first person up on the list for public forum is Jeff Dose. And on just to remind people on these, each person has 3 minutes. We very much appreciate people coming in and giving us their perspective and their information. And so actually, just for time, go ahead. I was going to say something else, but we'll skip that and go right to you. Mr. Dose, go ahead. Whoops, I think you're still muted. Jeff, I think you're muted. I think you're muted.
How about now?
That's perfect.
Very good. Thank you. I'll start over. Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, thank you for the opportunity to provide you some thoughts and ideas on a topic of great importance to myself, my friends, and many of my fellow anglers. My name is Jeff Dose. I reside in Roseburg, Oregon, along the North Umpqua River. I'm a retired fisheries biologist, worked 31 years in the Umpqua Basin, primarily with the Forest Service. I'm a board member of the Steamboaters, science advisor to the North Umpqua Foundation, and a member of the Douglas County Global Warming Coalition. Since the adoption of the Coastal Multi-Species Management Plan in 2014, I have watched the abundance of wild summer steelhead in the North Umpqua decline substantially from the CMP baseline of 3,200 down to about 1,600. We are approaching the CMP critical abundance, which was established at 1,200 fish. The original CMP assumptions that set the baseline for the abundance of North Umpqua wild summer steelhead, I believe, is no longer valid. The Archer Creek fire in September of 2020 further imperiled aquatic habitat that is already stressed by declining water temperatures or increasing water temperatures, sedimentation from old and ongoing logging operations, and channel simplification from landslides, in addition to changes from climate change. Biologically, hatchery fish that spawn with wild summers, sometimes in the North Umpqua as high as 50%, have accelerated the decline of wild summer steelhead abundance. The literature is clear. Hatchery fish have the potential to cause either genetic or ecological impacts to wild populations. This is certainly occurring with the wild North Umpqua summer steelhead population. The CMP standard for THOS is 10% or less. It's greatly exceeded. The 2014 CMP defined North Umpqua wild summer steelhead as sensitive and vulnerable and require protective management. It was true then, and current information supports the need for even greater actions now. OAR 635-500-00201D, that's a mouthful, mandates protection of wild steelhead populations from detrimental interactions with hatchery fish. Hatchery fish compete with wild North Umpqua summer steelhead at both juvenile and adult life stages. Many of the returning hatchery summers that pass Winchester Dam are not captured at the Rock Creek Trap. For example, Soda Springs Dam has a counting chamber, and it's located some 40 miles upstream from Rock Creek. And there are years when hatchery summers equal and at times greatly exceed passage of wild summers. I've tried to convince you that the persistence and abundance of wild North Umpqua summer steelhead is now at risk. A robust run of North Umpqua summer steelhead provides long-term social and economic benefits to our community that has suffered greatly from recent fires. ODFW described the CMP as a dynamic document. that will be modified over time as monitoring data becomes available. One action that you, the Commission, can take to reverse this decline in abundance of North Umpqua summer steelhead is to amend the CMP to eliminate the North Umpqua summer steelhead hatchery program. It won't solve all the threats, but it will go a long way towards that goal. One final thought: the genetic diversity inherent in wild steelhead populations will provide for greater resiliency to cope with changing environmental conditions. There is no better biological insurance policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions from the commissioners? Thank you. Then the next person is David Moskowitz. And I'll remind you that we have 3 minutes for each person. David, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Can't see
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz here with the Conservation Angler. We're here to talk to the Commission about the department's current direction related to Rock Creek Hatchery on the North Umpqua. In November, I spoke with you about the opportunities that the losses from the Archer Creek fire created. And now I want to talk about really how the Commission and the department are looking at this. Perhaps the Commission could think of themselves as the board of directors of a company. The company is ODFW. And your primary product is to prevent the serious depletion of all indigenous species of wildlife. And your secondary product is to provide for the optimal use and enjoyment for present and future Oregonians. These are your shareholders. And your products are available across all Oregon lands and waters. And some of your products are produced at fish hatcheries, which are the result of not being able to meet the goals set under your primary purpose, often due to actions of other quote companies whose primary products are power creation, irrigation, transportation, and other things without a concurrent regard for your company's primary purpose. The September fires largely destroyed the bricks and mortar facility where some of your products are collected, reared, and released. And ODFW now has completed due diligence in assessing the damage, filing to recover insured losses, and made alternative plans to continue producing the hatchery product at several other facilities, which is very impressive, but also telling as to the need for Rock Creek Hatchery in the future. According to reports, ODFW is considering its options for the future and will present a set of options for the public, your shareholders, to review. However, concerned shareholders find two problems with this approach. First, ODFW is undertaking the design and rebuilding of 2 homes at the Rock Creek Hatchery site and intending to fix the water system damaged by the fire. This action comes before there has been a complete analysis of the options that should be considered. Second, if the commission and the department are going to reinvest in the old product, which is a hatchery that regularly failed due to water and other infrastructure problems, that's not a prudent business decision because it does not consider the changed conditions. And it's not too late to change course. The commission must direct ODFW to restart its response so there's an opportunity for a public scoping process where all ideas from all shareholders can be collected on what the future could be for the North Umpqua. Based on the scoping process, ODFW could then develop a range of alternatives that includes a no-action alternative, a preferred alternative, and then put them out for public comment. And based on those comments, the Commission and ODFW can produce a well-reasoned final decision outlining its plans for the future. We ask that the Commission direct ODFW to take a small step back so the current direction does not preclude other options besides simply rebuilding Rock Creek Hatchery. When changed conditions and provisions of your own current management plan, the CMP, provide direction and opportunity for a significant review and adaptive management. Taking this step is a prudent business decision for the Commission, especially when dealing with a priceless asset like the North Umpqua River and its wild fish resources that you are charged with protecting. We really hope that the Commission will take an active role in looking at this situation so we do not foreclose future actions based on commitment of resources that are irretrievable without public involvement. And we really appreciate the time to speak with you today. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Are there questions of David before we move on? I see one from Commissioner.
I'm just saying, Dave, I appreciate the creativity in your presentation with the business analogy. It's a nice kind of change of pace and helps to further illustrate your point. So thank you for that, Dave.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thank you,
Zarnowitz.
Commissioner Woolley.
I just wanted to say, sorry, I dropped off. I forgot to plug in my computer and it died. So.
And now you're back. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and we will move on to Kirk Blaine. Go ahead, Kirk.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I'm Kirk Blaine, Southern Oregon Regional Coordinator for the Native Fish Society, and I reside in Roseburg. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today through public forum. The adoption of the climate and ocean change policy in the summer of 2020 has highlighted a limiting factor only briefly addressed in the CMP. After a 5-year review of the CMP with declines in several populations since the adoption, we asked the department to initiate the process of adaptive management through the DPS to integrate the climate and ocean change policy into the CMP management actions and strategies. As previously mentioned, the loss of Rock Creek hatchery during the Archie Creek fire has started a process to restore or replace specific management in the North, South, and main stem Umpqua rivers. As indicated in the Climate and Ocean Change Policy Implementation section, the department will incorporate the key relevant principles in the Climate and Ocean Change Policy through operations into any new department plans or policies, and will revise any existing plans or policies to incorporate these principles as needed. The consistent declines in several populations coupled with the catastrophic Archie Creek fire are reasons to revisit this plan, including goals, management actions, and strategies. Native Fish Society envisions a wild North Umpqua River with no hatchery releases of summer or winter steelhead. The North Umpqua River winter steelhead population are thriving with a post-CMP 5-year abundance of 10,157 wild fish, a 15% increase in population abundance since the adoption of the CMP. The current management of winter steelhead in the North Umpqua includes no hatchery program and no wild harvest. We can restore a healthy population of wild summer steelhead at no cost, relying on natural production in the North Umpqua Basin. We asked the Commission to put a moratorium on any Rock Creek hatchery development. The Commission and the Department must complete a cost-benefit analysis to determine the proper use of funds, ultimately benefiting the watershed and our wild native fish species. We asked the Commission to review and adjust existing CMP goals based on the updates from the Climate and Ocean Change Policy and the Archie Creek fire. We appreciate that before proceeding, ODFW has committed to a transparent process developing multiple options for the North Umpqua River and Rock Creek hatchery rebuild. Public and interested parties should be included in this process to find a long-term sustainable solution to the watershed. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to seeing a public process focused on charting the future of the North Umpqua and corrective adaptive management of multiple species outlined in the CMP.
Thank you, Kirk, and I appreciate you staying within your 3 minutes. It's helpful to us. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the Commission? Seeing none, you are off the hook. And again, thank you. And thank you to all 3 of you for the public forum testimony. It's helpful to get people's perspective on these things. So appreciate it. And we will take a 10-minute break then and come back to start on the item A in the agenda. So 10 minutes, if you will. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. It looks like people are back. Thank you. The next item is commission minutes, and I wonder if there are any revisions to the minutes from the February meeting. And if not, could I have a motion on the minutes?
I move to approve the February 12th, 2021 meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as written. Those in favor, thumbs up. Looks like everybody says yes on those. And so the next item is recompensable work. And I'm just flipping back, rendering recompensable assistance to other state agencies. And Matt, are you, there you are online, ready to go. So Matt, will you go ahead and give us this item?
Yes, good morning, Chair Wall. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. Today I'll give you a short presentation on rendering recompensable assistance to other state agencies, and then discuss the action that we're looking for or a decision that we need. I'll share my screen real quick. And are you seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. Here.
All right, so a little bit of background on what this is about is several years ago, the agency recognized that work was being done by our employees to provide support to other state agencies on regulatory processes. It was also recognized during the 2015 legislative session where House Bill 3315 was pushed forward in the legislative session and subsequently approved through that session. Basically stating that ODFW had the authority to track information and hours being used by staff for certain regulatory processes for other agencies. In order to assist with that, the agency developed a product called Otis, and I'll get into that in just a minute. The bill from the 2015 legislative session authorized the agency to perform and collect that information for hours being worked from staff for fiscal calendar year 2016, 2017, and 2018, and then subsequently issue informational statements to agencies that fell within the criteria. Starting in fiscal calendar year 2019, the statute authorized ODFW to actually issue an invoice instead of an informational statement. So for the first 3 years, it was basically an informational statement so that other agencies could be prepared when the actual invoices started. So the Otis system is the online task tracking information system. The system was created in-house in order to track hours, individual staff that was inputting the hours, location, and then if there was an actual permit or other identifiable information for relating the work that was being performed back to a particular agency or back to an individual staff members. So basically creating an opportunity for an audit as well as tracking the actual hours. This system is in place and it is being used, and this system is the crux for the generation of the reports that result in the invoices. So what are we talking about and why is this coming before the commission? The current language in the rules that the departments established back in 2015 do not align with the statute that resulted from House Bill 3315. Currently, the rules direct the department to create informational statements and collect the hours and then subsequently submit those statements to the agencies that had hours collected and documented. Starting in fiscal year 2019, invoices were able to be sent to the agencies. And that's in alignment with the statute. However, the current rule does not allow for the issuance of a actual invoice. It currently only states that we issue informational statements only. So just as a general overview of what happened during fiscal calendar year 2019, so July 1 of 2019 to June 30 of 2020, there were 4 particular agencies that fell within the criteria for hours documented, totaling just under $110,000 for fiscal calendar year 2019. Right now, the informational statements that were sent out prior to were used to support and help agencies prepare for this. The 2019 invoices for fiscal calendar year 2019 were sent out in November of this last year, so in 2020. As you can see, the breakdown there's a little bit of hours that are spent on 2 of our agencies, but 2 of the other agencies have more substantial work, and the Water Resource Division having the most amount of hours that were recorded during the calendar year. What we're recommending is to amend OAR 625-001-0030 to include directing the agency to issue invoice statements rather than informational statements, and to continue collecting hours and document that for future invoices to be sent as hours are collected and work is done by staff. And with that, I open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Matt. Commissioners, are there questions? I don't see any, Matt. I have one, and that is, a couple of those are, as you pointed out, small, and the other 2 are larger, especially the water resources one. And I'm wondering if we're getting any pushback from these agencies, especially ones like water resources, for the size of that, and if there are any, and the other question, if you happen to know it, and I don't know why you would, but if you do you know if that was work that we had initiated originally by asking for instance, in-stream water rights for certain segments of streams, and then they get charged for it? So I'm just curious if there's any pushback, and if you happen to know what the bulk of that work was.
Chair Wall, that's a good question. What I would say is, this being the first year that the invoices were sent out, I wouldn't say we received pushback. It was more refining the process. There was some detail on the actual invoices that was requested in addition to what was provided. But I would say we didn't receive any actual pushback. It was more about clarification.
Oh, okay.
And then as far as the bulk of the work goes, most of the work from the information that I saw come through on the invoices was work that was initiated by those particular agencies where we were asked to provide assistance. Some of it was initiated by us, but the majority was initiated by those particular agencies.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the rest of the commission? If not, is there a motion on this one?
Yeah, I would make a motion. I move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 001, to direct the department to issue invoices for recompensable assistance as proposed by staff.
I will second that.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? If not, it's been moved and seconded that we amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 001, as stated by the motion creator. Those in favor? Thumbs up, if you will. Looks like everybody is a yes on that one. Thank you very much. And thank you, Matt. Nice work getting that system going. So we will move to agenda item C, and it looks like Travis Schultz is here for Access and Habitat Program. So go ahead, Travis.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
All right, everybody can see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, Access and Habitat Program Coordinator. In my presentation today, I will provide an informational on the A&H Biennium Report. I have 4 A&H Board recommended projects for review and the appointment of 1 hunter representative to the A&H Board. The Access and Habitat Program was created in 1993 by the Oregon Legislature. The rules stipulate the program will report to the legislature on A&H accomplishments each odd-numbered year. Projected revenue to the end of the biennium is over $3 million. The increase is largely driven by record sales in 2020 for the A&H raffle and A&H auction tags, and both are projected to remain strong in 2021. The number of people buying a raffle entry almost tripled from 2019 to 2020. Roughly $2.8 million are allocated to 52 projects, utilizing $7.5 million in matching funds from project cooperators. The 52 projects provide over 3.1 million acres of hunter access to private land and over 39,000 acres of habitat improvement. Habitat is central to the decisions made by the A&H Board on all projects. Lands that contain diverse habitat types are highly valued, not only from an ecological perspective, but from a hunter standpoint as well. Hunters desire access to quality habitat that holds healthy game populations. Of the 39,000 acres of habitat improvement, roughly 24,000 acres are A&H Board recommended projects. There are projects to restore grasslands, improve forage quality and quantity, increase species diversity, use prescribed fire for vegetation management, and to control invasive species. Another habitat option is a small grants program. It allocates $7,800 to each of the regions for use in habitat projects by the regional coordinators. The projects must have a non-department 25% match. About 2,400 acres of habitat improvement was conducted under the small grants program. In 2020, and in a first for the A&H program, several regions combined funds to assist in the rehabilitation work on the Indian Creek fire near Ventura, Oregon. The project intends to restore bunch grasses after the wildfire. Emergency fire reseeding projects can be used after a wildfire for rehabilitation. Emergency fire reseedings are recommended by the A&H Board and approved by the director. 8,500 acres have been approved for emergency fire reseeding work this winter and spring. 7,100 acres near Paisley to restore sage grouse habitat and mule deer winter range. 700 acres near the White River Wildlife Area to restore winter range for deer and elk. And the recently approved Archie Creek fire restoration near Roseburg, roughly 700 acres, will improve forage quality and quantity, as well as stabilize the soils in areas that have burned. The federal NRCS grant funds the Oregon Open Fields Program, which conducted 4,800 acres of habitat improvement during the biennium. The Open Fields habitat projects removed juniper, restored sage grouse steppe, developed springs, performed invasive species control, and used prescribed fire to prevent juniper encroachment. In total, roughly $772,000 was allocated to habitat work this biennium. This work demonstrates the great importance that hunters and landowners place on habitat. Moving on to the first item before the commission today, 4 A&H board recommended projects. The projects were approved by the A&H board at the January 19th meeting. The A&H board recommended projects are spread across the state: the Jackson Cooperative Travel Management Area in green near Medford, Coos Mountain access east of Coquille in red, Willamette Valley access between Corvallis and Eugene in purple, and the Columbia Basin access near Heppner in blue. The Willamette access is a continuation of a project which began in 2012 with the first Oregon Open Fields grant from the NRCS. Total funds requested for the project are $26,460, which calculates to $8,820 per year. The payments are structured to utilize the Open Fields grant to the greatest extent possible. All Open Fields funds must be spent by September 1st, 2023. The project utilizes $23,815 in Open Fields funds and $2,645 in A&H funds. This payment structure allows for the A&H funded 10% payment to be withheld to the end of the project as required by rule. The project provides hunter access to waterfowl, primarily geese, on 3,675 acres on a welcome to hunt basis for 3 seasons. The Oregon Open Fields grant provides a coordinator to enroll, post, and patrol the access areas. The A&H board recommended the project unanimously. The project consists of 4 areas: Calvin Farms in yellow at the bottom of the map near the north arrow, Crop Farms near in aqua, Tin Bush Farms in violet, and Manning Farms near the top in green. The project assists landowners experiencing agricultural damage caused by geese. There are numerous benefits gained by utilizing hunters to address the damage, primarily hazing and providing a deterrence to geese utilizing the area. The project benefits hunters by providing hunting access in the Willamette Valley, which has very little. The next project is a renewal of the Columbia Basin Access Open Fields project, which also began in 2012. The project provides 9,890 acres of hunting access for 3 years. Total funds requested is $34,290, which calculates to $11,430 per year. While hunters have access to the full 9,890 acres, the payment is based on the viable habitat on each of the access areas, 7,390 acres. The difference between the numbers is due to the necessity to fallow a field for a year in dryland farming. Fallowed acres are not considered wildlife habitat. This practice is consistent with our other access programs in the area. Identical to the Willamette Access Project, the final 10% payment will be funded by A&H funds, and the federal NRCS Open Grant will fund the remaining 90%. As stated earlier, the access areas are mostly working dryland wheat farms. The access areas also contain CRP acreage, canyons, the occasional irrigated crop circle, and areas of bitter brush and rabbit brush. The A&H board recommended this project unanimously. The access areas within the Columbia Basin Open Fields project have received tremendous amount of use, both hunting and viewing. The 4-mile access area in green in the upper portion of the map is primarily for goose hunting, with geese coming off of Carty Reservoir just to the north of the access area. Social Ridge in red offers deer and coyote hunting in addition to upland game birds. Bunker Hill allows by permission access for upland game birds with reservations handled by ODFW's Heppner Field Office. Landowners potentially benefit from enrollment by having habitat work completed on their property. The Columbia Plateau Habitat Initiative conducts habitat improvement projects on lands in the area that allow hunting access. Bunker Hill in particular has a long history of working with the department on habitat improvement work going back into the 1950s. The Coos Mountain Access Area is a renewal of a project that began in 2018 and would provide welcome to hunt recreational access to 65,000 acres for 3 seasons. Total A&H funding is $133,000, which calculates to $44,628 a year. A&H provides $24,628 per year for OSP enforcement of the access area restrictions. An access payment of $20,000 per year would be provided to landowners to partially offset the cost of maintaining roads within the access area. Oregon Hunters Association contributes volunteer hours for project implementation, and ODFW staff administer the project. The A&H board recommended the project unanimously. The project provides access to both commercial timberlands and Bureau of Land Management sections only accessible via private logging roads. Motorized access to this area would be along arterial roads, and additional walk-in access would be provided along the spur roads. The Jackson Access and Cooperative Travel Management Area is a continuation of a project which began in 1995. The project will allow welcome to hunt access to 55,000 acres of commercial forest, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, BLM, and State of Oregon lands for 2 years. A&H funds total $85,800 and calculates to $42,900 per year. The funds provide for TMA enforcement by OSP troopers. The A&H board approved the project unanimously. The project area includes diverse wildlife habitats: early and late seral forests, wedge-leaf ceanothus meadows, grass prairies, oak woodlands, wet meadows, and riparian areas. Road closures and law enforcement presence will increase habitat effectiveness for wildlife, reduce disturbance to deer and elk on important winter range, and reduce soil erosion, road maintenance, vandalism, forest fires, timber theft, and illegal dumping. As part of the cooperative effort, 65 acres of oak woodland will be thinned to have the conifers removed from the stands to protect and enhance this critical habitat type. Staff recommends funding the 4 projects the A&H board has approved. Chair Wall, this completes the overview on the 4 projects recommended for funding. At your discretion, I can break here for public testimony and commission action, or continue on to issue 2, appointing a hunter representative to the A&H board.
Thank you, Travis. Let's see if there are any commission questions before we go to I think we have one person signed up to testify on this one. So let's see if there are any commission questions first. I don't see any immediately. Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. I really appreciate, Travis, that the A&H board did their due diligence on this, and on all the recommendations were 6-0 full recommendations. So I just wanted to make that comment. Really appreciate the 6-0 votes, and that tells me that there's strong support for all the projects. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
I have one, Chair.
Go ahead.
Just a comment. So, Travis, thank you. I appreciate you leading with the habitat acreage data and including habitat commentary throughout the presentation. I don't know if that was to circumvent my usual habitat related questions that I ask during these presentations, but anyway, I appreciate that because I think a lot of times the commission and the public doesn't realize how much habitat work occurs along with these because of just sort of the funding model and where the emphasis is. So I think it's important to continue that and kind of keep it up in the forefront. I'm always looking for more, and have some ideas of maybe how we can help to assure that in the future. But I'll just tuck that under my hat for now. But thank you for that, Travis.
Travis, thank you, Commissioner Woolley. I have a question. The NRCS contributions on these. Do you, is it your understanding that there is ongoing and increasing interest in the agricultural world, if you will, for these kinds of projects, and it's something that the NRCS might increase, or do you have a sense of that?
That's an excellent question, Chair Wall. It's the funds are provided as part of the voluntary public access habitat incentive program, or the VPA-HIP program administered by the NRCS. It was part of the 2018 Farm Bill. It's been in previous Farm Bills as well. That's why the program has been continued. And so the continuation of the program really depends upon what funding the next Farm Bill allows. There is a lot of effort to get that included by hunting organizations, among others, to see that is included as part of the Farm Bill for access to private lands. But as far as increasing, that's completely dependent upon the federal legislature and what they do with the next Farm Bill.
Thank you. Let me ask just a related question, and this is my last one. A couple of these projects looked like they were logging projects, and then they looked to this as a way to get people on the land. They had logged it and then had the option to have people on the land, especially while the lands were still not didn't have forest cover. I'm curious if you see more and more groups interested in that, including timber investment companies and those sorts of things. And if those things, since all of these or most of these tend to be continuations, is this sort of a business model that's establishing itself pretty solidly? Does that make sense?
Yes, no. Another a good question, Chair Wall. There is increasing interest from timber companies for a access payment based upon acreage and not simply providing additional enforcement assets to assist in their enforcement. So there is an increasing interest on that part. As far as a business model, I really, let me ask a clarifying question. Are you speaking from the department standpoint on the business model of providing funds for access, or on the timber companies?
I was looking more for the latter, that it seems that this is a form of access that is happening. To some extent, it's becoming, it looks like it's an attractive thing, which we would want the companies to be attracted to it. It also could be becoming an established business model that companies are looking to as a source of income while they're post logging. And I'm just trying to assess that so that I can think about these projects going forward.
It's difficult for me to say exactly what the deciding motivation from the timber companies are. We certainly still have a large amount of acreage that's enrolled that is just asking for some assistance in enforcement. So the North Coast, the Willamette private lands, the East Lane projects don't pay the landowners directly. We fund OSP troopers to go out and patrol and assist them in ensuring that the users, the hunters, our users, are respecting their rules and the lands in which they have access to. And that's still a very popular option. It's certainly, from our financial standpoint, the one we really prefer. But there are also a growing number of companies that are asking for a by acreage payment. I don't know if that's indicative of an industry-wide shift, or just for those companies, if that's just a change in their particular shift in business model.
Thank you. That's real helpful.
If I could,
Oh, sorry, Chair Wall, if I could just add to that. I think, you know, we've been incredibly spoiled out west here for the last, you know, many decades, approaching a century of really open public access to private timberland, and to the point where I think many Oregonians really considered it like public land. And that's a little bit unique in that that's not been the case around the rest of the country. So as you know, as the timber companies are looking at their, as you mentioned, their business practices and their bottom line, they look to how they're managing properties, for instance, in the Southeast US, where there is essentially no public access to private timberland. It's all leased, you know, it's all leased or paid entry programs. So they've been looking to how they might, you know, at least some of them have been looking as to how they might implement a model like that out here. And some companies have been doing it. Others have chosen to go down the path that we're talking about here, which is just continue to have the broad public access, but with the economic benefit to the company associated with the A&H payment. So, and they do allow access to all, you know, this isn't just to recently logged units. This is to all their units, whether they've been recently harvested or not.
Wherever there would be habitat, it just seems like there's more habitat on some of those, you know, for deer and elk or things like that on the open lands.
Oh, absolutely, Chair Wall. I mean, the hunting effort might be disproportionate to the, you know, to the 3 to 5 to 7-year-old units, because that's where all the best forage is, which means that's where the animals are. But the access is broader than just to those recently harvested units.
Thank you. Good point. And thank you for the clarification or the history. One more question, it looks like, from Commissioner Woolley.
Yeah, I meant to ask just to get an update on the small grant program, how that's going. Is the funding stable? I seem to recall that it was a different funding stream, and maybe that's inaccurate. But could you just tell me how that, because I know that's a habitat focus program. So Travis, do you have any kind of update on that?
Yes, Commissioner Woolley, Chair Wall. The Small Grants Program provides a, it's pulled out of, so let me step back a little further. So the A&H program is one of its many funding sources, derives a percentage of funds from ODFW's green forage and deer funds to address habitat. A portion of those funds, $7,800 for each of the 5 regions, is allocated to each of those regions. And from that, within the guidelines for the program, which stipulate it's got to be on private land, it has to be habitat, you have to have a non-department 25% cost match at a minimum. The individual habitat biologist, A&H regional coordinator, can initiate and do habitat work without getting prior approval from the board, so they can do small grants, small projects on their property. This last year, as said in that most of the acreage, in fact, almost all of the acreage, was on the Indian Creek fire near Ventura, and that's using chemicals and potentially seeding to keep the annual grasses from taking over what has been historically very good bunch grass stands. So it's just giving those stands a fighting chance to recover and to come back strong. Because of their importance, it's very high density mule deer winter range, and it's also utilized by sage grouse as well for nesting habitat in places. So that's where most of it went. The other project that was done this last year was a solar well for wildlife watering. So it put in a tank the grant paid for help pay for the supplies, the solar panels, the solar pump. The landowner picked up all this other supplies to hook them up. And then the local, at a Bend, their local solar companies actually volunteered all the labor to set everything up. So that was the other project, was providing water in the, I believe it was Metolius unit.
Okay. So did you say that that program goes through the same or different approval process? Does that go through the regional committees, or is that a different approval process?
It's the project funds are approved just as in, they have to do a report on what they've accomplished, but the only criteria, there's not an additional approval that's required. They just have to stay within the bounds of the small grants program. So like I said earlier, it has to be on private land, has to have 25% match, has to be a habitat project. And then the individual regional coordinator can just allocate those funds to the project.
Okay, so it is reviewed at the regional level. I see. Okay, all right. Thank you, Travis.
Anything
Thank
else?
you.
Okay, we have one person signed up for testimony.
I'm trying to break in, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to make a brief comment back on the topic of like, is this a business model for timber companies? And I have no knowledge on that whatsoever. But I do want to say that I think I have been around a lot of large timber tracts, just in the areas I've lived in, and communicate with a lot of private landowners. And I think it's worth thinking sometimes, if you have a home in who knows where, Eugene, Oregon, and you said, I'm going to open up the backyard to enjoyment of the backyard every day for this season. There is a responsibility to that and a liability to that. And I just think as we look at, it's great to do that, but to think that it's just a free thing that people could do without like, some of the policing type things we were talking about, or even infrastructure issues. And I think as we look further into this sort of COVID environment and a lot of our rural areas where we're seeing a lot more people out in communities, which is throughout the state, which is wonderful. I just think that having programs that work and make private lands accessible, but do it in a way that is actually possible for communities and private landowners. So I just want to throw that out there because I think it could be seen as, I've just seen a lot of yucky stuff happen on properties that don't have anything to do with this program, certainly, but hey, it's a big timber track and we can drive out there anytime and get in there and dump garbage and do all kinds of stuff. So it's a problem. I'm sure we all know that, but I think there's a role for this is all I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Good point. Anything else, commissioners? If not, could I have a motion on the 4 projects that are before us for this part of agenda item C?
I think, Chair Wall, I think there might be someone signed up to testify.
Right, you're right. Yes. And I said that earlier and then skipped right past it. So Kathleen Gobush, are you there? And Kathleen was also signed up for a different item. So she had signed up for both of this one and one later. Michelle, have you happened to hear from her?
She was in there earlier, but I don't see her now. So
I had promoted her over from attendee to panelist, and she was successfully in there, so I'm not sure where she's gone. Good afternoon, Director's Office, Michelle speaking.
Let's just give her 1 minute here, Travis, if you can hang, yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Good afternoon, Director's Office.
Actually, if you're not hearing from her, what we could do is hold off voting on the 4 projects and hear from Travis on the nomination or the recommendation for someone for the open position. So why don't we do that, and then we'll see if we can, if Michelle can contact Kathleen. So Travis, back to you.
Okay. Okay. The next issue before the commission is the appointment of a hunter representative to the A&H board. Each board member is appointed to a 4-year term and can be reappointed to a 2nd term. The current A&H board members are listed with their terms.
Hi, Kathleen. This is Michelle Tate with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We were just called on you for testimony in Exhibit E.
Here are the locations of the current A&H board members with the chair in black, the landowner representatives in green, and hunter representatives in blue. The applicants for the hunter representative appointment are shown across the state in red. A total of 10 applications were received by the deadline. The commission packet included a summary of each of the representative applications in attachment 5 and the application for each candidate as attachment 4. The statutes for the appointment of a hunter representative to the A&H board ask the commission to consider the recommendations of the director. Wildlife Division formed an evaluation committee and evaluated the candidates based upon their applications. Division presented the recommendations to Director Melcher. That ends my presentation. I can take any questions that you may have now or after public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will go back to public testimony. Michelle, did you have luck bringing over Kathleen? Looks like not the case.
No, and I left a message on the phone number that she gave to me. So I have not heard anything back.
Okay. Then let's keep going on this one, Travis.
That's my presentation for both the projects and for the hunter representative.
Did you said that you made a recommendation for this one out of the 10?
That's correct. Director Melcher, is he still there? Because ultimately the statutes do specify that it is the directors who makes the recommendation.
Yes, I am here. And we did, I guess I would say, highlight 3, what we consider to be top candidates. And I was just looking for my paperwork here to tell you which one I was recommending, but it is Nick, excuse me, I got something in my throat, but Nick, and I'm not recalling his last name right now. So
Calero.
There you go. Thank you, Nick Calero.
Thank you. Just before I ask for a motion on that appointment, it does sound like the appointment is actually done by the director, but the motion would ask us to ratify that. It sounds like. I do want to also mention that an appreciation for the people across the state that applied for these commissions and boards and task forces really do make a big difference. And I was glad to see there were so many people interested in this one to work on these projects. And also, as a side note, glad to see there was somebody from the southwest corner of the state, which doesn't always happen in these applications. So it's nice to see the level of interest in this, which says something about the projects and what they're doing in the communities. So we have then a recommendation from the department on this one. Is there a motion?
Chair, we have 2 commissioners to comment or ask questions.
Okay. I'm not seeing all of those, so thank you for catching them. Just call on them.
Okay, yeah, I think I was next and then Commissioner Spellbrink. So I've made this comment before. So I just want to reiterate. So I know that the positions of the board members are in statute to have landowner representatives and hunter representatives. And I feel that there should be a habitat representative, like a wildlife ecologist or a large mammal biologist, to also be a part of the board. And again, I know that these are in statute and, we have no power to make any recommendations or changes around that, but that's just something because habitat is a important component of this work. I think that's something that the legislature should consider.
Are you putting that in the form of a recommendation to staff to work on a bill for that next time?
I don't know if the staff writes bills.
To work on getting one written, I should say.
Yeah, I would like some sort of follow-up, but I'm not sure what the process would be, and maybe Director Melcher could shed light on that. But I know Commissioner Labhart's done a lot of legislative work, so yeah, I'm not sure how to develop that. But so if either one of them want to comment, fine, or if not, we can follow up after the meeting.
Chair Wall, if I may speak.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I just would like to, Commissioner Woolley, I would like to also point out that our current chair, which is to represent the public at large, is a former wildlife biologist with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Craig Ely. Spent his career here. The landowner representatives we both have are both from a forestry background and forestry management and habitat from those standpoints, and we're professional foresters. So the statute does specify that there will be hunters and landowners, but the backgrounds of them do include the importance of habitat and science as well. We always are very lucky to have very good candidates and have a great breadth of experience to bring to the board. So I just wanted to explain that while we are restricted by statute, we still get very good people.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you. And I'll just do one more check with Michelle to see if we've heard from Kathleen. And if not, we're going to go ahead with our motions. So let's go to a motion first on the 4 projects.
Mary, Bob needs to weigh in.
Sorry, I knew that. Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, Chair Wall. Right, and I could finish it up by making a motion too, but I was just going to mention, when I went through the candidates, man, it looked like a bunch of excellent candidates for the position. And I ended up, I think I called Director Melcher just for some input. And he did mention that Western Oregon perhaps was a little underrepresented on the board. And, when I looked, I see that Nicholas Calero spends a lot of time over there, and I represent, a big part of that Northwest Oregon in District 5 to Congressional District 5. So I would concur with what the director's recommendation was too. I think I think Nicholas Calero would be a good choice. Okay, that being said, I will go ahead and make the first motion here. That is, I move to approve the 4 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat State Board.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the 4 projects recommended for funding by the state board. Any final questions or comments? Then could I have a vote on that? Thumbs up votes? Commissioner Labhart, your picture is the one I can't, there we go. Thank you. Looks like we have all 6. Then can we go to the second motion?
I guess I'm
I'll
on here
move.
still, so.
Oh, okay.
Go
ahead.
Okay. We'll fight for it. So I move to appoint Nicholas Calero to serve a 4-year term as hunter representative on the Access and Habitat State Board.
I'll second.
Thank you both. It's been moved and seconded to appoint Nicholas Calero to serve the 4-year term as the hunter representative. Those in favor, could you do a thumbs up? It's like we have all 6 in favor on that one as well. Thank you. And thank you to you, Travis, for the work on these. And we'll loop back to Kathleen if she calls in. So let's go on to then the next item. And it looks like Alan Ritchie is here for item D, which is the Fish Screening Task Force member appointment.
Yes, Chair Wall, let me share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, Chair Wall, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Alan Ritchie, the Fish Screening and Passage Program Manager, and I'm here today to request that you appoint a new member to the Fish Screening Task Force to represent the public. The Fish Screening Task Force duties as defined in statute are to advise the department on fish screening program development, funding, monitoring, technology, reporting, and project prioritization. This task force is made up of 7 members. 3 represent agricultural interests, 3 represent fishing or fish conservation, and 1 represents the public at large. These members serve 2-year terms with the possibility of serving up to 3 consecutive terms. This is a list of the current membership. Les Perkins, a member representing the public since 2014, served his 6 years and is not eligible for reappointment. And this has created the vacancy that I hope to have filled today. The recruitment process for this position consisted of a media release and direct outreach to potential candidates. Unfortunately, only 1 application was received for this position, but we are actually fortunate that it's a really strong candidate. Alexis Vivota, she lives in Hood River, where she works for Farmers Conservation Alliance in the fish screen industry. Ms. Vivota has a strong background in the technology and constraints that must be considered for successful fish screen projects. She is also experienced in working with water users to develop and install fish screens. Ms. Vivota has previous natural resource experience working for ODFW, the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and under contract to the University of Montana regarding a fish screen project in the state of Montana. This map displays the geographic range of our task force membership. We've been able to get a good east to west distribution, but are lacking in the southern Oregon part of our state. I did reach out to a couple good candidates in the Klamath area, but none of them chose to apply at this time. We also have 3 current task force members originally appointed in 2015 that reached their term limits later this year. This will create new vacancies representing agriculture and fishing or fish conservation. So if you have any good suggestions for people to fill these seats, please encourage them to apply or send me their names and I'll reach out to them. At this point, staff recommends the appointment of Alexis Vivota to the Fish Screening Task Force due to her unique and valuable experience with fish screens, water users, and her ability to represent the public. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Commissioners, are there questions or comments? And I can see about half of you in the picture. So if I'm missing anybody, I don't see any hands up, but if I'm missing anybody, please just jump in.
Commissioner Labhart. So I just have a comment. And it sounds like when I read it, Alexis, highly qualified candidate. Just disappointed, Alan, that we don't have more candidates. And maybe we could have an incentive where Commissioner Spellbrink would take them fishing or something if they would apply or something like that. So, but just disappointed that we don't have more candidates, and that's nothing against Alexis. She looks like a highly qualified candidate. So I just wish we had some more candidates to choose from. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labart, I can tell you that, we struggle, or at least I struggle a little bit with the public at large seat, because we do make a point not to load the task force. I have a number of groups, NGOs, a number of different entities that we reach out to for the ag side of the task force or the fishing and fish conservation side. We try not to appoint someone to the public seat that is a clear representative of the other members. So I think that's some of our struggle with this one public at large seat. But as you pointed out, she is definitely a very good candidate.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I'd be happy to make a motion if there's no other hands up.
There are no other hands up. Go right ahead.
I move to appoint Alexis Voda, getting that name mangled, sorry, as a public representative on the fish screening task force based on her relevant experience and qualifications.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Alexis Voda to this group. Those in favor? Looks like we have 6 thumbs up. Thank you, Commissioners and Alan, for your work on this, and to Alexis for applying and being ready to step up on this one.
Great, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alan. It's a few minutes before noon. Commissioners, we can do the next one, which will be it won't be a short item. I don't know exactly how long, but it won't be a short item. Or we can take a half hour, 45 minutes for lunch and then come back and do the last 3 items, all of which are substantive, so they will take a while. Would you like to go through one more or take a short lunch break? Lunch break, I see at least one of you nodding, 2, 3. Okay, lunch break sounds popular. Then to the people who are presenting for the next ones, we will start again. Can you all do it in, say, 40 minutes instead of 45, or should we go for 30? Okay, I see frowns at 30, so 40 minutes, and so let's do that. 40 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you all. Hi there. Is there a magic thing that you do so you put everybody on the screen, everybody's picture on the screen when I can't find people?
Mary, just so you know, you're not muted.
Welcome back, everyone. I think it looks like everybody is back on and we are ready to start agenda item F, Ocean Salmon Fisheries Informational Briefing, and Christine Millette is online to present that for us. So go ahead, Christine.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see this?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Christine Millette, and I'm the Ocean Salmon Technical Resource Manager for ODFW. First off, my apologies for not being able to provide a visual today. I will have this issue corrected before the time I come before you again in April. Today, I would like to talk to you about preliminary options or alternatives, as they are often referred to, for the 2021 ocean salmon regulations. During this presentation, I hope to introduce you to the process and schedule for the annual development of ocean fisheries for Chinook and coho salmon, go over some key 2020 escapement estimates and 2021 abundance forecasts for selected salmon stocks, review the main constraints for commercial and recreational fisheries in Oregon this year, and finally present the 3 fisheries regulation alternatives that have been developed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council, or PFMC, during their March meeting, which happened about 2 weeks ago. These 3 alternatives are currently available for public review, and their intent is to reflect a range of potential fishery components so that the public may comment on them. Input will be received and considered by the PFMC at their April meeting, when final salmon fishery regulations will be developed for marine areas in Washington, Oregon, and California. I hope to join you again during the April Commission meeting to introduce the final 2021 PFMC fisheries regulations, and will request the adoption of rules for Oregon state water fisheries by reference at that time. The annual process in Oregon starts with reviewing past year's salmon escapement and related fisheries information, followed by the review of current year run size forecasts, and receiving detailed input on desired salmon seasons from the Oregon Salmon Industry Group. This and all following meetings listed here were or will be held virtually this year. Specific fisheries alternatives that all meet various conservation and ESA objectives for stocks encountered in PFMC fisheries are developed during the March PFMC meeting. Pertinent to Oregon, the process continues with the review and discussion of potential ocean and Columbia River salmon seasons during 2 consecutive north of Cape Falcon meetings scheduled for March 17th and April 1st. And I apologize, my slide says it is scheduled for the 31st, but there was a change. Coordination between north of Cape Falcon ocean salmon and Columbia River fisheries is needed due to the overlap of several stocks in both fisheries and the need to ensure that conservation requirements and fishery sharing are addressed. Further public input on the 3 alternatives is gathered prior to the April PFMC meeting through PFMC-hosted public forums. Stakeholders and constituents may also participate in the Oregon PFMC public meeting, which is scheduled for March 24th this year. At their April meeting, the PFMC will develop and adopt the final set of 2021 ocean salmon fisheries regulations for marine waters off of the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California. The National Marine Fisheries Service, who manages the ocean salmon fisheries, will implement these federal rules. Lastly, at the April Commission meeting, I hope to present to you the final PFMC salmon seasons and plan to request the adoption of state waters salmon fishery regulations by reference to the federal rules. This slide is intended to provide a visual overview of the geographic areas for which salmon fisheries regulations are being proposed. Going from north to south, domestic fisheries are implemented from the Canada-US border to Cape Falcon, just south of the city of Astoria. This is the management area commonly referred to as north of Cape Falcon. At its most southern end, this area is subdivided into the Columbia River Management Zone from Ledbetter Point in Washington to Cape Falcon. The Central Oregon Coast Management Zone is divided by the Hecata Bank line south of Florence and reaches south to Humbug Mountain, which is located near the town of Port Orford. The most southern Oregon Management Zone is the Oregon portion of the Klamath Management Zone, or KMZ, reaching from Humbug Mountain south to the Oregon-California border. Moving on to the review of select salmon stock performances during the 2020-2021 management season, and I apologize if there's any duplication with the earlier presentation given this morning. Both Sacramento and Klamath River stock forecasts are similar to 2020 postseason estimates. These stocks tend to be the main drivers for the implementation of south of Cape Falcon Chinook fisheries, and they have been in low abundances in recent years, leading to additional fishery restrictions. For 2021, the primary Chinook management concern is abundance of Klamath River Chinook. Forecasts for coho salmon stocks in the Columbia River Basin are high at over 1.5 million fish estimated to return in 2021. This is the largest forecast this millennium so far and comparable to the 2001 preseason forecast of 1.53 million coho. Lower Columbia River natural coho are a subgroup within this forecast and are predicted to improve slightly over the 2020 postseason estimate. Oregon coast natural coho salmon abundance has also improved by about 15,000 fish. Columbia River fall Chinook form the largest contributing stock group to Chinook fisheries occurring north of Cape Falcon. Their overall abundance has been forecasted similar to last year's actual returns. Within these groups are less abundant stocks or ESA components, such as the lower Columbia River natural Tule Fall Chinook. Conservation needs for such stocks will drive the fishing opportunities for Chinook in the north of Cape Falcon area. The Columbia River Brights unit includes primarily naturally produced upriver brights, or URBs, but also several hatchery stocks, naturally produced lower river brights, and ESA-listed Snake River Wild Fall Chinook. The forecast for upriver brights has increased from an estimated 299,300 fish last year to 354,200 fish for 2021. with the latter being about 83% of the recent 10-year average of 425,000 fish. The major constraints to the development of recreational coho fisheries south of Cape Falcon are impact limitations on ESA-listed Oregon coastal natural coho salmon. For 2021, total exploitation rate in all fisheries cannot exceed 15%. Two of the PFMC alternatives, which will be shown later in this presentation, do have reductions in Chinook opportunity for the Oregon recreational fishery when compared to most recent years. And these are both related to limitations for Klamath River Chinook. Commercial troll fisheries in the south of Cape Falcon management area are primarily constrained by the status of Klamath River Chinook and the requirement to meet an escapement goal of no less than 31,600 natural spawners. Federal regulations implementing ocean salmon fisheries become effective in mid-May each year. Fisheries occurring prior to that time are part of the previous year's regulations and may become subject to modification through in-season management actions to adapt to conditions in the current year. For 2021, there have not been any changes proposed to the opener for the recreational fishery. Thus, the fishery opened on March 15th for all salmon except coho and a 2-fish bag limit per day. The recreational fishery catches relatively few Chinook salmon annually, and of those, very few in March. Therefore, modifying the March 15th onset of the recreational fishery for ocean salmon is usually not necessary. Through in-season management action, the commercial troll salmon seasons for the areas from Cape Falcon to the Hecata Bank line, as well as for the Oregon Klamath Management Zone, have been delayed until March 20th and will continue through the end of April for all salmon except coho. The area from the Hecata Bank line to Humbug Mountain is expected to remain closed until at least April 30th. Additional in-season management actions may be taken during the April PFMC meeting. Now we have arrived at comparing the 3 PFMC developed alternatives, and we're going to start with the commercial seasons in the area from Cape Falcon to the Hecata Bank line. The listed dates represent fishing days with Chinook retention, except that alternative 1 also includes the retention of hatchery coho salmon from July 1 through the earlier of August 15th, or a quota of 10,000 fish. These dates and quota are in effect for the combined management area from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. Overall, the proposed alternatives for commercial fishery regulations are fairly restrictive when compared to recent years. However, not as severe as what had been implemented during the 2017 season. Alternative 2 is very similar to Alternative 1, with 5 additional fishing days. However, no coho retention is allowed. Alternative 3 adds more fishing days in May, June, and August. For the management area south of the Hecata Bank line to Humbug Mountain, Alternative 1 again includes marked coho retention with a shared quota of 10,000 fish, while Alternative 2 is very similar to Alternative 1 in season structure. Alternative 2 offers 5 more days of fishing for all salmon except coho. Alternative 3 extends the season throughout the month of May and adds days in June and August. For commercial seasons in the Oregon KMZ, alternatives 1 and 3 both offer open time periods in June and July with quotas of 600 Chinook and 300 Chinook respectively in alternative 1, and Chinook quotas of 300 and 200 fish respectively in alternative 3. Following are alternatives developed for recreational fisheries. And we start with the management area from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. All 3 alternatives offer Chinook opportunities starting March 15th and ending October 31st. However, alternative 2 represents a mid-August Chinook closure, and under alternative 3, the entire month of August would be closed for Chinook. Also notable is the inclusion of days with allowable coho retention during marked coho only and non-selective coho fisheries options. The overlap with coho retention periods varies from 45 days under alternative 3 to 87 days under alternative 1. And with closed periods for Chinook, alternative 2 and 3 have a series of coho only fishing days. Specific coho salmon retention opportunities with varying quotas for marked coho are displayed in this slide. Quotas for marked coho are shared within the combined management area from Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border. However, in alternative 3, the Oregon KMZ area would remain closed for coho. Additional opportunities for the retention of marked and unmarked coho salmon are offered for the management area from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, but not in the Oregon KMZ. While all 3 alternatives account for the same 9 open days in September, the alternatives vary with regards to the allowable quotas. Finally, the Oregon Klamath Management Zone alternatives 1 and 2 include shared marked coho quotas for the combined management area from Cape Falcon to the Oregon-California border, while alternative 3 does not, and also does not provide for open Chinook days in late May or June. Currently, staff is still awaiting data needed to determine whether to propose 2021 Chinook fisheries in the Elk River Ocean Terminal area. A coastal Chinook salmon status meeting with Fish Division and Coastal Fish District staff has been scheduled for later this month to review available 2020 postseason and 2021 forecasted abundances, to review applicable provisions under the Coastal Multi-Species Plan, and to potentially develop fisheries options for the Elk River area for consideration by the Commission during your April meeting. The forecasted return of Chetco River fall Chinook has improved over recent returns and represents the largest return since 2016. Under the applicable Rogue Falls Chinook Conservation Plan, ocean terminal area fisheries may occur for this area if the average of the last 2 years' actual returns and the preseason forecast exceed 2,750 fish. For 2021, however, the 3-year average for these values is about 500 fish below that threshold. Therefore, staff is not proposing ocean terminal fisheries for the Chetco River Ocean Terminal area. Staff is also in the process of reviewing stock status in order to consider whether any modification to coastal in-river Chinook fisheries may be necessary under the Coastal Multi-Species Plan, and whether any coastal river fisheries for wild coho salmon will be proposed. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your interest in the process and the schedule for developing annual ocean salmon fisheries regulations. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Christine. Great to hear the report, and we'll see if there are questions at this point. We do have a couple people signed up to testify on this one, but are there commission questions first? Or comments? I'm not seeing questions. Go ahead, Bob. Commissioner Spellbrink, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I was just going to mention something in passing here. I did get a few calls on this when some of the commercial guys, trollers, were taken by surprise to see the possibility of a March 20th opener. Just because, you know, that would be, I think, earlier than it's ever opened. And a lot of the guys, you know, schedule that time before season to do boat work and haul out, and especially if guys, you know, were busy crabbing ahead of that time. So some of them were concerned that all of a sudden, you know, whether there's fish or not, they don't know, but they might miss that because they were scheduled with Waze appointments and stuff to do boat work. So they were a little bit taken back by the fact that the possibility of opening on March 20th, which is basically almost now, you know. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that.
Were they asked, just one second, Commissioner Spellbrink, were they asking for a certain solution, or they just were taken aback and not particularly happy?
Well, yeah, that's more than anything. They were just, I mean, they had, like, the one individual had in fact, he had the boat hauled out. Now he was doing woodwork on the boat, and he had no ability to react to it at all. And I guess they, you know, I don't know if there was any prior notice of that possibility or not, but he was surprised, and unpleasantly so, that he might be still working on the boat while the season opened.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Zarnowitz, and then see if there are other questions, and then we'll go to the first person to testify.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if Chris Kern wanted to respond to Commissioner Spellbrink. His hand was up.
Chris, are you there and you wanted to respond?
I am here. I'm trying to, just real quick. Chair Wall, thanks. And Commissioner Spellbrink. It is a surprise because while the March 15th date is typically always on the books, just in case we have the ability to utilize it, it hasn't been common that we have been able to utilize it. And so it is always on the books in part of the, well, always, in most years I've been around, it's been on the books as a potential, but also recognized as a remote potential. And I understand that our salmon advisors, as they were contemplating that option, were trying to call as many people as they could get a hold of to kind of let them know. Part of the reason that it got delayed from the 15th to the 20th was in part to try and give a few more days at least for some folks to get ready. But appreciate that not everybody got that word, and we'll work to do a little better on that in the next years. Particularly if we think this alternative or this earlier opener may become more realistic over time. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for Christine for this report, because the ocean fisheries, and your report proves it to me how complex putting all this together is, and with all the ESA that you have to consider, and trying to predict the runs, and having all those options and many different dates, it's pretty overwhelming, but I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, I just want to thank Christine also and say that I appreciate kind of this heads up presentation ahead of time. And I have a question that I could ask at another time as well, but I don't quite understand. I don't know if this is for Chris or Christine, this concept of bubble within the, how like the Chetco has a bubble. I mean, there's the management plan and then there's the bubble, and I didn't quite capture. Is the bubble something within the, help me.
Well, I can do that, Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. What's being referred to here is basically a fishery that occurs right in the ocean at the mouth of the Chetco River. So it occurs at a time when the rest of the ocean is closed, but it's focusing the effort on the fish that are returning to the Chetco. And that model gets utilized in other areas as well, but in this case, we're talking about the Chetco. And so in years of high abundance, we provide these near shore, both recreational and commercial fishing opportunities when the rest of the ocean is closed, focusing on local stocks. It doesn't sound like that'll be possible this year, given the stock status.
Okay, thank you. I thought that's what it was, but I'm just gonna ask.
Very good.
Just following up on that question, since we're talking about the bubble and the management plan that covers that area, is there a 5-year review coming soon for that Rogue Falls Chinook?
Chair Wall, I guess I can defer to Chris. I don't recall what our schedule is with regard to the Rogue South Coast Chinook plan, and maybe Chris does know, but I don't.
Chair Walkup and Director Melcher, I don't know offhand, but I may be able to find it fairly quickly if you give me a few minutes, but I don't know offhand.
No rush. I was just curious on that one for when. And one other question that I had, and then we'll go to Thomas Beck, who's ready, I think, to testify. In one of the slides, Christine, you talked about natural spawner escapement goals. Is that an escapement goal that comes out of one of the management plans?
Chair Wall, that would have been most likely a reference to natural escapement goal for the Klamath stock. Okay. And that would have been covered in a document that Chris referred to earlier today,
right,
which is covered by the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment.
Thank you. That helps. Commissioners, if it's okay then, I don't see other hands up right now. So let's go to the two people who would like to testify. And the first one is Thomas Beck, and then we'll hear from Brian McLaughlin. And Thomas, you have 3 minutes, so go ahead.
Chair Wall, I haven't heard from Mr. Beck yet today. I do have 2 attendees that are dialed in on phone numbers that don't match with what I was provided, so I don't believe he's available, but Mr. McLaughlin is here online.
Then we'll go with Mr. McLaughlin. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but it's faint.
I will try to speak up.
Thank you. It's better
now. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Director Melcher. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside in Portland, Oregon. The Pacific Fishery Management Council recently adopted 3 salmon season alternatives for the North and Central Oregon coast area. This management area stretches from Cape Falcon near Manzanita all the way to Humbug Mountain near Port Orford. 2 of the 3 alternatives under consideration would take the unprecedented step, under my understanding, of closing the recreational fishery to the retention of Chinook in all or half of August. These proposed closures are not for conservation purposes. My understanding is that they are not designed to get a single additional Chinook back to the spawning gravel. Rather, their purpose is to take Chinook impacts away from the recreational fishery and give them to the commercial troll fishery, because the troll fishery may be facing difficult seasons. While both commercial and sport fisheries are subject to boom and bust years, the commercial fishery on average takes the majority of salmon harvested off the Oregon coast, averaging 62.5% of the total catch in the last decade. And that doesn't even count its bycatch, which can be considerable. It also takes an overwhelming percentage of the prized and more valuable Chinook salmon catch, averaging 86.5% of the Chinook landings in the past decade. During the month of August in the Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain Management Area, the commercial catch has averaged over 15,000 Chinook for the last decade, while the corresponding recreational catch has averaged a little under 2,300 fish. This means the commercial sector on average has taken 87% of the total Chinook landed in this area during the month of August, which is when and where these new recreational closures are proposed for this season. Council staff's analysis shows that even without any recreational retention closure this season, the commercial fleet will accrue 88% of the impacts to the limiting Klamath River fall Chinook population for those impacts accrued in the Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain area. Closing sport retention for half or all of August will increase the commercial allocation of this limiting stock in this area to 93% and 98% respectively. Salmon management in federal and state waters is an integrated process. As staff told you, after the council adopts seasons for federal waters, this commission will be asked to approve concurrent regulations for state waters. Thus, for practical purposes, the salmon seasons in state ocean waters will be determined at the April council meeting. Council practice and politics being what they are, if ODFW opposes these recreational closures, there's little chance they will be approved. Because this commission is responsible for setting agency policy, including for salmon allocation, this is now on your plate. And I ask the commission prior to the April council meeting to provide policy direction to the agency to oppose these provisions that would close sport retention of Chinook in August. Given the above cited numbers, I don't see how taking prize Chinook retention opportunity away from tens of thousands of public recreational anglers and reallocating it to the private commercial fishery is equitable, optimizes socioeconomic benefits, or is in the service of rational public policy. Moreover, disrupting the traditional, albeit informal, allocation paradigm may spark an unfortunate, unnecessary, and politically contentious allocation dispute. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Questions or a comment from staff? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. And we still have not heard from Mr. Beck. Okay. Then Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I would like to hear from staff on the reasoning behind that, what he just brought up.
Chair Wall, this is Chris. If you'd like me to address that, I can.
Go ahead.
Sure. Mr. McLaughlin's general sense of the history of the catch of Chinook across the two sectors is, I'm not checking numbers, but it is apparently accurate to me. That's pretty normal for us. The Chinook fishery is, the troll fishery is almost entirely Chinook across all years. And the coho fishery tends to be much more focused, the recreational fishery tends to be much more focused on coho, but does, of course, catch Chinook. There were some years of closure for the sport fishery. Those tended to be with very substantial reductions in other areas. And I think the years where there were full closures in the sport fishery for Chinook were also fully closed for the troll fishery. So that's been some time before my time, actually, but that has happened. In terms of how these alternatives are developed, maybe just a real quick rundown. of how those come about is we have a team of advisors, actually all the states and other entities that participate in the council. There's a group called the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. They're appointed to the council to represent various groups. We have 4 folks in Oregon, 2 from the commercial side with a troll representative and a processor representative, and then 2 from the sports side, one representing general sport angling and 1 charter rep. And so they work together to try and craft these alternatives before they go out for review. And they do work together to try and share things around and on an annual basis and look at different alternatives that may help one industry out or one sector out versus the other in some form of trade-off. And so that's where these were generated. Those groups put them forward. The whole intent of those alternatives is to do exactly this and solicit public testimony and input and ask people what they think about it. And so the comment that whether this is an equitable trade or not is a perfectly reasonable comment to be submitted to the council for consideration as they look at these alternatives. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that's what this process is intended to elicit.
Thank you.
Other questions? Chris, could you just follow up? And I'm not asking for arguments one way or the other, but one of the things that Mr. McLaughlin talked about was what the commission does relative to the impacts on how the council seasons are set. Could you just talk about the relative authorities of the 2 groups? Or if that's a director question, that's fine. But it was a question I had before this issue came up. But if you could talk about how the 2 relate to each other, that would be helpful.
Sure, I can start, and then if Director Melcher has any thoughts as well, welcome that. We have 1 position as the state on the council. There are 2 other Oregon representatives that aren't associated with ODFW. Offhand, I can't remember how many people sit on the council writ large, but it's over a dozen, and representing the same scenarios for different states. When I participate in the council process, I am participating as Director Melcher's designee for the Oregon agency seat. And I do play a significant role in helping craft these alternatives and coordinating with the decisions with the other states. That said, it is a single vote at that council table. So, and in terms of the authority range, I guess I just recognize these are federally managed fisheries and actually implemented through NOAA fisheries, with the exception of the state waters component. So it is a federal process. We are intimately involved in it for sure, but it is a federal process. I don't know if Director Melcher has anything to add to that.
No, I would just, I guess I shouldn't say no. I said, yeah, I have a few things to add. This ocean seasons are set in a process that includes, as Christine described earlier, a lot of public engagement and a lot of public opportunity for public comment. I think, and I'll just be frank here, what goes on in the ocean in terms of the work between the various sectors, whether they be recreational charter, commercial troll, is frankly the antithesis of what goes on in the Columbia. In the ocean, these folks are working together to try and structure fisheries that work and meet each individual sector's needs, while of course maintaining the overall conservation objectives. And the department doesn't craft these options. We and the federal scientists provide the sideboards, and the constituents craft the options. So in the end, it may well be that there is no change to the August Chinook recreational fishing opportunity, but nonetheless, it is a process, and I guess I would just I would encourage you to let everyone participate in the process.
Thank you. I do have one other question, and that is, Well, go ahead, Commissioner Zarowitz, and I'll come back to mine because I was framing it anyway. Go ahead.
Isn't it, though, the framework is the top, we can't go above that, but we can go be more restrictive.
Well, certainly in state waters. Certainly in state waters, that is true. But having inconsistent regulations between state and federal waters is not obviously a good place to be.
Say that again, Director. I didn't catch what you said. That
Uh,
last.
I said having inconsistent regulations between the state waters and the federal waters is not something that we would recommend.
Let me ask one follow-up question. When you talk about lots of public input, are you talking about the North of Falcon process and some of those that are open to the public, and there are a lot of people that are involved in those?
Chair Wall, it's that, but it also includes the actual council, the Pacific Fishery Management Council process, and North of Falcon is just really a side process to the PFMC process.
Chair Wall, this is Chris. I'd just real quick add, as Christine recapped earlier, we do have a public meeting coming up next week virtually, of which this will be a topic. The council also solicits and looks for public input and comments, and actually Mr. McLaughlin and I have already talked about that. So there's a venue there, and actually with the virtual format that's going on this year, the opportunities for public input don't require you to travel somewhere as they may have in the past. And so we've been seeing some more increases in public testimony on these things. So some opportunities there that are expanded over what they would even normally be, which is I think fairly extensive, as Director Melcher indicated.
Yeah. One last question, and this just reflects, I know other processes a lot better than I do this one. We meet annually with the Ocean Salmon Industry Group. Is that both commercial and recreational?
Chair, well, it's open to anybody. It's an open public meeting, and so traditionally, when I started, it was typically a lot more of the commercial industry folks. But over the years, we've definitely had a lot more recreational participation. And again, that was another virtual one this year. Mr. McLaughlin and I, again, we talked offline about this. I know he was able to participate this year when I think he may not have been in the past. So we've been talking about some of that. So yeah, it's open.
Okay. Thank you. Any other commissioner questions? If not, thank you for the presentation, and to Mr. McLaughlin for his testimony. And let's move on to Exhibit F, Agenda Item F, Commercial Market Squid Management Measures, and Troy Buell.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. Can everybody hear me okay? Just a quick sound check.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Troy Buell, and I'm the State Fishery Management Program Leader with the Department's Marine Resources Program out of Newport. And I am here today to discuss the commercial market squid fishery in Oregon, which has a long history in California, but is a recently emerging fishery in Oregon, and to recommend some management measures to the Commission for adoption. And I believe I need to share my screen now. Let me get that going. Okay, and can you see my screen now for the presentation?
Yes.
All right. So first we'll just walk through the outline of my PowerPoint here. Talk a little bit about the market squid biology and ecology, some background on the commercial fishery, its history, development, and description, where we stand as far as our current fishery management measures in Oregon, some challenges that we have identified through various public meetings and other interactions, and staff recommendations to address those challenges, and then a little bit of information about what we see coming down the road for the market squid fishery. There's a picture of a market squid here. If you're not familiar with what they look like, that animal's in Oregon typically sized about 5 inches of mantle length. So they are a pretty small, small squid. Some background on biology and ecology of market squid. We're talking about a single species here, Doryteuthis opalescens. It's short-lived, less than 1 year, and the average age at harvest is about 6 months off of California, where, again, they have a long history and more research and data than we do here for animals off Oregon. Market squid are terminal spawners, meaning they spawn at the end of their lifespan, and females can spawn multiple times during a single event. They form shallow water mating and spawning aggregations that in Oregon are concentrated in the spring and the fall time frame. Mating occurs on the spawning grounds, but it can also possibly occur in other areas. After they spawn, the eggs are deposited on typically sandy bottoms, and they hatch into paralarvae in about 3 to 8 weeks. And then they move off into deeper water off the continental shelf as they grow and mature. Of note, this short lifespan means that the population replaces itself annually with or without fishing. So every year, the entire population dies off and replaces itself. The photo on the right is of some squid egg cases, and if you walk the beaches in Oregon, you may have come across some of these. They do wash up on the shore, and been curious about what they are. Market squid are part of the forage base, and they're forage for many species of fish, marine mammals, and seabird predators. Although we don't have any known squid specialists that just really concentrate on squid, they're more part of this broader forage base that includes sardines, anchovies, herrings, but they do form an important component of that base for higher level predators. Like many of our coastal pelagic species or forage fish, they go through boom and bust population cycles. I think of these kind of like an insect hatch. When conditions are right, the population can really explode. And here, right conditions typically means warmer waters. And so when we have climate phenomena like El Nino or La Nina, those squid are responsive to that, and they tend to be more productive in northern areas during El Nino events when we have warmer water, and less productive during La Nina years. And the opposite's true in Southern California. The northern area here I'm talking about is in Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. We may also have seen some influence of the marine heat waves, and you heard about this in Chris Kern's presentation from this morning. The blob that started in 2014, and then that elevated temperatures have never really totally dissipated up there in the Gulf of Alaska. And at various times, those warm waters have reached down and affected the Northern California current ecosystem as well. And as you can see, this is actually this figure is one that Chris showed you on his presentation as well, but zoomed in on the market squid. And so this is from a fishery independent ecological survey, and shows standardized catch over time of market squid in that survey. That survey runs from about central Oregon up into Washington. And you can see that in recent years, we have seen more higher squid abundance than we have since the late 90s. And the hypothesis is that is likely related to both the El Ninos early in that time period and the marine heat waves later in the time period. Moving into some background on the commercial fishery itself, just orient you to these graphs, first of all. So the top graph shows our market squid landings in California and Oregon from 1980 through 2020 in millions of pounds. And then the bottom graph zooms in on the Oregon landings because they're just at a vastly different scale than what we've seen in California. But what you can see here is that California has this long and consistent history of squid harvest. It doesn't show on the graph, but it actually goes back to the 1920s. It is a highly developed industry and infrastructure and one of their largest and most valuable commercial fisheries. They're concentrated in Southern California, really. And because of this long history, they have a robust fishery management plan that was implemented in the late 90s that did a number of things, including restricted participation, created a limited entry system, so only so many vessels can participate, established an annual harvest cap on the amount of squid that can be taken, established weekly 48-hour closures. There is area closures as a result of their marine protected area program, and management measures also that consider ecological and social dimensions. And so lighting, attracting squid by light is a big part of the fishery, and that can have interactions with seabirds as well as impacts on the viewscape of coastal homes. And so those have been some considerations in California. In Oregon, we have a much shorter and more sporadic history, at least until recently. You can see some pulses of squid fishing here and there in the mid 80s and mid 90s. These pulses have tended to follow El Niños a year or two later, strong or moderate El Niños. We, until recently, haven't had much local industry or infrastructure for squid fishing. That is changing. We have local boats that are investing in gearing up to fish squid. We have processors entering agreements with buyers from California to offload squid and ship them to California where all the processing capacity exists. And we don't have a whole lot of direct fishery management for squid. We primarily rely on our general commercial fishing rules at this time, and I'll go into a lot more detail on that in a little bit. And I guess to wrap this slide up, the main point here is that the landings in Oregon since 2016 have rapidly increased from just about 3 million pounds in the first year up to about 10 million pounds in 2020. This is showing where the fishery has occurred at from 2016 through 2019. Unfortunately, we did not have our 2020 logbook data that these maps are based on processed in time for this presentation, but I can speak to a little bit of what happened in 2020. So the orange polygons here are where squid fishing has occurred in each year. Doesn't give an indication of how much from each area, but that is where the logbooks indicate fishing was happening. Just to orient you to the maps, you have Charleston down here on the south end, and then this is Waldport Alsea Bay. So it's a pretty narrow section of the Central Coast. And these boxes are the Cape Perpetua Marine Reserve and Marine Protected Areas. And you'll notice there is some fishing happening in the blue box there. And that is what's known as the Seabird Protection Area. It prohibits most types of forage fish take, like sardines and anchovy, but it does allow squid fishing, and that's intentional. It was part of the community team agreement that was arrived at during the Marine Reserves process that established these protected areas. In 2020, the fishery spread out. You can see that each year it's involved a little bit more area as the fishermen have found squid in more areas. And in 2020, it again spread further along the coast, especially to the north up to near the Tillamook area. One last point on the slide, the seasonality of the harvest has also changed over time. The first year or two, it was really concentrated in the spring months, in May in particular. As seasons have progressed, we've had fishers that have stuck around and fished for squid into the summer and fall months and have seen some landings in September and even October in the most recent years. There's a variety of fishing gears that are legal in Oregon for squid fishing, but by far the primary gear responsible for the vast majority of landings is purse seine gear. For those that may not be familiar with what purse seine gear looks like, there's a really simplified diagram here on the right with some key parts. One of our proposed recommendations is around gear regulations, and so there's some labels on here that will become important later on. But seine gear is an encircling net. The idea is basically to circle the net around a school of fish. There's a float line at the top that keeps the top of the net at the top of the water, a lead line that sinks the bottom of the net to the bottom, and then the purse line that's used to close up the bottom of the net once it's circled around a school of fish. And then for this fishery, primarily they use hydraulic pumps, and they put them into the net while it's still in the water and pump the squid aboard the boats rather than bring a whole net full of fish aboard. Another feature here is that most vessels use a seine skiff, so that's a smaller boat that is used to pull the net out from the main catcher vessel and pull it in a circle around a school of squid. We have kind of a unique use of light boats in this fishery. That's not something that at least I'm aware of is used in any other fishery in Oregon. And so these are independent of both the catcher vessel and the seine skiff, boats with powerful lights that are used just to attract squid to the light boat. And then a seine vessel that's working with that light boat will come and circle that school of squid, sometimes including the light boat itself, and pump the resulting catch on board. There is trawl gear that is also legal, but that is only inside of state waters. Trawl gear is not illegal squid fishing gear in federal waters. Also, braille and dip net are legal gears, and those are gears that are common in California, or they're used in California. We have not had any landings in Oregon using this gear type, but the idea is just to attract the squid by light again, and then bring them to the surface and simply dip them out of the water with a dip net. Hook and line gear is also legal. We haven't had any landings with hook and line gear, but there has been some interest from commercial fishermen in using hook and line. Similar to what you were just discussing with salmon, there is a layered management framework here, but much less intensive at the federal level for squid. They are managed under the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan. And the main point I want to make here is that sets a market squid egg escapement goal of 30%, meaning that whatever management measures you have in place, it should result in 30% of the potential egg production of the population being allowed to go forward and produce the next generation of squid. And that's based on some modeling and analysis work, primarily involving the California fishery. But that is basically the reference point goal that is set at the federal level for market squid. There's also a federal limit on the percent of each landing that can consist of sardine bycatch across all coastal pelagic species fisheries. And then moving into Oregon state management, we can be more restrictive, but not less than federal management in a general sense. Again, we primarily rely on our general commercial fishing rules at this time. There are some that are specific to all coastal pelagic species, but very few that are specific to the market squid fishery. And I'll go into more detail on that. Our current fishery management at the state level consists of licensing requirements that are true for all commercial fishing vessels, and we include light boats in this. So the light boats also have to have commercial vessel licenses and commercial fishing licenses. We do have a harvest guideline established. It was put in place in 1984 based on some limited survey work during that squid fishery that happened in the mid-80s. It is 4.5 million pounds coastwide, or 3 million pounds north or south of Hecate Head. And the result of reaching that harvest guideline is that we hold a public hearing to evaluate the fishery. It doesn't close the fishery, it doesn't slow down the fishery. It means that we have a public hearing to evaluate the fishery. And we have exceeded that in the last several years, and we've held a number of public hearings. There are closed areas. All of our marine reserves are closed to squid fishing. Most of our marine protected areas are closed to squid fishing. Hook and line gear is allowed in the Cascade Head South Marine Protected Area. And then, as I said before, the Cape Perpetua Seabird Protection Area intentionally allows squid fishing with net gear. There are a number of prohibited species that are prohibited for any type of fishing with seine, braille, or small mesh trawl gear. And those include groundfish, salmon, halibut, and crab. I want to point out that there's no limit on the number of vessels that can participate in Oregon. Anyone can get a commercial fishing license and participate in this fishery. As I mentioned, we have some coastal pelagic species regulations that apply to our squid fishery. There's no reduction fishery allowed, so no more than 10% of any landing can be used for anything besides food for people or fishing bait. Brown fish and salmon must be dipped out of the seine before the resulting catch is pumped on board. And a catching vessel can actually pump their catch from the pursed seine of another vessel up to 20%. And the intent of that regulation is to not waste fish or effort if a vessel encircles more squid than they can actually take on board. Finally, we have a general rule across all commercial fisheries that no more than 1% of a landing can be smelt, and that's to protect endangered eulachon or threatened eulachon smelt. And that applies to the squid fishery as well. The figure on the right is just a frequently asked questions document that we have produced because a lot of the vessels that are fishing here have not fished squid in Oregon until recently. And so we kind of consolidate all this regulatory information and try and put it in a more digestible format for people. So in response to the harvest guideline, we actually didn't exceed it in 2016, but we thought we were going to, so we held a public hearing. And then in 2018 through 2020, we did approach the harvest guideline or exceed it. And so we held public hearings in each of those years and got participation from the industry, from some NGOs interested in conservation and the forage aspect of squid. And then in 2020, as we were developing our staff recommendations for regulations, we did a survey that asked some specific questions, and the figure, that's an attachment in your packet, all the answers to the survey. And the graph on the right just shows a general look at the participants that responded to the survey. It was sent out to anybody who had made squid landings in Oregon or had bought squid in Oregon to their address on record in our license database. And you can see we got about 22 responses from current harvesters. And you will see this later on, but just for context, we've had about 40 vessels participate in the fishery to date. We've also got public input through one-on-one discussions. And through this type of discussion, we've identified a number of management challenges and potential solutions. And that is what we'll jump into in this next set of slides here. The first management challenge is squid resource sustainability itself. We have seen, again, the rapid growth in landings, which has been accompanied by a rapid growth in the number of vessels participating in the fishery. The graph on the right shows the number of vessels by year, and it's broken into two gear types, trawl and purse seine. Some of the trawl fishing historically has been targeted squid fishing, but a lot of it has just been bycatch and other fisheries that does show up on our fish tickets. But what I really would like to focus on here is the orange colored bars over on the right that show the increase in the seine gear fishery that is definitely targeting squid, starting with 10 to 15 vessels in the 2016 and 2018, and then getting as high as nearly 40 vessels in 2020. One of the big challenges around squid resource sustainability is that we don't have an estimate of the population size or the harvest rate or surveys that can provide us that data. The egg escapement goal I mentioned earlier is really not a practical goal for in-season management, say, or establishing a quota each season or between seasons, because it takes really a lot of lab work to determine how much the squid have spawned at the time they're caught, and modeling work and analysis work to estimate what that total level might be. That's done periodically in California. It has not been done for the squid population off of Oregon. And so it's not something that we can really use to, say, set a quota at this time, at least. The fleet is efficient, and they can harvest a really high percent of the available biomass that's in the shallow waters within days when the weather is conducive. And there is industry concern with the rapid pace and potential for over-harvest. I would not say that's universal, but it is certainly something that we have heard strongly, and there are different ideas about how to deal with that, and one of our staff recommendations will. But that is certainly a top management challenge for trying to sustainably manage this fishery. Next management challenges we've identified have to do with bycatch and conflicts with commercial crab gear. So the purse seines used in the fishery reach the bottom of the seafloor on these shallow fishing grounds. And that has the potential to disturb the habitat. It disturbs the squid egg cases, and it results in bycatch of crab, sand dollars, and other benthic animals that live on the bottom. In addition, there's been some conflicts with commercial crab gear. If a seiner sets near or around crab pots, they can move or even bring up the crab pots. And especially with some of the rules that the Commission has recently adopted regarding replacement tags and eliminating replacement tags in the crab fishery. You know, every crab pot is not only worth the value of the crab gear itself, but also the crab that it's catching, because they're not easily replaced any longer because of the rules that we have in place to try and deal with whale entanglements in the crab fishery. The graph on the right shows landings of Dungeness crab from seine gear. So again, that's a prohibited species, but they still show up at the dock sometimes when they're not able to sort them out at sea. And you can see that has been increasing to some degree over time. In 2020, about 2,500 pounds were recorded and landed from seine gear. That's not enough crab to impact the crab population itself. Most likely down the road, there's just a lot of natural mortality. These are crab that are juveniles for the most part. So there's a lot of natural mortality that happens between this stage of their life and when they're caught in the commercial crab fishery. But it is such an iconic species in Oregon and an important part of our fishery portfolio that we need to do what we can to reduce that bycatch. And there are some good techniques to do so. One of the challenges that we face with these independent light boats is that they don't make landings. They are licensed, but it's not a squid license, it's a general commercial fishing license. And so there's no record of their participation in the fishery. We have no data on how many of them are out there or how effective they are or how they're affecting the efficiency of the overall fishery. And kind of definitional issue that it's not completely clear that attracting squid by light actually follows under our current definition of take, which calls into question how they kind of fall into the commercial fishery rules in general. Finally, specific to a situation that we experienced in the last year or two, the squid fishery, there's a lack of clarity about the use of light boats in the Cascade Head Marine Protected Area. So this protected area has a prohibition on any take by net gear. But some squid fishers asked if they could use light boats inside this area to try and lure squid outside for take by net gear. And when we evaluated that question, we found that it wasn't really clearly prohibited in our regulations. Now I'll move into our staff recommendations to deal at least in kind of stage one with some of the management challenges that I've identified. Our first recommendation addresses squid resource sustainability, and it is to close the fishery for 48 hours per week from noon Friday till noon Sunday. That closure would include attracting squid by light. It would allow periods of uninterrupted spawning for squid throughout the year. And it is somewhat of a proxy for the 30% egg escapement goal. 2 out of 7 days of the week is 29%. If squid are spawning, continuously throughout a time period, protecting them 29% of the time might nominally protect about 30% of their production. So that's the idea, part of the idea behind a weekend closure. We did ask about a closure on our industry survey about what days and times would be preferred for a closure. In our responses, the majority were for one or another weekend days. And for the enforcement aspect, Oregon State Police really just wanted to make sure the closure happened or started in the daytime, so they weren't out there in the middle of the night trying to enforce a closure. It also happens to be aligned with the California closure. That is I guess a minor benefit, but still a benefit in having some consistency between the two states. Industry support on this recommendation I would characterize as mixed. It was not exactly popular at our public meetings, but one-on-one discussions and the survey tend to paint a little bit different picture. A number of fishermen do support some type of temporary closures to allow the squid to spawn. You have at least one written public testimony to that effect, among other things, in your packet. And the main concern with having a weekend closure that we have heard is that combined with what can sometimes be long periods of bad weather in Oregon, it could lead to extended unfishable periods. But from the staff perspective, this is really a precautionary measure to try and make sure that we are allowing some level of spawning to go forward in face of the fact that we don't have much information about the population level or exploitation rate or what a sustainable take of squid is for the long term. Our next recommendation addresses the bycatch and to some degree crab pot interaction issues. And this goes, I brought back the gear diagram here to illustrate the use of what is called a rib line. So same diagram, but I've added this rib line here to show a purse line that's set above the lead line and will tend to pinch the net. And instead of creating that scoop on the bottom that really digs in and results in a lot of bycatch, it will kind of pinch the net at a waist and create a little bit of a skirt that then skates across the bottom, doesn't dig in as much, and has less impact on the bottom, less impact on squid eggs, reduces the bycatch of crab, and is actually already in use by most participants in the Oregon fishery. And I've heard a number of anecdotes from fishermen that they had come to Oregon from another place to fish for squid, got way more bycatch than they wanted, and shortly put in a rib line, and we're very happy with the results of that. So we want to make sure that anybody coming here to fish squid already has a rib line. We asked the question about this on our industry survey: how far above the lead line should it be? The kind of minimum suggested was 18 inches there. So we think that this will accommodate basically all the rib lines that are in use in the fleet currently under the way that we have the regulation written. As more or less a housekeeping measure, we're recommending a revision to the definition of purse seine gear for commercial ocean fisheries, just to more accurately describe and update to reflect the gear currently in use and also be more consistent with the federal definition. And I should also mention crab pot interactions. The rib line, letting the net kind of skate over the bottom may help reduce interactions with crab pots when they do get wrapped in a net. To address light boats, we would like to recommend requiring a logbook for light boats. That will create that record of participation and provide at least some data on the number and effectiveness of the use of light boats and allow us to evaluate that more closely. In addition, we recommend revising the definition of take to include attracting squid by light specific to squid fisheries. And that will just make a lot more clear interpretation of our commercial fishing rules and how they apply to this activity of light boats. Finally, related to the marine reserves and marine protected areas, we recommend making the same change to the definition of take for those rules, and to prohibit the use of any appliance or device inside the Cascade Head South Marine Protected Area to attract any species of fish for take by net gear outside the area. And while this came about because of the questions around light boats, we felt that any similar activity was not in keeping with the intent of establishing that net gear prohibition in the area. And so are recommending a little bit broader prohibition that would apply to any similar activity of trying to lure fish out of the marine protected area to be caught by net gear. So what is coming next for the squid fishery? With warming oceans, we would expect that we will continue to see squid fishing be more of a part of the portfolio of commercial fisheries in Oregon. Not only because squid are likely to be more productive, but the fishery over the last few years has resulted in development of some local infrastructure and industry targeting squid. And so we would expect that to continue anytime squid are productive enough to really provide some fishing opportunity. And with warming oceans, we'd expect that maybe not to occur every year, but to occur most likely more frequently as we go into the future. And I also wanted to highlight some additional management measures that have come up at our public hearings that you may be hearing more about in the future. And the big one is really restricted participation or limited entry. That would put a limit on the number of boats, likely through some sort of permit program. That is a heavy lift for the department to enter into that type of program. And we don't necessarily think that we have the squid resource concerns that would warrant that at this time. I think we would like to try these measures that we have recommended to you today and see how that plays out for a little bit longer before we launch into this kind of program. But it is something that has come up a lot in our public hearings as well as one-on-one discussions. And there's certainly two sides on it. There are a number of fishers that would like to see limited entry instituted. But there is another side to that argument of fishers that have not yet jumped into the fishery, that are still maybe working on gear or boats to get ready to go, or just want to see that opportunity stay open as they see some of the impacts of climate change and how that might change fishery portfolios going forward. There have been recommendations for additional gear restrictions, such as on the length of the net or the depth of the net, also around regulation of lights, and that kind of comes in a couple different components. So there is some concern about the effects of lights on seabird populations of concern. There is also, have heard a number of recommendations to just eliminate light boats altogether, basically because it makes the fishery very too efficient in some people's minds. And there is kind of a social aspect to that too, and that the light boats can kind of hold a school of squid or sit on a school of squid and prevent another sane vessel from capturing that school of squid while the vessel they're working with makes a delivery or is fishing another school. Finally, we've had some suggestions for seasonal closures. Again, kind of two parts here. It could allow some time for squid to spawn before the fishery starts up, and it could reduce the overlap in time with the crab fishery. So as most of you probably know, crab fishery starts in December and really starts to trail off in April as most of the crab is caught early on and vessels move on to other fisheries, or many of them do. So this wouldn't eliminate overlap, but it would address some degree of overlap and kind of separate the main part of the crab fishery and the main part of the squid fishery. So that's not something we're recommending at this time, but it is something that we have heard about at public hearings, and I would expect to continue to be part of the discussion. And lastly, I just want to make sure I point out that we will be holding public hearings every time the harvest guideline is approached. That rule is still in place. I'd expect that we will be having one this season, most likely. Squid fishing has started. There is a little over 500,000 pounds on the books right now. So thinking we will probably be having another public hearing on this fishery around mid-April. So this slide is just a summary of all our staff recommendations. I am not going to read through them all at this time in the interest of time, but I will be happy to take any questions. And looks like this young lady has some questions about these market squid she's looking at. This is a daughter of Heather Van Meter of the Oregon State Police. And I just want to also give a big thank you to Oregon State Police, who have been a big part of helping us educate fishers that are new to Oregon squid fishing about what our rules and regulations are, and getting people into compliance with them. With that, I'm ready to take any questions.
Thank you, Troy. That was really interesting, and it seems like there's some significant issues here. So let's see if there are questions from the commissioners. We do have two people who would like to testify, and we'll take questions first. Commissioners? Commissioner Woolley.
Okay, looked like it was a toss up there. Let's see, okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, so thanks, Troy. Yeah, that was really interesting. And this had a couple of questions. So is there research in California to support the 29% escapement number, or is that kind of a best guess? How did you come to that?
Yeah, so the 30% egg escapement level was developed through an analysis and modeling exercise that showed that that would be a sustainable level of egg escapement going forward. And they have evaluated that in terms of, since it was established as to whether they are meeting that or not, and found that in general they were. But again, that is actually quite a lot of work to evaluate that level of egg escapement in squid. So it's not something that we have done or have, frankly, the capacity to do on any type of regular basis here in Oregon.
Okay, thanks. Is it common for fish pumped onto a boat to exceed the capacity of the boat, or is that pretty rare? You mentioned boats sometimes coming and having to pump out another boat's net. How often does that happen?
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley, through the chair. I couldn't put a number on how often that happens off the top of my head, but it does happen, I would say, on a fairly regular basis. That was initially established as part of our sardine regulations, which was kind of one of the first major seine fisheries that we had here in Oregon. And then we expanded it to all coastal pelagic species as we saw the decline in the sardine population and expected that vessels might move on to other target species. So it's not uncommon. We do, well, the fishers are supposed to track that in their logbooks, but I have not evaluated like the level that actually happens at. So that's a good question and something that we actually have some data we could look at.
Okay, thanks. And just a couple quick ones. Could you talk more about the bycatch reduction methods?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's a specific question, but if you can see my hands here, imagine that the seine net gets pinched in the middle, and so it creates more of a skirt instead of a scoop. Without the rib line, it scoops into the bottom and basically picks up everything that's there. With the rib line, pinches above the bottom, creates more of a skirt that skates over. There's still some bycatch, but from what all the discussions I've had with fishermen, it's very effective at reducing bycatch that's on the bottom and highly supported. I think I have not talked to a single fisherman who thinks that rib lines are a bad idea or should not be required. There's other types of bycatch, a little bit of flounder. And besides that benthic bycatch, it's mostly other coastal pelagic species that tend to get mixed in a little bit with the squid, like some anchovies, some mackerel, some fish like that.
Okay. And one last kind of random type question. I mean, in my 30 plus years of being in Oregon, I've never heard of Hecata head pronounced that way. It's always been Hecata head. So have I always been hearing this wrong from everyone for 3 decades, or did the name pronunciation change at some point, or what?
No, and I have heard it both ways. I tend to be a little bit inconsistent myself. I'm happy to call it Hecata head.
Okay. Just wondering. Okay, thank you, Troy.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation and the detailed analysis and looking at a lot of the potential issues. Couple things, we dealt a lot with whales during this same time period for crabbing, and I just am wondering what depths, I guess, are these squid spawning in general. I know they like sandy bottoms for that, but would that be in areas that whales might be also trying to forage, and do whales take these type of squid?
So good questions. The fishery happens quite shallow, first off. So it would overlap certainly with gray whale habitat, not so much with humpback whales, although the humpback whales do come in shallow as well. I think the humpbacks in particular probably do have some squid in their diet, although that is kind of speculative on my part. I'm not sure by species. I know, lots of marine mammals feed on squid, but not totally sure about the large whale species. The depths that the fish tend to be at are inside of 20 fathoms. So that is, quite shallow, about 120 feet for reference. And again, that would overlap primarily with gray whale habitat and not humpback whale habitat. And if you recall, humpback whales are endangered and under the federal ESA, and that's really one of the high concerns for the crab fishery. The other, and I understand your question is more about the forage interaction than the gear interaction, but the seine fishery is very actively tended, and so as opposed to the crab fishery where the crab pots are out there without for days at a time without anybody fishing them. So the vessels are right there fishing this gear. They're not. Sorry, they are not. Excuse me. They are not at risk of entangling whales in the same way that the crab fishery is.
Okay. And also in the looking at some of the information online about this topic that, you mentioned that there are other fish, and one of the fish species that do use squid are Chinook. And I imagine other large fish. They mentioned sharks and even sea lions. So we have if more squid are coming up, they're providing also more food for Chinook salmon as well as other fish species that are harvested. That seems like that, eventually that might be something to look at, maybe not right now. But the other thing is if most of the spawning takes place in fairly shallow waters relative to the rest of the shelf out there, requiring certain depth nets that are certain length in depth. Would that be something that to prevent some of the interaction with the bottom fish and ground fish and other fish species that are and disturbing the squid eggs?
That is a potential, and that is something we've heard about in terms of putting some kind of limit on net depth. I think the main effect of that would be to really keep the fishery more shallow. It would probably, it would prevent them from fishing much deeper than they are today. And so that is a good question, and it's something that has been talked about a little bit, but not something that I have a lot of detail on. Again, I think the main thing would be to prevent the fishery from kind of fishing, any deeper than whatever you set that net restriction at, for the most part.
Okay. And the final thing is the seabird protected area or reserve. What would be the effect of keeping that closed for that squid?
Yeah, so I think that would have quite an impact on our squid fishery. There has been a significant amount of taken effort in that area that is, historically, when I showed some of those landings that occurred back in the 80s, that is the area. That is why it was part of the agreement in the community team meetings that was, arrived at by participants in that process, because that was kind of the unknown squid area. It was really the known squid area at the time before this kind of modern era started. And so I know that would really impact the squid fishery in a pretty big way. And there's also kind of the social dimension there of essentially changing that agreement that was arrived at in the design of the protected area.
And also, I like the idea that keeping light boats out of the other marine protected areas. That's a good idea for sure, to keep them from luring the squid out. And it seems like during the 48-hour rest time that light boats should be prohibited in that area as that time period as well, from scouting for squid during that time period and possibly disrupting the spawning. So that's something that's an issue that I've looked at. And that for now, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sarnowitz.
Thank you. Other commissioners, questions? Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you. Troy, just an exceptionally good presentation. You've really covered it well. I'm going to hold off on my comments on the exact the proposed rules and regulations till after we hear from the two public comments. But I do have some, I wanted to thank you for including the survey in there. You know, sometimes we hear from individuals that want specific things, and this kind of gives me a summary of what kind of a collective body thinks. So I really appreciate that survey. My question of you is, squid weighs about how much? Half a pound or?
No, not a half a pound. I'm not sure what an individual squid weighs. They, you know, they measure them. Good squid fishing would be about 10 to 12 fish per pound. They
okay.
Tend to measure them and count per pound, and 10 to 12 would be a good size grade of squid.
Okay, so they're pretty small. So
they're small.
Yeah. So I've reread the staff report while you were talking. I've not reread it, I scanned it. But when I did read it the first time, I had the similar question. I thought, well, before I ask this question, I need to look at it again. And I still can't find an answer to it. So this thing has skyrocketed since about 2015, and we're up to 10 million pounds, and our cap is 4.5. And so you mentioned the survey. So I apologize for asking this question, but what is the market? I mean, we got 10 million pounds. Where is the market for these fish? Where are they going? I can't find it anywhere in here. What are we doing with them?
Yeah, Commissioner Labhart, that is a great question, and thank you for asking it. And apologies that we didn't include more on that in the staff report. So this, you will find these squid as calamari rings. You know, deep fried calamari rings, calamari that you might buy at the store. I know I've seen it in some of our local supermarkets here, but really the market is a global market. The fish that are offloaded here in Oregon tend to be shipped to California for the most part, where they have a lot of processing infrastructure already set up. Some of them are shipped to China for processing and then shipped back to the States for sale as calamari. That's a pretty common practice in large scale commercial fisheries. So, you know, again, it's a market for calamari, restaurants, grocery stores, and it's really a global market.
And what percent goes offshore? You know?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
And it's unlikely we'd be able to get that data at the level of Oregon fisheries. I'm sure you could find from U.S. trade data what the overall export of squid is, but probably not specific to Oregon fisheries.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see other hands. I have a few questions, Troy. You said that we hold a hearing when we exceed the harvest guidelines or we're about to exceed them. Do we not stop fishing at that point, or do we hold the hearing and decide whether to stop the fishing?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall, and that is correct. We do not stop the fishery when we reach the harvest guideline. Again, it's quite old, and the information it's based on is quite old, and the rule literally really reads that the department shall hold a public hearing when the harvest guideline is approached, and that is about it. So it doesn't stop the fishery, but we hold the public hearing, we evaluate what is happening, and could potentially adopt temporary rules if we felt there is a need coming out of that public hearing. We haven't done that to date. But that is why we're here in front of you today, because of some of the information and concerns that we've heard through those public hearings, as well as other avenues.
But that wasn't a recommendation you made yet. correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we maybe should come back to that one. How confident are you about our population of these in terms of, and I know that you said the population estimates, we don't have those, and our harvest rate, we are using a proxy, if you will. And because they're of the nature of this population, it's not really sustainable. You know, we don't maybe know what a sustainable level is, but how confident are we about how many we're taking, especially when they can be taken, a big percentage can be taken fairly quickly?
Yeah, so I mean, I will phrase it like this. I'm confident that if we provide for an appropriate level of egg escapement, that we will have a sustainable fishery. And that's why we landed where we did with our staff recommendations. I think it's also very important to note and to continue to note that this is a really productive population that can turn around in a really short amount of time because their annual lifespan and the fact that they replace the entire population, you know, each and every year because of that really short lifespan. So that makes them just on a life history basis should be fairly robust to exploitation and commercial fisheries.
Okay. A couple other questions. One is, and I appreciate the measures. I think this report is good. It gives the challenge, it gives the measures, and they seem well constructed. The one that I would wonder about is if 2 days is enough, and it seemed like you already addressed that. So let me move to instead the food web. And with as fast as ocean conditions are changing, and as much as these fisheries go up and down, what do we know enough about the food web to be, do we even know the impact of this fishery on the food web? And if animals are having to adapt because things are changing fairly fast and ocean conditions are changing fast, is there discussion of being very precautious because we don't know what the situation is with food web, and some of these animals like Chinook, like some whales, whatever, may have to shift to squid because other things are not so available?
So thank you, Chair Wall, for the question. I think from the top, no, we don't have a great understanding of how this fishery might impact the total available forage base because we just don't have a lot of information about what that total available forage base is. I will say that, you know, we've taken some measures in other fisheries and with other species that should help support that. You may be aware of our forage fish management plan that really prohibits directed fishing on any new directed fisheries for forage fish species that aren't already under a management plan. So the managed species are primarily, you know, squid, herring, sardine, anchovy. Those have been subject to commercial fisheries, but we do have a plan that prohibits new fisheries on other forage fish species. Things like tophids per se are in that plan. So I think we have some protective measures, and the animals that feed on squid will be adaptable to feed on what is available. And I will say here also that under many climate change scenarios, many of the coastal pelagic species are thought to be likely to shift their distributions northward. So including things like anchovy and sardine that are more traditionally centered off of Southern California, the thought is those are likely to be more productive in more northern waters as they warm. But again, kind of coming back to the basic question there, it's very hard to assess what the impacts of this amount of squid take are on the forage base overall and how that feeds up through the food web.
And it would be a multi-year effort to figure that out. Is that also?
It would be, excuse me, what kind of effort?
Multi-year.
Oh, yes, certainly, and would involve more than our department, I would say. I mean, that is a really big question. It's something a lot of people are working on currently. Just in terms of fishery impacts on the forage base overall and how that feeds up the food chain to higher level predators. You may have heard about something called the Lindfest, I believe, task force that has set out some guidelines about how much forage should be preserved for other predators when you have exploited forage species. There's a number of surveys that do capture and have some indication of what the forage base is, but they tend to be, the information they provide is more relative, like is it going up or down, than absolute of how much is really out there.
Okay. Then I have two other questions, both of which are quick. One is, do you have any idea how much is, we have the 10% limit on non-food. Do you have any idea how much is actually going to those? And are we still selling this fish for fertilizer? Or do we even know?
I don't believe so. I've not heard of any reduction fishing happening. I mean, there may be some, post-processing that's waste that's put into other purposes, but the value of this fish is over 50 cents a pound at this point. So that's a pretty high value. It's mostly going for human consumption, some for fishing bait. And I don't know that there's any reduction fishery happening with squid.
Thank you. One last question on the greater than 1% that, it needs to be no more than 1% for smelt. Do we know that we aren't exceeding that, or do we even have a chance to look for that?
So the data that we collect on that is from two sources, from our logbooks that are reported by the fishermen, and that should include anything that they catch as well as what they release. And then any fish that actually show up at the landing point are required to be weighed and recorded on the fish ticket, the fish receiving receipt that records the squid catch as well. And we have not seen any issues with the smelt at this point.
Great, thank you.
In the data that we have.
Thank you. Then I think we'll go to the three people who are signed up for testimony, and we have Houston Vaughn, Robert Etter, and Nathan McAvoy.
Mary, Bob wants in.
Sorry, go ahead, Bob. Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I appreciate it. I must not be showing here. There's my hand up.
It's late in the day. It's my fault.
Some quick observations. And to start with answering some of Greg's and Mark's concerns there. One on Hecate Head versus Hecate Head. That's how you can tell a commercial fisherman from the rest of the world. Most of the commercial fishermen historically call it Hecate Head, and then everybody else, I think it's actually the actual pronunciation is Hecate. But commercial fishermen for probably 100 years have called it that. And then the other thing, Greg, is Commissioner Woolley, is that I think it's fairly likely that one vessel would get a good set. It's kind of a hit or miss fishery, so it's fairly likely that one vessel would get more than it could handle, and a lot of the seine fisheries are that way, whether it's up north for herring or salmon, or a lot of because you can really catch a bunch of weight at one time. And another thing is on as far as escapement, ocean open seining is it's not an easy fishery. You're dealing with a lot of weight in an open ocean, so it's pretty much a good weather fishery. So there'll be quite a bit of time when the weather's not productive. Won't let you really go out and do that, because like there again, it's a whole nother ball game doing that kind of thing in the open ocean, and it takes a vessel and a pretty good crew, and everybody kind of knows what they have to know what they're doing, and they have to have good equipment. So there'll be that on the escapement end too. There'll be quite a bit of weather that won't be able to be fished. Let's see. Okay, and then going on. And Mark too, on the calamari and where the product goes. Now, thousands and thousands of pounds of squid that go for crab bait. I mean, in my career, I used I don't know how many thousand pounds. Maybe it's even it could be approaching 500,000 pounds to 1 million pounds, even maybe of squid that goes for crab bait. every year. It's one of the main baits used, all crab fishermen use. So an awful lot of it goes for the bait fishery, and it's not cheap. It'll be your bait bill for a single crab trip will probably be $1,000 to $2,000 lots of times. So it's not cheap, but it's a mainstay bait fishery for the crab fishery. And then I guess I'd like to reemphasize too what Troy said. This is a developing fishery, and I think there's going to be need for a continuous management considerations and regulations as this fishery develops, and that's both for the fishery and for the resource. And then I'll just throw a quick blurb in here too. I see Bob Eder is scheduled to testify here, and I just might add that he's I don't know how much background he'll give on himself, but he's probably been consistently one of the top producing crab fishermen on the coast, and I don't think there's anyone that's got more experience in the crab fishery than Bob does. So I'm really interested to hear his input from the crab fishery side of things too. That being said, I'll pass the torch.
Thank you. And you go first every time next month, since I missed your hand 3 times today. So I see no more questions. So now I think we can go to the 3 people who would like to testify. So Houston Vaughn is first.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Houston Vaughn. I'm owner and operator of a fishing vessel Revival. I own permits in Washington and Oregon crab fisheries. I own a permit in California for a squid fishery and many other fisheries in Alaska. I fished all 4 states on the West Coast, and even though I am only 30 years old, I have plenty of experience, and I also have a future that me, myself, and many other families are need fishery and many other fisheries to focus on. I prepared this a while back, but most of the Oregon squid fishermen want to request a control date at earliest convenience. That would allow for the implementation of limited entry of the Oregon coast squid fishery. Along with the control date, the formation of an advisory board with representation from all parties necessary to generate a criteria that will generate a number of boats this resource can sustain. To date, there have been a minimum of 40 participating boats in the open access fishery within the last 5 years, 2016 to 2020. Many participants believe that 40 boats alone is too much pressure on the resource. That is not including the drastic increase of interest into the fishery because of its open access and the decline in other fisheries, such as West Coast pink shrimp and salmon in Alaska, that are pushing them in the direction of the Oregon coast for squid. We believe, like a large percentage of other open access fisheries that have gone to limited entry, that this is the only way to keep Oregon coast market squid a viable resource and to reduce exposure to the habitat in which we are harvesting. I would like to also add some bullet points. Limited entry can reduce exposure to the habitat, less nets touching the bottom, less interference with crab fishermen and their gear, protect the resource. Squid have a better opportunity of coming into shallows and spawning with less boats. With less boats, we are not as efficient. We can inform permit holders and regulate them with better efficiency, like fresh fish-friendly cards that some people have for salmon Washington fisheries, rib lines, and in-season management, understanding the biology of the resource, saying that they do reproduce every year and they come back at different times of the year, depending on the ocean conditions, and so on and so forth. If we have limited entry, there were so many issues that you guys saw in this as a new fishery that Troy and many other fishermen are trying to find ways to improve those so that we can have a sustainable fishery. And one of those ways that can eliminate almost all those problems is limited entry. And that can be a huge impact on this fishery for the benefit. This is such a new fishery to all of us. I know you guys were looking up things on the internet and this and that, and I've been in the fishery for almost a decade now. And, Troy has reached out to me as well, and many other fishermen on what the biology of these fish are, how we fished them in California, what ways we can do to implement rules from California to Oregon. And so far, Oregon has just adopted a few rules from 1985 and a couple sardine rules that, we perch same, but they're two completely different fisheries, and we just need to target this fishery more. And I'm not in for a ton of government regulations, but a fishery without regulation isn't a fishery at all. So the 20, there's a lot of things that I could get into. I just wanted to get a start and work with Troy through this, and time that limited entry is and always has been, the last 20 years where fisheries end up. I don't know if anybody could really name a fishery that is open access nowadays that is still sustainable. So that's my thing. And I'd love to take questions from any of you guys because it is such a new thing. And I can't just splurt off everything I can right now if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Houston. Are there questions now from any of the commissioners for Houston? Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I had just one question here. I know when I read through all the public testimony, and I'm not sure if it was you or I know somebody talked about limiting net size. What is your opinion on limiting, the length of the seine?
Yeah, every fishery in Alaska has net restrictions. California does not have a net restriction right now. So it'd be really hard to go between fisheries with changing net sizes and stuff like that. And we, are kind of, want to do something in that way. But rib lines has been one of the oldest things and newest things in California that we have used to protect the resource because of the eggs on the bottom and just every other species that's on the bottom. Rib lines have been a tremendous impact and will be in this fishery. And we're still trying to do that as the first step in California. But net restrictions, because they come back and they come into different areas, different depths each year, depending on ocean conditions, it's really hard to have, a bunch of different nets. So that one down the road, maybe with more established fishery and, more knowledge may possibly be a factor, but I don't think that should be something we should do right away. It's just not easy for the fishermen to change his net size and do stuff like that. That wouldn't be realistic at this point.
Okay, appreciate that answer. How about rib lines? I think I saw some testimony too that they thought 18 inches was maybe a little small. What's your opinion on rib lines? Is 18 inches a good number?
That's right in there. Yeah, I would say that's extremely minimum. I go 10 meshes up and my meshes are 5 inches. So that would be about 50 inches. If you did it, strep depth, that would be more of a good minimum that I would have. 18 inches is pretty minimal. You can barely get over a crab pot or something at that point. It's that might not be enough for sure. Like I said,
that's what I was wondering if 3 feet wouldn't be better, or some 36 inches wouldn't be better than 18 inches.
Yeah, 18 inches. The thing that Troy, he's really done a great job at researching all this stuff. But the lead line, it just dredges when you don't have a rib line on it. It's literally just dredging into the seafloor. And when you have that rib line, you're essentially turning the lead line into just like a curtain, and it just kind of floats over everything because you're pulling up on it and not letting it go down into the mud and just dredging everything. So that rib line, it just kind of floats up above, and 36 inches would be much more. You got the right idea there. It would be more beneficial than 18.
Appreciate it. And like I say, I'm glad to get your input there. It's always nice to listen to experience.
Thank you. Then let's go to Robert Etter.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, and you have 3 minutes as well. So go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Wall, commissioners. My name is Bob Etter, a longtime Dungeness crab fisherman. I sit on the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, and I speak to you today as an individual, not representing them at all. I'd first say that I'm supportive of the recommended management measures that the agency is bringing forward today, and I'm hoping that you will consider further measures looking forward. The squid fishery is a very real and an exciting development. It may be the first upside that we see coming, along with all the challenges of our changing climate. And as Troy and others have pointed out, crabbing occurs in the same space as squid seining. One is a fixed gear, one is a mobile gear. Some conflict is inevitable, and I suggest that the sooner it's addressed, the better. Some daytime and area management may come into play, but presently there is no season start for squid, and the crab season start, as the commissioners know, is only nominal. It's frequently delayed. So the potential for increasing co-occurrence of these gears is great. Right now, presently, in your best practice identified in attachment 4, the advice I'm reading now, I quote, is avoid fishing in areas with high densities of crab pots. I'm sure most fishermen follow best practices, and there's always some that don't. Avoiding high densities of crab pots makes me, I kind of infer that we might lose some, and I think it suggests the possibility of collateral damage, and we're trying not to lose any crab pots. As you know, as the commission knows, we're addressing the whale entanglement issue, and the last thing we need is cut off crab gear and with curtains of ghost line in the water. The commission has taken a couple measures relative to whale entanglement. Troy pointed out one, that we no longer have the opportunity to replace 10% or any of our lost crab pots. If they're gone, they're gone. The commission also, in the same set of regulations, we are compelled to move all of our gear into shallower water in the spring. So there'll be a greater fraction of the pots co-occurring with the seiners. I think there's been some good suggestions put forward as I read the survey that the agency put out. I'd pay attention in particular to the net size limitation. One of the guys suggesting a limited net size suggests it because a smaller net will be easier to operate among crab gear. Not having light boats anchored in the crab grounds. There's another suggestion that I saw repeatedly that I think is constructive. I guess the bottom line in my testimony would be this. Is it too much to ask that squid boats simply not set on active crab gear and not handle, move, or tamper with it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions of Mr. Etter? Looks like you're off the hook and you do not have questions. So we'll go to, thank you for your testimony, and Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you. Yeah, like I say, I don't think I'm getting through, but yeah, I had some questions there. I mean, like I say, the lost gear is, the value of the catch you lose with lost crab gear. And then I don't, I've been out of the fishery since like 2015. And I know when I quit, I think it was, upwards of $150, maybe even a little more than that, to replace a pot that's fishing in the water. Bob, you probably know what it is. I'm guessing the way with inflation and everything, it's probably, what is it, twice that now? What's it, $300 or something like that to replace a pot?
Yes, Commissioner Spellbrink. $300 is a good estimate for a trap rigged and baited, not counting the effort and time to put it together. But most importantly, we're experiencing a lower than average season this year, and our traps have already, and we're still fishing. Our traps have exceeded $1,100 average in income apiece. Last year was a much more productive season, and they were like $2,400 average. So that, because we can't replace them, even if we buy a spare, those numbers are important. That's part of the loss. And I should probably add that this time of year, the crab themselves, we started fishing at $2.75 in January, and the price that we sold for yesterday was $7.50. So though there are fewer crab and some less gear in the water, the value is extremely high.
Yeah, it's $15 crabs, right? That's really out of my price range anymore. Let's see, I had one other question. Yeah, okay, and this might be a question for Troy. Maybe you would know how much gears. Do you have any good feeling for how much gears left in the water right now? Is it 50% maybe or less, the amount of gear in the water now compared to the season start?
Did you want me to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Spelbrink. I mean, to look at right now, I think I'd have to go back to some of the graphs and such that we shared with the commission. I don't know the specific number off the top of my head, but I do know that around this time of year, kind of we start to see the sharp decline in crab gear in the water, kind of regardless of when the fishery starts. This is the time of year when people start kind of pulling out of the fishery, and especially in April, a late start can create higher effort into March, but by the time we get into April, it really starts to tail off. Regardless, again, I don't have the specific number off the top of my head. I could probably find it shortly. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Anyway, that's the end of the questions I had, and Bob, I hope you'll continue. Like I say, I value your opinion here because I know how long you've been involved in this fishery. So I hope you will keep us informed from the crabber end.
Okay, thanks, Bob. I will.
Thank you. Michelle?
I have another individual that's in the attendees that I do not have a name on, and I don't have a phone number for Mr. McAvoy. So I'd like to pull him over to the room so this individual can identify themselves.
Okay.
So you'll push *6 to unmute yourself, and that's the person on the line that's titled phone listener.
Hello?
So, okay, we tried.
Okay. Then that's the end of the testimony since Mr. McAvoy is not available. I think it might be useful if, Troy, you would put the list back up of the regulations you're proposing, and commissioners, we could talk about any changes you want to have to these or additions or last questions you might have of Troy. So if you're able to put your list back up, Troy.
Chair Wall, do you see that, or do I need to share my screen again?
I think you need to share the screen again because I don't see it right now. There we go. So there is the summary, commissioners, and we have talked about probably 4 or 5 other pieces that people may or may not want to talk about. So is there somebody who would like to start with any either questions or some ideas about things that they specifically want to add or revise? Commissioner Labhart, are you nodding and having your hand up, or am I seeing?
Well, I'm gonna default to the expert here, Commissioner Spelbrink, and then I do have some comments, but I'd like to hear his input first, if that's okay.
Sure. Commissioner Spelbrink.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm far from an expert on this. But what about Troy? Do you see a problem with changing that rib line at least 18 inches to making it at least 3 feet? I've heard that from, what I consider the experts.
Thanks, Commissioner Spellbrink. I mean, I think the main impact of that is that there are, people using a rib line that's lower in their net right now. So there'd be some, gear work required, and we have an active fishery ongoing. So if anything, I would say we'd at least need to give maybe a little extra time for implementation of that if we were going to go with a higher rib line. That was certainly in the range of answers that we received on the survey. As you can see, the 18 inches was a minimum. I would characterize it that way. And I think while Mr. McAvoy wasn't able to give his verbal testimony, he did provide some written testimony to that effect as well. I think his numbers may have been 24 to 36 inches. So yeah, I think you will have guys, fishermen that are actively fishing now that may have to kind of stop and move their rib line if you were to put it higher up, and that would be the main impact of that.
Yeah, my suggestion would be for next season, for next year.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I guess.
Was there another one, Bob?
Okay, well, yeah, and down the road too, and this, I'm not sure how many of these vessels, I think a lot of vessels anymore have what they call the VMS on them that shows exactly where boats are at any one time, that they identify the individual boats and they show where they are at any given time. And I don't know how many of these, I'm sure some of these boats already have, because they are mandatory in some of the trawl fisheries, and I think any groundfish fishery is mandatory, and that might be something to think about for the future also, that you would certainly keep track of where everybody is, and that could also affect if someone that lost a bunch of crab gear that they thought might have been because of a sane operation or something like that. You could certainly look back and see where the gear was and see who was in the area, that kind of thing. Anyway, that's just something for the future, again, that might be considered. And I'll look at my notes, but that's all I have for right now.
Okay, any immediate thought on that last one, Troy? Anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. So yeah, VMS is an interesting idea. It's kind of a new one to me as a way to deal with the interaction with crab fisheries. I know, we could, VMS is required for any vessel that takes ground fish in federal waters right now. And that does, and they have to have that VMS on regardless of what other fisheries they're participating in. If they have to have it, then it does have to be on, if they're, for instance, on a crab trip. I don't know, have any information right now about how many squid vessels might have VMS on them. It would depend on if they participate in other fisheries that do require it. We can get that information. We can evaluate how many vessels have VMS. It does have some expense in at least the federal system. It is a bit expensive to install. There is an expense to, it feeds through satellites. And so there's an expense to the satellite communication piece of that as well. And we don't have, that's all a federal program. We don't have a state level program that currently is a vessel monitoring program or system. Now there's a lot of different flavors of vessel monitoring systems. And so, there are less expensive ways than the federal groundfish method, if you will. And you have all heard about us talk about solar loggers, for example, in the crab fishery as a potential way to keep better track of where crab fishing is happening in relation to whales, in relation to biotoxins, in relation to other enforcement issues. So we've made some baby steps in that direction in terms of investigating what kind of technologies are out there and might be available. But I think we're quite a ways from standing up any kind of program at the state level to be able to monitor, a fleet of boats. So that's my response, I guess, on that. We can look at how many vessels have VMS on them right now, and but trying to stand up a state level program to monitor boats is still a ways out if we were to go that route.
Thank you.
I might throw in one more thing here, an observation that I remember I got from some of the crab fishermen was that, you know, you look at the value here, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all for a boat to wrap, have a wrap of squid and put 100,000 pounds on the boat, and then actually probably have additional product in the net where somebody else comes. So, I mean, we're talking, you know, $50,000 wrap for the boat that wraps it. So some of the concerns from, I know the crab fishermen were that, you know, you can say best practices and everything else, but when you're looking at a $50,000 bill, it's probably, if there's a crab pot in the way, it might not take high priority.
Good point. Other commissioners, thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink. Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So I lean toward, when I looked at there's been a lot of work by Troy and staff and the public in putting together this proposal. So I lean toward, because it's new and because it's pretty exciting, a whole new commercial fishery for Oregon that's, you know, got some learning things to do, and I appreciate the testimony from folks that took the time to provide us that testimony. I lean toward going ahead with what we've got to date, but because it's an OAR, we need to monitor it again and then take a look at next year and be flexible. You know, I like the idea of the advisory board. That doesn't need to be in an OAR, but maybe it does. But I like the idea of an advisory board so that we can hear and the department can hear of ideas. And so, you know, maybe over the next year, we could implement that process or give it some serious thought. The limited entry, we'll know that if we're going to exceed it again this year, the 4.5 million, and it looks like we are, maybe we need to look at the possibility of the limited entry next year. The net restriction, the next size restrictions, you know, that's something that we maybe need to explore some more. The 36-inch rib lines, and then the crab gear set, the concern about that. So, I mean, those are important issues, but I lean toward, since it's so new and since we're learning, let's go ahead and try what staff's recommendation is for this coming year, and let's listen to the folks that are out there. Let's listen to the department and visit again next year and say, okay, we need to change it here. We need to add this. We need to delete this, and see what we do. But you know, the process has already started. They're out there working right now, and to implement something that, you know, I personally like the idea of the 36-inch. It sounds like the 18 inches is the absolute minimum, and I don't like to see a lot of bycatch. But if there's an opportunity, you know, to monitor that and say, you know, it looks like 36 inches we ought to put in effect next year. So I lean toward, unless I hear from other commissioners, I lean toward, let's go ahead and give the current proposals a try for this new fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. Other commissioners want to weigh in on this. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Actually, I think Commissioner Woolley had his hand up, the electronic hand.
Okay.
Before me.
Woolley.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't know who was first or who was before who, but anyway. So one of the people that testified made a suggestion of keeping the squid fishery completely out of the area of the crab fishery. And so I wanted to just ask Troy, what are the logistical challenges and the financial impacts of such a proposal?
Yeah, so that would be I think highly challenging logistically. I mean, if you really wanted to completely eliminate space and time overlap in some kind of real-time dynamic way, I would see that as at least a full-time position for the duration of the squid fishery. I mean, that would just be a lot of kind of managing, you know, opening an area here, closing an area there. You know, it's very dynamic when and where the squid themselves show up. I think you heard about some of that in public testimony. And so it does change from year to year. It changes from week to week where the squid is productive at. You know, the crab fishery doesn't change around as much, but we also don't have real-time data on the crab fishery effort at this point. So, you know, I think it's at this time logistically difficult to impossible to do that in sort of a real time or dynamic sort of way. And it would certainly require something along the lines of, more real-time vessel monitoring, probably for both fleets, which we don't have at this time.
Hey, I just wanted you to give a reality check on that question, since it did come up from someone who testified. And then secondly, out of the 4 additional potential management recommendations that came up in your public hearings, and maybe you could pop those up on the screen. Which ones were, just in general, most supported by the public, and which ones were most vehemently opposed by the public?
Okay, so these are them. Thank you, Commissioner Woolley, for the question. These are the topics that I listed. I wouldn't, contend that this is the universe of everything that we heard about at our public hearings, but some of the ones that really we wanted to highlight. I think I'll just start with restricted participation and limited entry, and I think there's it's really split there. There's a kind of a split in the participants or potential participants with those that have built some history and have been developing this fishery and doing the work to do that, really advocating, at least many of them, for limited entry strongly, and other people who have seen the fishery develop and feel like they would like to invest money in their own boats to gear up to go try some squid fishing, wanting to stay open access for some more time, undefined amount of time. The light boat regulation, I think light boats are pretty contentious amongst the fleet, but then again, it's also split. I've certainly heard from a number of fishermen, including those who own light boats and use light boats, that there should be restrictions or just no light boats at all, kind of for the various reasons that I already mentioned. So, the fact that there is this kind of split opinion is one of the reasons that there's not recommendations on these particular measures in front of you today. I would say that additional gear restrictions, we did not hear a lot about in our public hearings, didn't talk a lot about that. But I think that this commission meeting will be very helpful for us as staff in terms of hearing the commissioner's thoughts and kind of where you are leaning toward with this fishery, to be able to specifically, bring those things up in the public meetings and make sure that we vet those and get good input on them. So I know that didn't exactly answer your question in sort of ranking them as which ones are most opposed or most supported, but I think that's about as good as I can do right now.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thanks, Troy.
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I have real concerns about the same nets dragging the bottom, and one affecting the squid production, as well as any other things that are down there, crab pots or benthic animals. That just seems extremely disruptive to the environment. And there's already a way suggested by both some of the public and the department recommended the 18-inch rib line. I agree that would be difficult for them to refit right now, but I think we should put it in rule that they need to have it in place in these rules by some date, like maybe January 1st of 2022, to make sure that it's
you in contact with our licensing division
it's
now?
there and not forgotten, or there's another surprise next year when we decide that it should go in place. The other aspect I have concerns about is that since we're going to it looks like prohibit light boats during 40 or prohibit squid fishing over in the 48-hour period. That the light boats should be prohibited during that time period too, to prevent disruption of any squid that might be attempting to spawn at the time. I think that's a fairly easy one to put in the rule. And if there's light boats for other fisheries, maybe we can make it specific for squid, but it sounded like it was just squid that was using light boats. Those are two things that I think that we could, besides what the department already recommends, would be pretty easy to go ahead and add in for one, to make sure that that 48-hour period is used how we want it to be used. And also to give the industry heads up to this, that the rib line needs to be 36 inches and by 2022 for the next year. And that way they have plenty of warning to get it rigged up. I guess those are the main things. I like the rest of what the department has come up with, but I advocate for those two things be added.
Chair Wall, if I might clarify something in Commissioner Zarnowitz's comments.
Sure.
So thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. And I just want to clarify that the light boat or the closure applying to light boats is part of the current regulatory package. It actually applies to attracting squid by light or taking squid by seine gear, dip net, or trawl gear. So the only thing that the 48-hour closure doesn't apply to is hook and line gear, which is a very small scale.
Okay.
But it does apply to the light boats, so they would have to be off the water in that time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't clear on that, but I still go with the 36 inch rib line for next season or next year.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then let me take just a couple of things.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in, Mary.
Go ahead, Becky.
My hand was up, but you probably couldn't see it. I guess I would agree with others on when the motion is made, and I hope somebody smart is getting ready to make a motion here, and it's not going to be me, but something along the line of including moving the rib line to 36 inches by January 1st, 2022. I think it's really important that even if that isn't in place right now, we get it in people's mind. I have just a comment, just like an editorial comment, which is I'm kind of loyal to the old dog in Oregon, which sounds like it's been, our crab fishery. And I feel like I feel some concerns around kind of these La Nina, El Nino, sardines are crashing and then squid are coming, and we've got our warm fronts, and I'm concerned about the food web issues that I think Commissioner Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz brought up. And the one unique thing we have right now with this is it's a new opportunity, which means we don't have what I know we do in ranching, which is we've been doing this for 40 years, don't take away our right. So we do have a unique opportunity right now to shape this, because it is a new opportunity and to be thoughtful. So those windows, I think, start to close pretty quickly. And so I guess my question for you, Troy, is, will we be coming back to this next year? And again, around the light issue, I am still confused about that, even though you've said it like probably 5 different ways now, and just said it again to Commissioner Sarnowitz, but I really didn't like the idea of luring them out of the marine protected areas with the light. And I don't know if this addresses that. And I'm sure I'm confused. So I think those are all of my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Maybe if Troy could
Yes.
explain. Okay, thank you.
Troy, can you respond to the question about lights?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Yeah, so there's two things that we're proposing to do. Well, a few things that we're proposing to do with light boats, and I think they're maybe getting mixed up a little bit. So the one is to include them in the 48-hour closure that is weekly. So they would be prohibited from attracting squid by light during that closure. The other is to indeed close that potential loophole of being able to use light boats in a marine reserve to attract squid out of them for take by net gear outside. So yes, both things are in our proposed package of regulations that would prohibit those activities, those particular activities by light boats. And then in addition, we're proposing that attracting squid by light is part of our take definition, which means that any commercial rule that applies to take of squid would also apply to the light boats.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Troy, if I could just add a couple things to the list I agree with the way this looks like it might be headed where we have the 36 inches by the 1st of January. I think that addresses both sides of that and it's a good idea. The things I want to add are, the first one would be, and I know that we would not add a regulation, and I don't even have one to offer for next year, but at the food web, looking at the food web and those bigger pictures that are coming, that are emerging as major, or well, it's beyond emerging. They're here as issues that we need to deal with. So looking at this fishery in that context, which is probably a much bigger question than this fishery. So at least by next year, if we can have some analysis on that and be looking at how we would have these fisheries be implemented in the light of that, with needing to figure out how to protect these animals as conditions change. The second one is, we have at least our best guess, and I appreciate how you did it with the 2 days is as close to 30% as we can get. But if we could look at either a season or 3 days, if we need to, on that one by next year, that we would at least look at what's it going to take to protect the spawning. And the third one and the last one is the limited entry. I think we really should be looking at, and I suspect that you have done some work already on trying to figure that one out. But it does seem like we need to think through that one by next year. So again, I'm not changing what you already have heard from ESRI recommendations, but adding those three to look at. Commissioner Labhart?
I'm ready to try a motion, Chair Wall, if you're ready, just to see if it'll fly.
Go ahead.
So I move to amend OAR 635 Division 04, 05, and 012 as proposed by staff in attachment 3, except in OAR 635 05 931 sub 2. And I'll read it. It is unlawful to take market squid for commercial purposes using a purse seine net that is not pursed, using a rib line that is a minimum of 18 inches above the lead line for the period beginning today through December 31st, with the stipulation that by January 1st, the rib line will be 36 inches above 36 inches instead of 18, something to that effect. In other words, that captures Commissioner Zarnowitz's proposal.
Chair Wall?
Yes.
if I might, sorry to interrupt. I know you have a motion on the floor, but no second yet. And so Annika and I have been working on some language to actually insert in the rule. And so hopefully she will be emailing that to you and I soon. And then we can insert the actual language in the commission's motion that's appropriate to
Okay.
cover that January 1, 2022, 36-inch rib line requirement.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I will watch mine. Then it looks like Annika is ready to say something as well.
Yeah, Michelle, I think you, if you could share your screen of that language I gave you, but I can read it off. I just know some individuals can like to see it. So you may be able to send it. But essentially what it would do, there you go, is add a second sentence to that proposed sentence in attachment, proposed by the staff. And it says, in addition, it is unlawful to take market squid for commercial purposes using a purse seine net that is not pursed using a rib line that is a minimum of 36 inches above the lead line commencing January 1, 2022.
I would so move.
I would second that.
I'm going to summarize the motion. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the motion as written on our draft motions list and read by Commissioner Labhart and amended by the emailed language from legal counsel. Any questions, thoughts, or comments? Hearing none, seeing no hands, and I think I can actually see everybody right this minute. So that
I do have a comment. I want to thank Annika.
Well, I won't take credit for this. Kurt had already called and found the right section, and I was just scribbling. So
Yeah, but Mark, you gave it a good effort. When you start pulling out that subsection 6 or whatever, I thought, yes, he's getting warmer. He's getting warmer.
So Michelle, did you catch that second? Because like three people seconded at the same time. So who got the nod on that?
So what I noted was that Mark made the motion and Bob seconded it.
Okay.
Those in favor? Looks like, I think we have all 6. Thank you. I would like to just real quickly circle back and get a sense of the commissioners. Are there people who feel like we should not be looking at any of the 3 that I mentioned? They would not be rule changes or additions to the revisions, but it would be things that the staff would look at, which would be the food web impacts, whether or not we should have a season or longer than 2 days, and limited entry, so that we have those being considered in the context of thinking about next year. So just yes, no, I see 2 waved hands, 3, 4. Okay. Just so we have clarity and it's not just one human. Thank you all.
Commissioner Labhart has a comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, if you're okay with it, Chair Wall, that we also consider the possibility of an advisory board regarding squid, and that we consider also looking at net restriction size, and then the crab gear set that came up. Those in addition to what you said.
Then it would be the 3 I said plus the VMS info, the net length, and what was the other
advisory board?
Advisory.
Whether we should form an advisory board to make sure we have lots of input into any proposals that we might consider in the future.
Okay. People still have a nod or a thumbs up in terms of looking at those as a set for next year? Okay.
And
let's see, I guess that would be included also, and there would be looking at a control date because, you know, having been involved in limited entry fisheries, probably the most important thing to start with is getting a control date set to where people are put on notice that after this date, if you enter the fishery on the line here, not too far off to get a control date set.
You're probably the only one who would have caught that, but I bet that Troy also knows exactly how that one would play out. So we'll add that in as part of limited entry consideration. So we have the 6 things on the list, and Troy, you have those, right? If not, we
Yeah,
do.
thanks, Chair Wall, for I've been trying to keep track of this. So I have you know, an analysis of food web needs, a look at the 3-day closure, or if the 2-day closure is effective enough. Looking at limited entry, establishing an advisory board, looking at net restrictions, and I feel like I maybe am missing one.
The VMS.
VMS issue, yes.
Those are the 6.
So yeah, that is quite a list, and I think, you know, we can certainly bring information back on a number of those things. Some of them may be difficult to evaluate in the space of 1 year, but happy to continue to keep the commission up to date on what's going on with the squid fishery and produce these and work on these as much as possible.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Troy, for sticking with us on that. That was a good discussion and good presentation. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back and do our last agenda item. So 10 minutes, please.
Mary,
Hi there.
I just wanted to let you know, I heard from Kathleen Gobush, and she is not going to be testifying today.
Okay, have you heard from any of the others that?
Everyone else I have over in the waiting room, so they're all here.
That's great. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, and looks like Kevin is here and ready to go. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started again, and we are now on agenda item G, the Mink petition, and we have Kevin Blakely here and ready to do the presentation for us. And thank you for waiting so long, Kevin, and the people who are waiting to testify. I appreciate you hanging with us. So go ahead, Kevin.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Kevin Blakely, the Deputy Administrator for the Wildlife Division, and welcome to Exhibit G this afternoon. I'll be presenting a recommendation for your consideration regarding a petition to consider rulemaking. I'll be fairly brief today just to make sure we have plenty of time for dialogue, particularly with folks that are here for testimony. I'll outline this specific petition, talk about the process prescribed by statute. I'll provide a staff evaluation, and then lastly, present the commission with the staff recommendation for discussion. Any interested person may petition an agency to request the creation, amendment, or repeal of an administrative rule through the APA or Administrative Procedures Act process. This is different than the petition process, say, for listing under the Oregon ESA. And I'd say that the request in front of you this afternoon is really a fairly simple request to include mink on a list of prohibited species, utilizing or identifying that as part of the Division 56 amendments in the Oregon Administrative Rule. The submitted petition qualifies as a valid petition under the APA because it contains the statements and comments required by rule, and staff are now in front of the commission to consider a formal review that we've done and consider whether to accept or deny the petition. And accepting it means to initiate rulemaking, which would be a further evaluation of the petitioner's request, and return after a thorough review with the rule set open for potential edits. In that process, there's no set timeline for rulemaking, so we basically we would be back once a topic has been adequately addressed and involved all the applicable parties. Regardless, for today's exhibit, no rulemaking will occur as part of the agenda item. If a rulemaking process is initiated, modification to the Oregon Administrative Rules would occur as a product of the process at a later date. The factors for consideration of the petition were specifically addressed in the agenda item summary. I won't be going through each of those criteria in today's presentation. What I wanted to do was overview the evaluation that we made on the petitioner's request to determine if it warrants further rulemaking process. There were also submitted comments included in the packet from the public in support and opposition to the petition and the rule it addresses. The American mink is a native species and it's also classed as a fur bearer. The rules for holding native species are primarily covered in Division 44 administrative rules. That division includes an exception that mink, along with 2 fox species, may be held by a commercial fur farm under authority of the Oregon Department of Agriculture. And I may use later ODA, I'll try to say Oregon Department of Agriculture just to be more specific. And again, that's under statutory authority by Oregon Department of Agriculture. The non-native wild European mink was once widespread across Europe. It's undergone severe population declines and now occupies less than 20% of its former range across that continent. and is considered one of the most threatened threatened mammals, I should say, in Europe. It's classified as critically endangered on the IUCN Red List. And you can see on the screen the definition for IUCN. And the movement of wild European mink is highly regulated and generally used as a management measure to increase population or enhance populations throughout various areas. The rules for holding non-native species is primarily covered in Division 56, as the petition points to. The purpose of the Division 56 is to protect Oregon's native wildlife by regulating human actions involving non-native wildlife. A subsection of Division 56 does not allow issuance of a permit for importation or possession of live non-native wildlife that have not been classified. The same as if they were on the prohibited species list that is included in that division. With that, any concerns or any requests for European mink would point to that, and they would be considered as a prohibited species in that request process currently. All the information I just highlighted for both native and non-native mink is really looking through our wildlife laws lens and all the related rulemaking that we've undertaken for that. However, this issue really falls within other statutory bounds. This issue really falls within those other bounds. The Oregon Department of Agriculture includes a definition and statute of livestock. And that definition includes domesticated fur-bearing animals, and such animals are not the purview or not within the purview of the state game laws. So that kind of shows you some of the complexity of the request by the petitioners because the authority for regulating domesticated fur-bearing animals is statutorily directed to the Oregon Department of Agriculture. So what we did as staff is just took a step back and looked at what the intent of the petitioner's request really is trying to direct at with that division and with some of the write-up that they included and the citations that they included. And although directly using mink, the issue that they do point to, the disease issue, is applicable across multiple wildlife species and is relevant. Take this opportunity now to just provide some detail on how the department's work and our regulatory authority on preventing wildlife diseases from entering the state is informative. The legislature has given the state veterinarian and Department of Agriculture broad authority to regulate import of all vertebrates for reasons of animal health, which may well include all native or non-native wildlife species. Both the Department of Agriculture and Department of Fish and Wildlife have integrated a number of different administrative rules to provide a framework for protecting the state's domestic and wild species from economically devastating and impactful diseases. These include diseases of public health importance and, or I should say public health importance such as West Nile virus, and then the highly pathogenic avian influenza. The department also works closely with other state agencies on an ongoing basis, and some of those are listed there. The coordination with federal agencies to develop testing and response protocols is also part of a variety of actions that we take. That includes research needs and policy implementation that many states get together. That coordination across those issues with all the states, with federal agencies, often happens through the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. They have an established Fish and Wildlife Health Committee, invasive species committee that also provides opportunity to really dig in on various issues. They deal with the climate change stressors and impacts both to wildlife and human health, and human wildlife conflict committee. The Department of Fish and Wildlife is given authority in statute to regulate the release and importation of domestically raised wildlife or non-native wildlife to present diseases, most specifically diseases that may affect wildlife populations. So you can see already there's some duality in both the Department of Agriculture and Department of Fish and Wildlife. The commission has adopted many detailed administrative rule sets to implement this authority by us across our and for our native wildlife species. Division 44, as I mentioned earlier, includes the holding of native wildlife and does address propagation of game birds in the state. The wildlife integrity rules is generally what we call the Division 56 rules that we're talking about here. We have cervid ranching rules and wildlife rehabilitation rules, to name a few others. The department has also continually been modifying as an agency for our staff and our partners handling guidelines, where we handle wildlife in our various activities, and as well as the public entities that we have permits that we issue for handling wildlife, such as our wildlife rehabilitators, wildlife control operators, and scientific tape permit holders. As a key part of these ongoing efforts, the department's wildlife veterinarian, Dr. Colin Gillen, who is recognized nationally as an expert for his work and knowledge on wildlife health issues, and those wildlife health issues include a lot of the zoonotic diseases that are brought up in the petition. Colin is available as part of this presentation for questions, and will be available as well after the testimony to comment and answer any questions you may have. An example that wraps together kind of all that list of state agencies, rulemaking that various states do, public entities, as well as coordination through OFWA. It is the One Health approach by the Center for Disease Control. And that has a lot to do, part of their activities about fighting health issues at that human-animal environment interface, including the zoonotic diseases. The One Health is an approach that recognizes that the health of people is closely connected to the health of animals in our shared environment. One Health is not new, certainly. That concept is not new. You can see it really has a collaborative approach as it's diagrammed here, but it has become more important in recent years, in the last decade or so. And that's because many of the factors that have changed the interactions between animals and plants and our environment. And some of those factors, we talk about at every commission meeting, and we talk about them with a lot of our interactions with the public. A lot of that is the changes in climate and the stressors that has had, and the intensified land uses as we inhabit different places around Oregon. The disruptions in environmental conditions and habitat can provide new opportunities for diseases to pass to animals, and then also for those stressors onto the wildlife populations themselves. One of the key things that overlays both this One Health approach as well as everything we do is really all about biosecurity, and addressing that, making sure you not only approach that you know as much as you can what you're dealing with, but be proactive and not just reactive to those issues. So when I look at the petition, the department certainly shares in the recognition of the importance of wildlife and human disease as a key concern. And if we want to continue to be successful in accomplishing our mission, then we indeed need to stay committed to those topics, keep engaged on the questions, and all those are important, and those conversations on those topics are certainly part of what we do on an ongoing basis. As I said before, the department is very fortunate to have the professional and nationally recognized leader in zoonotic diseases, and his interactions both with our state agencies as well as the others I mentioned on the zoonotic diseases through our state veterinarian here in Department of Fish and Wildlife. So in conclusion, when we looked at the petitioner's request, the proposed rulemaking process of the very specific department OARs would really not affect the desired changes regarding the commercial fur farm activities. And as such, the staff had recommended that the commission would deny the petition and notify the petitioners in writing. With that, Chair Wall, I appreciate the time this afternoon, and Colin and I are available for questions now and certainly after the public testimony.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there questions you would like to ask right now? Before we go to testimony, I see Commissioner Zarnowitz. Go ahead and I will check for other hands up as well.
I saw some of the public comment saying that this would, if we accepted this petition and did rulemaking, this would prevent trapping of mink, and also it would stop the mink farms from, I guess, selling any mink until they met the criteria. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, certainly. Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, on the first issue in regards to trapping. So there is a entirely different rule set when you're talking about trapping in the wild. Mink, as I said, it is listed as a fur bearer. So, requested changes that were requested by the petitioner would not have any effect on that. And I don't think that was certainly outlined in their proposed amendments to the rule. In regards to the fur farms, it is really about whether we have any effect on fur farming itself. That is statutorily directed to the Oregon Department of Agriculture. So, putting wild mink and wild European mink on the prohibited list, or I should say just wild European mink, because that's the most appropriate one, being a non-native species. It really does not have any impact on the fur farming industry because they are regulated and entirely by Oregon Department of Agriculture. So that doesn't have an effect. That the non-native Division 56 is really about those animals coming in, for pets and that sort of thing. But Department of Agriculture has entire authority over mink coming into the state, whether they're held for commercial purposes or otherwise.
I think that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Other commissioners, questions?
I'd like to wait until after the public testimony.
Okay, that sounds good. Looks like everybody else wants to do the same thing, Greg. So we will do that since I see no other hands up. Then let's go to in order, the people who are signed up to testify. And we do, again, appreciate that you waited so long so you could testify. So thank you. Michael Whalen, Scott Beckstead, Lori Ann Bird, Joe Roof, and Jenny Dressler. So if we could go with Michael Whalen first, and each person will have 3 minutes. So go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair Wall and respected commission members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michael Whalen and I am the Executive Director of Fur Commission USA, the trade association representing the mink farmers. I would like to urge the commission to deny the Center for Biological Diversity's petition to add mink to the prohibited species list. We are concerned that by adopting this petition, livestock breeding, that is the clear purview of the Oregon Department of Agriculture, could be threatened and ultimately allow Fish and Wildlife to ban the commercial breeding of mink in Oregon, as the arguments recently submitted have now pivoted towards. Mink farmers have long practiced strict on-farm biosecurity, as we have known for a long time that mink are susceptible to certain human and wildlife-borne diseases. The protocols have been updated since the appearance of the COVID virus, integrating the recommendations from the USDA and CDC One Health. Our biosecurity is the primary reason that the few U.S. farms infected by COVID have been isolated and manageable. The USDA, the CDC, and state authorities continue to work closely with the farmers and their veterinarians. Since August, I have been in regular contact with the 4 respective state veterinarians that have been dealing with this issue. Of the 16 farms that contracted the virus last fall across the U.S., 12 have now tested completely free of any live virus in mink. Wildlife is being trapped and tested in proximity to those farms, and to date, with well over 100 animals tested, no other species have tested positive. Additionally, a COVID vaccine for mink is now in production, and 2 million doses should be ready for distribution by mid-May. A respected animal health company who has developed numerous vaccines for livestock and pets is awaiting USDA emergency approval. They are confident that with their history of vaccine development and the success of those clinical trials, they will be receiving that approval shortly. This vaccine is also vital to the development of a COVID vaccine for domestic dogs and cats. Finally, the economic impact of banning the commercial raising of mink would be substantial. Dozens of multi-generational families would lose their livelihoods and source of income, and support businesses such as dairy, egg, fish, and meat producers would lose the market for their byproducts that now go to feeding the mink. In closing, we rely on government to craft laws and regulations based on facts and science, and these tell a positive story for the mink industry in the US. The facts are indisputable. There is no evidence, nor are there any suspected cases of humans contracting COVID from mink in North America. No mutations of the virus have been found in any of the testing on US mink. There are no documented cases of any other wildlife species contracting the virus from mink. The single Oregon farm that previously tested positive has now undergone multiple rounds of testing and has been deemed free of the virus by the state veterinarian. I urge this committee to deny the center's petition to add North American mink, a native non-threatened species, to the state's prohibited species list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Questions immediately from the commission? Then we'll go on to the next person, and you'll have another chance at the end. Scott Beckstead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, members of the commission. For the record, Scott Beckstead. I'm Director of Campaigns for Animal Wellness Action. I'm also an adjunct professor of law at Willamette University, where I teach animal law, wildlife law and policy, and Endangered Species Act. I started my day very early on a Zoom call with a physician and public health expert from Denmark, the country that led the world in commercial mink pelt production. And I had originally been under the impression that there was just a small cluster of individuals who contracted COVID-19 from mink in northern Denmark, where most of the 1,100 plus mink farms were centered. But she actually said that throughout Europe, over 1,000 people tested positive for the variant of the coronavirus that traced back to mink. So there can be no question that the commercial captive breeding of mink poses a grave public health threat. And just because we haven't yet had any cross-species transmission from mink to humans here in the United States doesn't mean that it won't happen. And I want you to consider the biology of the American mink. It is a highly solitary animal. It roams over vast territories. It's semi-aquatic, spending much of its time in the water. This is not a species that evolved to live in factory farm conditions, and that's exactly what these operations are. They are factory farms. You're cramming often thousands upon thousands of these animals into crowded, cramped conditions. And so when one mink gets sick, it has the potential to literally obliterate the entire operation. Now, one of the concerns, of course, is the escaping of captive mink and infecting nearby wildlife. And we know that mink regularly escape from mink farms. I grew up, my grandfather was a mink farmer in southern Idaho, and our closest neighbor was a large fur farm. I spent a lot of time around mink growing up, and I know how frequently these animals do escape and try and reorient themselves in the wild. That is something that should send a chill up everyone's spine, because to the extent that they have the ability to transmit the disease to other mustelid species like fishers and martens, otters, then you've got the potential for additional infection of any human who happens to interact with those infected animals, whether they be a trapper or whether they be a member of the public or whatever. So, this is, I mean, I'm not going to lie and tell you that it's not long been an objective of animal welfare advocates to eliminate commerce in fur. It is a notoriously inhumane industry. But really, it's at this point, given everything, the trillions of dollars that we have spent in combating the coronavirus, it really is a public health issue first and foremost. And the question is, since there is no longer a domestic market for these pelts in the United States, because Americans have largely sworn off fur as a luxury fashion item, does it make sense to be fostering and accommodating this public health threat for the sake of a small segment of the population in China that still consumes fur as a luxury fashion item? Because that's where all of these pelts are going. They're not being consumed here in the United States, they're being consumed in other countries. And so I'll wrap up my comments there, but I urge the commission to think very seriously about what could possibly go wrong if we continue to allow these operations. I bear no ill. I'm sorry. Anyway, I will wrap up. I bear no ill will toward mink farmers. As I said, I grew up around them, and I understand the terribly difficult position they're in. But there can be no doubt that this is a.
If you could wrap up, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I appreciate your allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Lori Bird, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Lori Ann Bird, and I'm the Environmental Health Director at the Center for Biological Diversity, based out of our Portland, Oregon office. I won't attempt to summarize the case we made in our petition or to recap our extensive written testimony, which I trust you have all carefully read. I'm here today for just one reason, and that's to urge you to do the right thing. I imagine that denying this petition must be appealing. It allows you to avoid industry backlash, the hassle of a rulemaking process. Your own staff have recommended that you deny this petition. It would unquestionably be the easy thing to do. But doing the right thing often means not doing the easy thing, and accepting this petition is the right thing. Look, this is a situation where I hate being right. I truly hate how often we've been right here. I hate that we were right when we wrote to the Oregon Department of Agriculture and the state, urging them to take steps to prevent COVID outbreaks at mink farms after reports came in of widespread outbreaks in Europe and also in some states in the US. The day they responded by telling us they had things under control here was also the day the first outbreak was reported. I hate that we were right when we wrote them again, expressing our concern about the threat of infected mink escaping into the wild here in Oregon. Again, we were told they had it under control. But then 3 mink escaped from that COVID-infested facility, despite it being under a quarantine order by the state. And 2 tested positive for COVID. So 2 of 3 that escaped during quarantine. We don't know exactly what % of mink escape, because the industry refuses to release that information. But we know that a facility under a strict quarantine order had 3 mink escape, and we know the 2 of them had COVID. Besides demonstrating the extreme disease threat that commercial mink farming operations pose to human health and wildlife, we know a few other things. We know that the Clean Water Act permits that these facilities maintain and that ODA enforces are just water quality permits. They don't do anything to prevent mink escapes, and they don't address the interactions between farmed and wild mink following these escapes. And we know there are no other mechanisms in place to do what we are asking you to do today, either through permitting or agency oversight. Protection of native wildlife is uniquely in the purview of ODFW, and the action requested through this petition is uniquely under your authority. I don't want to keep being right. In 2 months, or 2 years, or 10 years, I don't want an Oregon trapper to catch a new variant of COVID from a trapped mink and to spread that new variant to his family, coworkers, and church. I don't want to read the tragic report of COVID wiping out river otters, or fishers, or martens, or any other animals. I don't want to be right when the investigation shows that the outbreak likely came from COVID-infected mink that escaped into the wild from fur farms. There's no question that mink pose a significant threat to wildlife and public health because of their well-documented susceptibility to COVID-19. There's no question that mink excel at escaping fur farms. The only question is, will you do the right thing? The Commission can and has gone out on a limb to do the right thing in this context before when it added the North American river otter to the prohibited species list. The decision was based, at least in part, on the idea that, quote, as captive-born animals, they did not fit into any existing rules regarding native and non-native wildlife species, unquote, quote. The risk of these otters becoming an invasive species in Oregon is too high for any classification other than prohibited, unquote.
Laura, you can wrap up a little. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
As was the case with river otters, the risk posed by escaped mink is just too high for any classification other than prohibited. For this reason, I urge you to please accept this petition and move forward with rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. The next person I had on the list was Joe Roof. If he is here.
Yes, I'm here.
And then Jenny Dressler.
Yes, commissioners, I'm Joe Roof, a mink farm. Been raising mink 50 plus years. And I'm really here to actually, if anybody has any questions about mink farming, I've been doing it a long time. So that's more why I'm here. Not really here to testify for 3 minutes, but I know have a lot of good information. So that's really about all I really have to say for now. I mean, so yeah, if any of the commissioners have questions, that's what I'm here for.
Okay, I'll see if there are questions now, and if not, there may be a question later.
Yes.
So I will check now. Commissioners, any immediate questions? I don't see any, Joe, but thank you, and appreciate your being here. And Jenny Dressler, we'll move back to you. And if we could start the clock over for Jenny, please. You'll have 3 minutes then. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My name is Jenny Dressler, and I'm here today on behalf of the Fur Commission USA and the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation, asking you to deny the Center for Biological Diversity's petition to ban mink farming in Oregon. Staff provided a very thorough summary of jurisdictional issues raised by the petition, namely that the Department of Fish and Wildlife does not actually possess the statutory authority to add mink to its prohibited species list. As outlined in the Fur Commission submission last month, ORS 596.020 gives the Oregon Department of Agriculture the sole authority to supervise, control, and eradicate the spread of infectious diseases impacting livestock, which includes fur-bearing animals such as mink, including those that are transmissible to humans. Statute further clarifies that breeding and raising foxes, mink, chinchilla, rabbits, etc., is an agricultural pursuit and is not subject to state game laws in that same statute. In contrast, the Fish and Wildlife Department's authority is specific to wildlife, and with regard to mink, the only authority related to mink is those animals existing in their wild state, or those animals privately possessed in a quantity of no more than 10 for non-commercial purposes. The petition before you clearly falls outside of the agency's jurisdiction. I do feel compelled to point out the exaggerations and mistruths about mink farming that are included in the petition. To start, Oregon's mink farms have not been ravaged by the disease, and the one farm with COVID-positive mink was immediately quarantined and declared free of COVID-19 last month. Mink farmers take biosecurity very seriously, and no new outbreaks have occurred. The cluster 5 mutation that Mr. Beckstead spoke to that was found in Denmark is already extinct, and there is no evidence of mink to human transmission in the United States. ODA, the Department of Agriculture's own testing, showed that the virus on the one farm with COVID-positive mink did not mutate. And despite claims that mink farms pose a risk to wildlife, COVID-19 has not been detected in any wildlife sampled, and that's according to the Department of Agriculture. These claims are clearly exaggerated. Oregon's mink farmers are an important part of our agricultural sector. These farms have been in operations for generations, and they take the care and well-being of their animals very seriously. I was honestly shocked when I read some of the claims in the petition, particularly given the facts as they've been laid out by our regulatory agencies. I ask you to please deny this petition to shutter Oregon's family mink farms. Not only is this petition misleading, but the agency or the department lacks the statutory authority to do what is demanded by that petition. Thank you so much. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Jenny. Commissioners, questions of Jenny or any of the previous 4 people? I don't see any, so it looks like you're off the hook. And again, thank you for testifying and staying with us so long. So commissioners, let's go back to any additional questions to staff, either Kevin and he said that I think Colin is also available if people have questions. So let's do questions first, and then we can get right into figuring out where to go from here. Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Is it the law that employers have to report to the Oregon Health Authority COVID cases among their employees? That's a question for anyone.
Yeah, Chair Wall, this is Kevin. Are you referring to employees at a mink farm? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I want to know if that is, first of all, the law required by OHA for any business. And there's an assertion that mink farms have exempted themselves from that reporting. And so I'm just trying to sort that out, where the truth is.
Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Vice Chair Woolley. Well, of course, the COVID protocols do change over time. And so I will tell you that at least as of several weeks ago, there was only a requirement for employers to report an outbreak if it exceeded some minimum number of employees. So and I want to say that number was 6, but I could be wrong. I'm doing that from memory. So if we had, 5, I'm seeing somebody saying 5. If we had 5 or more employees at a work location, then we are required to report that outbreak to OHA. But for less than 5 at an individual workplace, we are not, or we're not required.
Okay. Well, so there's an assertion by the petitioner that the mink farm or farms exempted themselves because of privacy reasons, of personal disclosure. They didn't say that it was under 5. They said that they were not required because they were protecting employees' privacy. And I was just wondering, are there other businesses, do you know of any other businesses that have made that claim that they simply want to protect the privacy of their employees and declare themselves exempt from reporting to OHA?
I'm not aware of any, but again, I think there's obviously a lot of businesses in Oregon, and I'm certainly not right in the wheelhouse of OHA reporting requirements.
Okay.
Other questions, Commissioner Woolley? Or that's it?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Zarnowitz, go ahead. I think you might be muted.
We all have to do that, don't we, each time? I agree with the department that this petition doesn't really get at what the petitioners are trying to get at. But there is obviously a concern. The department has a concern of any of our wildlife getting infected by domestic livestock. And we see that with other animals. Certainly the cervid rules for holding cervids are very extensive on how to protect wildlife. And ODFW is in charge of captive cervid, not ODA, from what I understand from the rules. But we ODFW adopted those rules and to make sure that cervids didn't interact with wild cervids. And so there's obvious that the department's very concerned about this. I spent time looking in ODA's rules to try to find anything I could find out about mink. And the only thing that I found was that mink was listed as a livestock. There was no, for captive mink, obviously, and there was no rules that I could find about how they should be held in captivity. No criteria or anything like that. The most criteria was importing animals into Oregon or exporting animals out of Oregon. And there was a lot of detail in what people had to meet to do that. And that was in Chapter 603, Division 11, Livestock Health and Sanitation. So it would seem to me that this petition should be more directed at ODA and getting them to develop rules to keep animals that are can interact with wildlife, particularly wildlife, same species as wildlife, keep them within a type of facility that keeps them from getting out. And I know mink are thin and long and really crafty about getting out of through things, but there's got to be ways to keep them out so that they don't infect wild mink. That's basically my concerns about this petition.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, I have a couple just kind of questions for, is it Dr. Gillen? First, I am just out of curiosity, wanting to hear your take on the potential COVID vaccine for mink. So that's one question. And then I'll ask you my other question right now as well, which is, why has Oregon done so well managing the biosecurity of mink farms so far? I mean, why haven't we seen the kind of outbreaks that were going on in Europe?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, for the record, my name is Colin Gillen. I'm a state wildlife veterinarian. So the answer to your first question is concerning the vaccine. The vaccine is they test it, of course, just like they do the human vaccines, and it's proven to be quite efficacious and has a high level of sensitivity, particularly for treating mink. I think the one speaker said it will start being available in May. USDA has gone through all the tests with this, and it will be available at least by June. And I think the cost is even fairly reasonable. I think it's going to cost somewhere around 75 cents an animal for 2 doses. There's always a possibility USDA will pick that cost up too. I guess my view on that is that it's a very, very good for for not only the industry but also those that are working with mink, and hopefully everybody that's involved in the mink farms are also vaccinated. The one thing about being vaccinated, of course, is if you test antibodies on these mink after they're vaccinated, they'll test that they were exposed. They'll have antibodies to the virus, just like we do. And so it'd be very difficult to tell, whether the animal was exposed naturally or by vaccine. On your second question, there's the actual impact to the mink in Oregon, there's several theories of why this occurred. And I'm not just going to go into all the details about this, but there's some potential reactions that animals get immunologically by being exposed to other viruses. And there's other viruses out there that mink have been exposed to in Europe, that when they then were exposed to coronavirus, they had a much more severe, and more animals died. In Oregon, these viruses were tested on some of these farms, and it was felt that they had not been exposed to these other viruses ahead of time. And so we had cases where mink had basically mild disease, and then they cleared the virus within 7 days. Again, that's not in peer-reviewed science necessarily, other than it is a plausible theory, because we know it happens with other diseases. I mean, the outbreak was, we have very few farms in Oregon, is also the case. We have likely less transfer of animals. At the time when they got the virus, I'm just giving you examples. When they got their virus, it would have been a time that leading into a period where before pelting, where the animals were going to be more stationary, and perhaps the animals might have been in the best health of the year or so that they're alive, and they're able to fight the virus off a little better. Could be environmental conditions too, the way the animals are caged. Potentially, they're all caged in a factory farming setting, but I mean, there might be different comparisons between the way they were caged in our case, as well as some of the other states that didn't have many mortalities with that of, say, Europe. So just some theories.
Thank you.
Other questions or thoughts from the commissioners? Commissioner Woolley, Vice Chair Woolley.
Hey, thank you. And it's nice to have the good doctor in the house. How are you, Colin? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. So this is regarding some information in the press release that ODA released, that the farm in question was cleared and the quarantine was lifted. So there were 62 samples collected. So I was wondering what the total population was. And so in other words, kind of getting at what the sampling error would be, was that an adequate number of samples for the total number of animals that were on the farm? Do you have any information about that?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, the number of samples taken, they do it randomly throughout the farm, and so they were those. I think they were I mean, I was not on site. I just it was through phone calls with those that were on site. They knew where they had seen illness, and it was in about 10 animals, and of course sampled those right away. And then I think they sampled randomly from that spot out, and they did this, in a series of sampling events over time. And if the virus was still circulating, they would pick it up, versus sampling every animal in the place. It was felt too that at least some of the those that were exposed, that they would have picked the virus up and cleared it. So it wasn't the illness, the morbidity that occurred in that farm was not so severe that it led to mortality, as I mentioned, for probably a variety of reasons. As well, it's think each case is going to be a little different. I don't think all farms and all genetic lines, as well as all environmental conditions in every farm are going to be exact, and some are going to favor better outcomes, definitely. From a sampling standpoint, if they get this virus and you put coronavirus in a mink, they're more than likely to all get it throughout the farm. And one of the reasons for that is some of the recent research that's come out is the attraction through the receptors, like in humans, where the spike protein attaches at the cellular level, is very similar to mink. And so mink and humans hold the virus and long enough to get good replication. And then if we're going to be susceptible to it and beyond being asymptomatic, it's going to happen on about the same level as with mink. There's likely other species that occurs with also. I think you've seen possibly in some of the latest research that was conducted that white-tailed deer are capable of getting the virus and replicating it. And there's other research out there that shows, as far as receptors go, with the virus and the ACE2 receptors that the spike protein attaches to, there's such species as marine mammals, all the primates pretty much all have receptors very similar to humans. So,
okay.
So that being the case, if you unleash this, if you put enough people in say a crowded space, just like the mink, and you put coronavirus in that, everybody's going to get it eventually. So.
Okay. So then you feel that the 62 samples are adequate based on the size of the numbers of mink on the farm to justify lifting the quarantine?
Yes. In talking with Ryan Schultz, and who was directing the sampling, he was sampling as on a random basis and had laid out a really good plan to knowing what we know about the virus and how it works in those scenarios, he did get a statistically significant sample.
And is he the state vet, or who is he? Randy Schultz?
Ryan
Schultz. Dr. Schultz. Okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just the extra detail in the science lesson. I appreciate it.
Other questions? Kevin, could I go back to taking off from where Commissioner Zarnowitz talked about if there are farmed elk and farmed deer or other animals? It makes sense to me that, if I were really simplistic about this, that Department of Ag protects domestic crops or animals from wild, from interference with wild, or that's their job. They protect the crops and the domesticated animals. And our job is the other side of the fence, which is to protect the wild from domesticated. And the case of the deer or elk that are farmed is one of those examples. If we wanted to have that role where we would have permitting authority to protect the wildlife from the mink operations, skip the COVID issue for right now. Just the simplistic question of, if we wanted to make sure that we were protecting the wild mink from domesticated mink, what's the role to get there? What's the course to get there so that we could do permit requirements?
Yeah, and Chair Wall, I'll try to answer that because I don't quite know what permit requirements you mean, but we certainly, and I look across a number of different species, and that interactiveness that Colin talks about with the state agricultural veterinarian is really key in this case, because they also have concern from wildlife standpoint of disease transmission to domestic flocks. You look at if we really didn't have some regulations on things that are potential carriers of high path AI and how that would impact domesticated, flocks of domestic fowl. So it really plays both ways, and that's why it's a key relationship to talk about very openly, not just conversationally, about those risks. Colin interacts with their staff a lot in regards to the issues, whether it's mink, whether it's other livestock that are held and potential transmission issues or emerging diseases that might be there. And at the same time, they're very interactive with us on how our wildlife populations could be harbors for potential livestock emerging disease issues or current items. So Colin, is there any other maybe clarity on that for how we interact on an ongoing basis with that and your ability to influence some of those different testing requirements on livestock?
Well, we have, at least for the last 15, 20 years, we've had a really good relationship with the state veterinarian, and as well with Oregon Health Authority and their veterinarian, Dr. Emilio DeBess. And when we've had a variety of disease issues that cross the boundaries from wildlife to livestock or into the human realm, which West Nile virus is a perfect example of that, as is high path avian influenza. We've sampled for brucellosis that goes across all three groups of potential suspected infections. It's just been important to work with them. In order to, you asked how might we mitigate that, and from this standpoint, we've put out guidelines. We visit with those that we regulate often, including our wildlife control operators, our wildlife rehabilitators, researchers, all the scientific taking permits on this disease, on COVID-19. And we've provided those guidelines also to ODA and OHA for them to have an idea of where we're going with it. And we've basically put together a policy for say rehabbers not to handle bats. We don't want them handling mustelids and any of the wild felids. And then we've had wildlife control operators not handle bats. All these groups of animals and mammals in particular are highly susceptible. At least they're able to get the virus and replicate it, and potentially have a reverse zoonosis spillover. So all those are things that we've put in place, at least on the policy level, and we've worked with the rehab community specifically on this. They're probably one of the groups that we have I guess some of the greatest concern, because they actually handle mammals through rehab and then release them. And so we want to make sure that if they are handling mammals, that we know about it, number one. And for instance, we had a local rehabber here in Corvallis and one down in Roseburg. Roseburg one released a fisher, and the Corvallis facility released a young bobcat. We had those COVID tested the day of release, and that's just one thing we have in place, and that's I guess I'm kind of rattling on here.
And Chair Wall, I could add to that. When Colin's talking he's talking about wildlife in the state. Another key relationship that Colin and I have worked on a number of times with Department of Ag is they are the import permit issuers. So it almost doesn't matter what critter comes to a border. When Oregon Department of Ag gets a request for any kind of species, if it's not livestock, they call Colin or they call one of the staff members here, Rick Boatner, and we figure it out. We have some very strong and rigorous rules in Division 56, as well as a our native wildlife rules that allows us to tell Department of Ag, don't issue that import permit for that species. It can't be held as an individual. It can't be brought into the state propagated. So that's a very strong relationship and been pretty successful for us to stop a lot of live wildlife at the borders.
So that very example, could I just take that simple one that you just said? And I absolutely appreciate the relationship between among the OHA and ODA and ODFW health experts. I was actually being very much narrower than that. And I just wonder if we have rules that would allow us to tell ODA not to allow that animal in because we are trying to protect wildlife, do we not have that similar ability to tell ODA that a mink farm needs to be handled in a way that doesn't allow escape? Do we have a path to put those kinds of requirements into a permit? I understand that they oversee it, that ODA oversees it, but do we have the ability to put those kinds of requirements on? Because in order to protect wild mink, we need to control domesticated mink.
Yeah, Chair Wall, if those were administrative rules to regulate the fur farming industry, the commercially held mink and foxes, under livestock, those rules would not be valid. They wouldn't hold any water. We don't have authority to regulate that industry for those very specific species.
Say that, can you just say that again?
So, but we talked about the statutes, Chair Wall, that direct for livestock that includes the definition for domesticated fur-bearing mammals, and then specifically talks about the two species of fox and the mink, which are not under the purview of the state game laws, our wildlife laws, which are the divisions of statute and rule that we operate under, and you adopt your rules through. So certainly we have a path to be engaged in that conversation if there is risk and if there is those situations, as Colin described when there were those infections at a fur farm. They're talking with Colin, we're interacting on what that means for any potential escapes, how they're going to trap, what the testing would be. All that's that ongoing interaction, but we don't have a rule set that we could kind of overlay to that industry.
Commissioner Zarnowitz?
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out, I understand that that ODFW cannot regulate mink as livestock, but regardless of ODA having the authority over them, they have no rules that I was able to find that shows how they are to be kept so that they don't interact with wildlife. There's no cages, not like ODFW has with the cervid holding rules, which are very, very firm about how, excuse me, how these cervids can be held, the captive cervids can be held to protect the wildlife. We're not trying to protect the cervids that are held from diseases from the wildlife. We're just trying to keep them separate. And ODA, as far as I know, doesn't have those rules for mink or foxes.
And if they were on the prohibited list, would we?
Chair Wall, on the prohibited list, and you're specifically talking about non-native. So in that case, you're just referring to the European mink. Okay. When it comes to the Native American mink, those cannot be captured from the wild except as through the other regulated seizing, trapping. So that is just referring to European mink in that case. And Division 56 rules have that very kind of, we just call it the catch-all because it's so difficult to go across all species, all genera, all families of animals, and and list them all, the ones that we've evaluated for, you know, whether people want to hold, you know, one or more. And it's already listed in there that if they're not listed in any of the classifications, so that's controlled, non-controlled, prohibited, it is considered prohibited. So I can't use the example of mink, because when a request comes to us to bring some mink into the state, it really is, you know, a question then that we interact back with Department of Ag, because mink being held commercially or otherwise is under their jurisdiction.
Got it. Thank you.
I'd see our counsel in the house here. Erin,
Yes.
is there something you wanted to add? Great.
No, I think that Kevin is covering it great. I just, you know, I'm sitting here very engaged and so decided to turn on my video. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, thank you.
I would have put her on the spot in a second anyway. So are there any other questions?
Just to follow up, just for I guess clarity and jurisdictional clarity. You know, a couple of years ago, we went through a process to provide rules for captive animals in Oregon that needed to follow the AZA, American Zoological Society, guidelines for sizes of enclosures and that sort of thing. And so, is that another exemption of I guess mink and fox farms, that they don't have any minimum enclosure sizes for those captive animals?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, appreciate you remembering those warrior days with the holding rules. Lots of discussions on those. So those were really in regards to how an AZA or you know, there's a couple different accreditations, and those are really about displaying and education, you know, zoo type entities. Really, that's why that overlay is there. And they deal not only just with the holding and display, but just everything about having those animals where you're running a lot of public through those types of facilities. Very rigorous accreditation process. And those overlay to some of the permits through our Division 44 rules.
Okay, so I understand that they pertain to organizations or institutions that claim to be educational, but they're really about the health and welfare of the animal, right? I mean, that they need a minimum size of enclosure to move about. And so that's, you know, I understand that there's sort of this sort of narrow category of organizations that follow under that specific permit, but I interpret it as, well, it's for the welfare of the animal, that the animal, under the conditions that it's in, can be as healthy as it can be. You know, that it doesn't get, you know, some kind of bone disease because it can't, you know, turn around and, you know, have any movement and that sort of thing. So that's how I interpreted it.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, if I might add, the Division 44 rules, which we're talking about, and those were specific for those holding one animal or up to three. It was a very few number of animals to begin with, and it was from the animals that were considered at least able to. We had like 32 species, if you remember, out of the 680 some, which included a garter snake and that kind of thing. That if somebody picked up a garter snake, they wouldn't be in violation. And so we only allowed them up to 3 species or 3 individuals per species. Otherwise, they would need to get a collection permit, which we could oversee and also provide, as part of that permit, provide additional specifications on animal welfare and holding and how they hold those animals, just like we do with scientific take permits. In relation to mink farming, probably the closest thing we do have with animal welfare and size and space is with our captive cervid permit, or Division 49, because it is also a farmed animal per se, and used, for primarily for slaughter by at least several farms.
Thank you. We have a hand up from Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then let's work our way to a conclusion here. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I'm going to skip. I had something really fun to ask, but I'm just going to skip and hope that somebody will now make a motion.
Is there a motion?
Let's see. I move to deny the petition and direct staff to notify the petitioner in writing.
Is there a second? Well, this is
I would second that.
okay. It's been moved and seconded that we deny the petition and direct staff to notify the petitioner in writing. Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm going to read some things into the record here. I want to first thank those who provided the written, email, and verbal testimony prior to the commission and at the commission meeting today. Very much appreciated. It's always informative. As I understand, the petition is to place the American and European mink on the list of prohibited species in Division 56 of OAR 635-56050. Division 56 regulates human activity involving, quote, non-native wildlife. In accordance with Administrative Procedures Act, the Commission must consider 6 factors in determining whether to initiate rulemaking or to deny a petition. I'll discuss each of these factors in detail. Factor 1, continued need for the rule. Again, Division 56 is specifically designed to regulate human actions involving non-native wildlife. The American mink is classified as native to Oregon. The American mink are not allowed to be captured from the wild or held, with the exception that American mink can be held by a commercial fur farm under the authority and jurisdiction of the Oregon Department of Agriculture. The European mink is native to Europe. They are non-native to Oregon. ORS 635-556-040 does not allow for the importation or possession of non-native wildlife, so they are considered a prohibited species. ODFW has been requested to classify the non-native European mink as a controlled species, and even then, this would likely not happen because the European mink fall under the jurisdiction of the International Red List of Threatened Species, which essentially prohibits importation or possession of European mink in Oregon. ODA ORS 59610 sub 3 specifically defines livestock, which includes domesticated fur-bearing animals, and such are not within the preview of state game laws under ORS 596020 sub 2. More on this later. Commercial fur farming is regulated by ODA in statutes, not ODFW. Factor 2, the nature of the complaint or the comments received concerning the rule from the public. The commission has received written letters, emails, public testimony prior to and during this commission meeting in compliance with this factor. Factor 3, the complexity of the rule. The request by the petitioners is to simply add the American and European mink to the prohibited species list. This issue for me is that I believe this is in our preview of the domesticated fur-bearer animals under statutory regulated by ODA, not ODFW, as I explained in Factor 1. The petitioners argue that because the American mink meets the definition of livestock, they are thus non-native. OAR 635-56010 sub 10 lists the American mink as native wildlife. Even if the American mink was held when held at fur farms were defined as non-native, they would, in my opinion, still fall under the purview of ODA, not ODFW, because fur farming is regulated by ODA, not ODFW. Factor 4, this factor discusses rule overlaps, duplication, or conflicts with other local, state, and federal regulations. It's my belief that the petitioners are requesting oversight by the commission department in regards to the commercial breeding and maintenance of mink in pens, cages, and hutches, which falls entirely under the ODA regulations, not ODF&W regulations. To add this assertion RORS 498002 specifically prohibits the capture and or holding of Native American mink from the wild. Factor 5, the degree to which the technology, economic conditions, or other factors have changed in subject being discussed affected by a rule. The petitioners outlined the recent outbreak of COVID-19 in some of the commercial fur farms and concerns for transmission outside the fur farms to public. Valid concerns for sure. A facility in Oregon had such an occurrence. ODA and OHA immediately responded to the outbreak to curtail the outbreak at the commercial facility as they regulate commercial fur farms. ODA hired wildlife services to trap and remove more than a dozen animals around the facility, including possums, cats, skunks, and 3 escaped mink. As was testified earlier, 2 escaped mink tested positive. ODA quarantined the facility, and after USDA Veterinary Services Lab confirmed the last 2 rounds of samples at the facility showed no virus, the quarantine was lifted by ODA. OHA officials believe the mink contracted the virus from workers at the farm. ODA hired wildlife services to trap, and they removed more than a dozen animals around the facility. Trapped more than a dozen animals around the facility. And the last factor, factor 6, statutory citation or legal basis for this rule. The legal basis for Division 56 rules has not changed and is still relevant today. In summary, the commercial fur farming industry in Oregon is statutorily regulated by ODA, not ODFW. The goal of the petition is to place 2 species of mink on the prohibited species list per Division 56. Division 56 specifically regulates non-native wildlife. The American mink is a native wildlife species. The European mink is non-native ICUN red list species, which makes it prohibited from importation or possession. In addition, Division 54 prohibits holding native mink from the wild. Domesticated mink in commercial mink farms is administered by ODA rules and regulations. We need to be concerned about COVID-19 infections of fur farms, but that falls under the jurisdiction of ODA and OHA, not ODFW for commercial fur farms. I will not be supporting the movement of this petition forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. Any other commissioners who have questions or comments on the motion that's been made and seconded? Seeing none, those in favor of the motion. We have, is that a yes or a no?
Abstention, just for 2 reasons. I agree 100% that the request that's made to our commission is out of our jurisdiction. So I have no qualms with that. I just wanted to shine the light on the lack of transparency and communication by the Oregon Department of Agriculture, which I feel that they should have more accountability to the public. And my sense, and I haven't been told this, but my sense is that because our department and our commission is more accessible and we actually respond to people, I think my sense is that's why petitioners reached out to us. I mean, they knew that this is not under our purview. But I think they just wanted to, to have an agency to communicate with, is my sense of it. Like I said, no one's come to me and told me that. So I agree that this is out of our purview, and that's just very clear. But I would hope that the agencies that we partner with, that we share some responsibility with, to collaborate, could do a better job and be more responsible to the public.
Thank you. Then we have 4 yes votes, 1 abstention, and I'm going to vote no on this one. So the motion passes. And I think with that, we will thank those who testified. Thank you, Kevin, and you, Colin, for your work on this. It was easy to follow, and I appreciate it. And I think that unless there is anything else, we are at the point where we can adjourn. Okay. Everybody have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you.